and so is the world around you. At CVM University, we help you prepare for the future like we have with more than 10 lakh students. Come, join the educational legacy of 75 years. CVM University, enlightening the future generations.
Good morning to all.
Good morning.
Sir, can we start the session?
Yes, we can start now.
Okay, Heta madam, continue please.
Thank you, General Madam. A very good morning to all. Excellence, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. I, Hita Kacha, Assistant Professor, Department of Pharmaceutical Chemistry and Analysis, feeling privileged to extend to you a very warm welcome on behalf of IICP on the second day of Gujarat State Pharmacy Council sponsored 2 days online refresher course for registered pharmacists. Now we are moving towards our plenary sessions. During the session, if any questions are there, you can drop it in the chat box. Attendance link for every session will be given during any time throughout the lecture. Learning is not the product of teaching, but learning is the product of activity of learner. Now it's time for our first plenary session by Dr. Mayank Bapna, Professor, Department of Pharmaceutical Chemistry, Indubai Patel College of Pharmacy and Research Center, Dharmaj, and he is going to deliver a talk on herbal drug interaction. I would request Mr. Migra Suryavanshi, Assistant Professor, Pharmaceutics Department, IICP, to introduce Dr. Mayank Bapna, sir. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. Am I audible?
Yes, sir, you are audible.
Okay. A very good morning to all of you. I welcome you to the 2 days refresher course sponsored by Gujarat State Pharmacy Council. We are having our first speaker over here, that is Dr. Mayank Bapna. He is currently working as Professor and Head of Pharmaceutical Chemistry and Quality Assurance at Indubai Patel College of Pharmacy Research Center at Dharmaj. He is having total 17 years of research and teaching experience. He completed his Bachelor of Pharmacy from Rajasthan University. He completed his Master of Pharmacy in Pharmaceutical Chemistry from prestigious University, Maharaja Sajirao University, Baroda. Then he completed his PhD from Rajasthan Health Science University, Rajasthan, Jaipur. He has 32 research and review paper with his credit. He is a member of many prestigious bodies in pharmacy, like our PCI, then Pharmacy Council, then the Pharmacy Association of Teachers, Indian Council of the Chemists. He guided 24 students of MPharm and 1 student of PhD in Quality Assurance. With this brief introduction, I welcome Dr. Mayank Bapna to this 2 days pharmacy refresher course. Thank you.
Thank you, Migra, sir. Dr. Mayank Bapna, sir, we can start the session now.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning, sir. Sir, you are on. Sir, your mic is mute. Yes, good morning, sir.
Thank you. Thank you to the principal and the 2 coordinators, Dr. Usman sir and Dr. Bimal, for giving this opportunity to speak in front of the fellow colleagues of registered pharmacist. Thank you, Meghra sir, for sharing the information. I'm just share the screen. Is it visible?
Not yet, sir.
No, sir.
So it has not been shared. We'll wait for 2 minutes.
Here, black screen. So
Sir, move the slides so you can get an idea. थैंक्स सर वापस शेयर कीजिए प्रॉब्लली नहीं आ रहा है
Sir, I can found him in the meeting.
Some network issue will be there.
let him to
I guess.
rejoin
Yeah. Hello, Mayank sir. Am I audible?
Hello. Mayank sir.
Hello.
He's not getting the voice.
When, sir?
Probably उनका नेटवर्क पूरा चला गया है, तो he is rejoining using mobile data. So we'll wait for 1-2 more minutes. Dear participant, after completion of all the 3 plenary sessions in the morning, we have a valedictory, small valedictory function, and after that, there will be a feedback link which will be shared in your Zoom group as well as in your WhatsApp group. And after that, there will be a MCQ quiz. So it is compulsory to attend both the things. And regarding your certificate of this refresher course, the Google Drive link will be shared in the WhatsApp group within 1 week, and you can download your certificate from that.
Hello.
Hello.
Hello, Mayank sir.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. So you can start sharing the screen.
Yeah.
Yes, sir, it is visible.
Okay.
Yes.
Clearly full screen is visible.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Sorry for the delay. Network just went off. So, thank you, Hindu Kaka Itwala College of Pharmacy, for providing the opportunity, and I welcome all the guests who are here to listen to one of my topics, that is drug-herb interaction. So, see, we all know what is a drug and what is herb. So, Heta madam, which is the preferred language, English or
Uh,
Hindi?
Sir, you can use
Sir,
both as well.
Okay,
Hindi would be better because most of
Hindi
the
would be much better.
participants are yes.
okay, okay. Okay, I'll try to mix some Gujarati and Hindi as far as I know. So, ड्रग हर्ब इंटरेक्शन, ड्रग देखिए हमको सबको मालूम है ड्रग क्या होती है। जो दवा हम खाते हैं, जो केमिस्ट की शॉप पे मिलती है, उसको हम बोलते हैं ड्रग। हर्ब बेसिकली जो भी ड्रग हमको प्लांट से या किसी पेड़ से मिलती है, उसको हम बोलते हैं हर्ब। और जब ये दोनों मिलती हैं हमारी बॉडी के अंदर, तो जो आपस में इनका जो रिएक्शन होता है, उसको हम बोलते हैं ड्रग हर्ब इंटरेक्शन। we'll start with a very simple definition. ड्रग इंटरेक्शन होता क्या है पहले तो। देखिए, कभी भी कोई मेडिसिन हम जब खाते हैं तो एक या दो से ज्यादा मेडिसिन खाते हैं, तो पॉसिबिलिटी होती है कि दोनों आपस में दे रिएक्ट, वो अंदर जाके एक दूसरे का जो एक्शन है या तो बढ़ा सकती हैं या कम कर सकती हैं या एकदम खत्म कर सकती हैं। उसी तरीके से अगर टू और मोर देन टू मेडिसिन जब they act with a food, they act with or they act with a beverage यानी जो ड्रिंक्स हम लेते हैं, यानी लिक्विड ड्रिंक, और सप्लीमेंट मींस like vitamins supplement or any other supplement which we are taking continuously for years. So these uh, when they go inside, जब ये बॉडी के अंदर जाती हैं, तो ये आपस में एक दूसरे से रिएक्ट कर सकती हैं। इसको हम बोलते हैं ड्रग इंटरेक्शन। इसका एक मेजर पार्ट जो है वो है हर्बल ड्रग इंटरेक्शन, यानी एक दवा जो प्लांट से आई है या किसी पेड़ से आई है, या उसका ओरिजिन कहना चाहिए कि केमिकल ओरिजिन नहीं है, उसका नेचुरल ओरिजिन है, और वो जब किसी एलोपैथिक मेडिसिन से रिएक्ट करती है, तो हम उसको बोलते हैं हर्बल ड्रग इंटरेक्शन। So use of herbs may mimic, magnify or oppose the effect of drug. Basically, जब हम कोई भी आयुर्वेदिक दवा खाते हैं, बहुत जनरल सेंस में बोले तो ये जो भी हर्बल ड्रग होती है, हम उसको आयुर्वेदिक दवा ही बोलते हैं। तो जब भी हम इस तरह की दवा खाते हैं और हमको एक एलोपैथिक मेडिसिन पहले से चल रही होती है, तो चांसेस ये होते हैं कि वो जो इफेक्ट्स हैं जो दोनों दवाओं के, वो कम हो जाए या ज्यादा हो जाए या एक दूसरे के अपोजिट में चले जाए। इसको हम बोलते हैं हर्बल ड्रग इंटरेक्शन, जो आपके आज का टॉपिक है। अब जो इंटरेक्शन होता है, जो आपस में एक प्लांट और एक केमिकल, जब केमिकल दवा जो मिक्स होती है बॉडी के अंदर, तो उसके दो तरह के मेन इफेक्ट्स आ सकते हैं। एक होता है सिनर्जिस्टिक, बोलते हैं हम उसको। सिनर्जिस्टिक मतलब जैसे एक का इफेक्ट और एक हर्बल ड्रग का इफेक्ट और एक एलोपैथिक दवा का इफेक्ट सेम हो, तो 1+1 हमको डबल इफेक्ट मिलता है। और हो सकता है कि दोनों दवाओं की जो इफेक्ट हो बिल्कुल अलग हो, तो हम उसको बोलते हैं एंटागोनिस्टिक इफेक्ट। इसमें हो सकता है कि दवा का असर असर करना ही बंद कर दे आपको। तो क्यों आते हैं ड्रग हर्ब इंटरेक्शन और उसकी वजह क्या है? तो उसका जो प्रेजेंट सिनारियो है, देखिए, कोविड जब हुआ था, तो कोविड में बहुत सारे लोगों को जब बीमारियां हुई, तो एलोपैथी में इनको इलाज नहीं मिला। तो जब उस समय जब चालू हुआ, उसको हम बोलते हैं कॉम्बिनेशन थेरेपी। तो पीपल वर टेकिंग बोथ प्लांट मेडिकेशंस एंड दे वर टेकिंग medications which were केमिकली ओरिजिनेटेड, केमिकल दवा और एक दवा जो प्लांट से आती है वो लेना लोगों ने चालू किया ताकि जल्दी से जल्दी असर हो और ठीक हो, क्योंकि मोर्टेलिटी रेट बहुत ज्यादा थी, बहुत लोग मरने लग गए थे। इसके लिए तुरंत ही लोगों ने अपना जो ट्रीटमेंट था वो हर्बल ड्रग की तरफ शिफ्ट किया, कोविड और पोस्ट कोविड। और इस वजह से ये जो फिगर है, ये जो आंकड़ा है, ये पूरा फिक्स नहीं है, पर बहुत सारे लोग कोविड के बाद कहना चाहिए 70% पॉपुलेशन सीधा हर्बल ड्रग्स पे आ गई। मतलब एलोपैथी तो खा ही रहे थे, तो उन्होंने साथ साथ हर्बल ड्रग लेना भी चालू कर दिया। इसको हम बोलते हैं इंडिजिनस मेडिसिन। तो जो रुख था लोगों का वो आयुर्वेद की तरफ बढ़ गया। देखिए अब क्या है कि हमारे देश में बहुत बड़ी परेशानी है कि बहुत सारी ड्रग्स जो है, बहुत सारी के करीब करीब सारी ही एज एन ओटीसी चलती हैं। आप लोग जो शॉप्स पे बैठते हैं आपको पता होगा कि कोई भी प्रिस्क्रिप्शन लेके आता है, नहीं भी लेके आता है तो उसको नाम से दवा मिल जाती है। तो हर्बल ड्रग और एक ओटीसी ड्रग, ओटीसी ओवर द काउंटर ड्रग, अगर आप लेना चालू करते हैं अपने आप, तो चांसेस होते हैं कि उसके इंटरेक्शन आपको बॉडी के अंदर दिखे, क्योंकि वो आपको नोन नहीं, क्योंकि वो आपको मिल जाती है और आप उसको खा लेते हैं किसी की एडवाइस पे, तो इट इज पॉसिबल दैट वो आपकी बॉडी में इंटरेक्ट करे। देयरफॉर हमको ये जानना बहुत जरूरी है कि एक एलोपैथिक ड्रग एक हर्बल ड्रग के साथ कैसे इंटरेक्ट करती है और क्या क्या हो सकता है। या बहुत सारे एग्जांपल्स मैं आपके साथ शेयर करूंगा। इसके अलावा भी आपको बहुत सारे एग्जांपल्स मिलेंगे, आप कहीं पढ़ेंगे तो। आप एक छोटी सी स्लाइड है कि होता क्यों है। देखिए जब हम बीफार्म करते हैं या डिप्लोमा करते हैं तो हमको ये पढ़ाया जाता है कि बॉडी के अंदर 4 तरह के प्रोसेस होते हैं: एब्जॉर्प्शन, डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन, मेटाबॉलिज्म, एक्सक्रीशन। जो इंटरेक्शन होता है वो इन्हीं किसी स्टेज में होता है और वो 3 तरह के इफेक्ट दे देता है। या तो कोई एक दवा इनइफेक्टिव हो जाएगी, या ज्यादा इफेक्टिव हो जाएगी, या टॉक्सिक हो जाएगी, इतना ज्यादा इफेक्ट आएगा उस ड्रग का। तो ये एक छोटी सी स्लाइड है कि होता क्यों है। तो ये हमारी एक पहली जो ड्रग है यष्टि मधु, गुजरात में इसको जेठी मध बोलते हैं, ग्लाइसिरेजा ग्लैब्रा इसका बॉटनिकल नेम है। अगर आप इसका इफेक्ट देखने जाएंगे तो ग्लाइसराइजिंग कॉजेज राइज इन ब्लड प्रेशर, इससे ब्लड प्रेशर बढ़ता है। और अगर आप ऑलरेडी एक एंटी हाइपरटेंसिव ड्रग खा रहे हैं, अब देखिए क्या होता है, हमको मालूम नहीं है, हम वी हैव ब्लड प्रेशर, हमको ब्लड प्रेशर की दवा चलती है ऑलरेडी, कोई डायूरेटिक खाता है, कोई हाइड्रोक्लोरोथायजाइड खाता है, तो कोई स्पाइरोनोलेक्टोन खाता है। ये सब दवा जो है ये हाइपरटेंसिव पेशेंट में काम आती है, जो उसका ब्लड प्रेशर कंट्रोल में रखती है। लेकिन साथ में अगर आप जेठी मत खाना चालू कर दें किसी के कहने पे, या किसी प्रिस्क्राइबर के कहने पे जिसको ये ड्रग इंटरेक्शन पता नहीं है, तो आपको जो ड्रग दवा का इफेक्ट है वो कम हो जाएगा। कम हो जाएगा, इतना कम होगा कि आपको लगेगा कि मेरा ब्लड प्रेशर कंट्रोल में नहीं आ रहा है, जबकि इसकी वजह जो है वो ये है कि आप ग्लाइसराइजिन खा रहे हैं जो ऑलरेडी आपका ब्लड प्रेशर बढ़ा रही है। दूसरी है एक दवा जिसको बोलते हैं डिजॉक्सिन। जो दुकान में काम करते हैं उनको पता होगा, लेनॉक्सिन या लेनॉक्सिकैप्सी मिलती है। इट इज ए कार्डियक ग्लाइकोसाइड। जो जिनका हार्ट कमजोर होता है, जिनकी हार्ट मसल कमजोर होती है, हम उनको डिजॉक्सिन देते हैं। डिजॉक्सिन की एक प्रॉपर्टी होती है, उसका एक टॉक्सिक नेचर होता है। वो अगर कंट्रोल नेचर में आप उसको दोगे तो वो आपके हार्ट की स्ट्रेंथ बढ़ाएगा। लेकिन जब साथ में आपने जेठी मत दिया है, तो जेठी मत की वजह से हाइपोकैलेमिया होता है, पोटेशियम होता है बॉडी में वो कम हो जाता है। तो इसकी वजह से जो टॉक्सिसिटी है डिजॉक्सिन की वो बढ़ जाती है। जो टॉक्सिसिटी हम कंट्रोल करके दे रहे थे जिससे हार्ट मसल स्ट्रेंथ बढ़ रही थी, वो अब कंट्रोल में नहीं आके वो ज्यादा हो रही है। उसकी वजह से एबनॉर्मल हार्ट रिदम भी आ सकती है और कंजेस्टिव हार्ट फेलियर भी हो सकता है। तो ये 2 बड़े एग्जाम्पल हैं जेठी मत के। इसके अलावा जेठी मत के कुछ और ड्रग इंटरेक्शन भी है। एक तो ये एस्ट्रोजन के लेवल्स को कम करता है, इट चेंजेस हार्मोन लेवल्स इन बॉडी। इफ यू आर टेकिंग एस्ट्रोजन इट माइट डिक्रीज द इफेक्ट ऑफ एस्ट्रोजन। तो ये हार्मोन है जो फीमेल्स एस्ट्रोजन पे है, उनके लिए ये एक ड्रग इंटरेक्शन है। अगर आप लूप डायूरेटिक्स लेते हैं जो जिससे यूरिन की मात्रा बढ़ जाती है, तो लिक्विड्स के साथ अगर आप दे रहे हैं जेठी मध के साथ, इससे पोटेशियम का लेवल बहुत कम हो जाता है, क्योंकि जेठी मध सेल्फ पोटेशियम लेवल कम करता है। तो जो पोटेशियम डिफिशियंसी होती है वो उससे हो जाएगी अगर आप ऑलरेडी डायूरेटिक पे हैं तो। आ, एलोवेरा, जो देखिए ये तो आपको सबको मालूम ही है, इसके तो जूस भी अवेलेबल है मार्केट में। आ, जो एलोवेरा होता है उसका जूस होता है वो लेक्सेटिव होता है, यानी जो लोग कॉन्स्टिपेशन होता है जिन लोगों को, उनको अगर आप ये देंगे तो उनका कॉन्स्टिपेशन रिलीव होगा। ये तो घर घर में होता है, तो बहुत लोग इसका जूस बना के पीते हैं विदाउट नोइंग द इफेक्ट की इसके इफेक्ट क्या आ सकते हैं। Cardiac glycosides and antiarrhythmic agents are potentiated by reducing potassium via laxative effect of the plant। तो किसी को अगर आपने खिला दिया है और उसको कार्डियक ग्लाइकोसाइड भी चलता है, या उसको एक एंटी एरिथमिक एजेंट चल रहा है, एंटी एरिथमिक हम सबको मालूम है, एरिथमिया मतलब इरेगुलर हार्ट बीट, कार्डियक ग्लाइकोसाइड तब दिया जाता है जब हार्ट मसल वीक हो जाती है। तो जब आप ये देते हैं तो वो ये क्या करता है, लैक्सेटिव इफेक्ट के कारण बॉडी से पोटेशियम का लेवल कम होने लगता है। तो पोटेशियम का लेवल कम होता है तो इसकी वजह से कार्डियक ग्लाइकोसाइड्स और एंटी एरिथमिक ड्रग्स का जो इफेक्ट है वो बढ़ जाता है। दिस इज अ ड्रग इंटरेक्शन। सेकेंडली, इसको प्रेग्नेंट वुमन में हम यूज नहीं करते हैं क्योंकि इट कॉजेज यूट्राइन कॉन्ट्रैक्शंस एंड अबॉर्शन। तो ये इंफॉर्मेशन आपको ध्यान रखनी चाहिए कि प्रेग्नेंट वुमन में नहीं यूज करना चाहिए। इसका रीजन क्या है, देखिए घर में आजकल बहुत लोग लगाने लग गए हैं एलोवेरा, बहुत सारे यूजेस है उसके, बहुत सारे जूसेस में आजकल ये आने लगा है। तो यू शुड अवॉइड इन प्रेग्नेंट वुमन एज इट कॉजेज अबॉर्शन। This you all know. We are drinking it regularly 3 times a day. Sometimes people want more amount of adu in their tea. It is in the tea, it is in the food, सब जगह होता है, हमारे खाने का बहुत बड़ा पार्ट है। दिन में 3 या 4 बार हम अदरक की चाय पी लेते हैं, लेकिन देखिए इसका जो इफेक्ट है वो ऐसा रहता है कि खून को पतला करता है। तो अगर आप एस्पिरिन खा रहे हैं, आप ब्रूफेन खा रहे हैं, या ऑलरेडी आपको हिपैरिन या वारफेरिन चलता है जो कि खून ऑलरेडी पतला कर रहा है आपका। देखिए एस्पिरिन और आइबुप्रोफेन एक नॉर्मल पेन किलर है, तो ये पेन किलर अगर आप खा रहे हैं, अगर ये आप पेन किलर खा रहे हैं तो हो सकता है कि आपका अगर रेगुलर रूटीन में है आपको ये एस्पिरिन, जैसे बहुत सारे कार्डियक पेशेंट्स होते हैं उनको एस्पिरिन 75 और 150 मिलीग्राम कंटिन्यूस दिया जाता है ताकि उनका खून पतला रहे, क्लॉटिंग टेंडेंसीज नहीं हो। अगर साथ में आप अदरक भी खा रहे हैं तो ये आपका खून पतला करेगा ही करेगा। ब्रूफेन और एस्पिरिन बहुत कॉमन सी दवाई है जो कॉम्बिफ्लैम में भी आती है, और एस्पिरिन तो वैसे भी अवेलेबल है। इट मे कॉज एबनॉर्मल ब्लीडिंग। देखिए इसमें क्या होता है कि कभी कोई गिर जाता है, किसी के सर में चोट आ जाती है, इंटरनल ब्लीडिंग चालू हो जाती है, तो ये आदू जो है ये आपके इंटरनल ब्लीडिंग बढ़ाएगा अगर आप गिर गए तो, क्योंकि ऑलरेडी आपको एस्पिरिन चल रहा है। Concurrent use of ginger and anticoagulants may result in increased risk of bleeding। तो ये ब्लीडिंग टेंडेंसीज जो है इसमें बहुत बढ़ जाती है क्योंकि खून बहुत ज्यादा पतला हो जाता है अगर आप अदरक बहुत ज्यादा खा रहे हैं तो। एम्ब्लिका ऑफिशिनलिस, आंवला जिसको आप बोलते हैं, ये तो ये भी एक ऐसा फ्रूट है जो बहुत लोग विटामिन सी के लिए खाते हैं। बहुत लोग इसमें इतने गुण होते हैं कि इसको उबाल के रखा जाता है, लोग खाते हैं दिन भर इसको। इसका एक मेजर इफेक्ट आप सबको मालूम है कि इट कॉजेस लैक्सेशन, जो पेट को बहुत अच्छे से साफ कर देता है। आंवला जूस सिग्निफिकेंटली इंक्रीज द आयरन बायोअवेलेबिलिटी इंडिकेटिंग द पॉसिबल सिनर्जिस्टिक इफेक्ट्स। अगर आपको आयरन डेफिशिएंसी है और आप खा रहे हैं साथ में आंवला और आयरन टैबलेट्स, आपको टैबलेट भी आप ले रहे हैं या आयरन सप्लीमेंट्स ले रहे हैं, तो आंवला आयरन का एब्जॉर्प्शन बढ़ाएगा, प्रॉपर्टी ऑफ आयरन, तो इट इज वेरी गुड इंटरेक्शन। माइल्ड लेक्सेटिव, सो इट पोटेंशिएट्स लेक्सेटिव इफेक्ट। तो अगर आपको कॉन्स्टिपेशन का प्रॉब्लम है, आप आंवला खाते हैं और कुछ कुछ क्वांटिटी में आप अगर एक कोई लेक्सेटिव भी खाते हैं तो इससे आपका पेट बहुत जल्दी साफ होगा। शुड नॉट बी यूज्ड इन अल्सरेटिव कोलाइटिस। देखिए अल्सरेटिव कोलाइटिस एक ऐसी बीमारी होती है जिसमें बॉडी में से म्यूकस और ब्लड बाहर आता है, और डायरिया भी एक ऐसी बीमारी है जिससे फ्लूइड बहुत सारा लूज होता है। उस केस में आंवला नहीं लेना चाहिए क्योंकि इसका इफेक्ट ऑलरेडी आपका एक लेक्सेटिव इफेक्ट रहता है, एंड इट इंटरेक्ट्स विद एंटी डायरियल ड्रग्स। डायरिया, आपको किसी वजह से डायरिया हो गया है तो आपको आंवला नहीं खाना चाहिए क्योंकि आप ऑलरेडी मेडिकेशन पे हैं। अश्वगंधा, आप ये देखिए, ये बहुत सारे लोगों को मालूम है, बहुत सारों को नहीं मालूम है। इससे नींद आती है, सो हेल्प पीपल फॉल asleep फास्टर। खाने से इसको नींद आती है, और ज्यादातर जो लोग ये खाते हैं वो ज्यादातर नींद में ही रहते हैं। दे पोटेंशिएट द इफेक्ट ऑफ बार्बिट्रेट्स एंड अदर सेडेटिव्स। देखिए आप लोगों ने सबने सीएनएस ड्रग्स के बारे में सुना होगा, बहुत सारे लोग सेल ऑफ भी करते हैं इसको। कैटेगरी आती है सेडेटिव्स एंड हिप्नोटिक्स, उसमें दो कैटेगरीज रहती हैं, बार्बिट्रेट्स और बेंजोडाइजेपिन्स। जो डाइजिबाम आता है आपका और फिनोबार्बिटॉन आता है, इन दोनों का इफेक्ट जो रहता है इट इज स्लीपिंग इफेक्ट, इट कॉजेज स्लीप। सो जब आप ये खाते हैं विधेन या सोमनीफेरा अश्वगंधा, इसकी वजह से जो इफेक्ट है वो बढ़ जाएगा इन दोनों कैटेगरीज का, सेडेटिव्स एंड हिप्नोटिक्स का। ब्राह्मी हम सबको मालूम है, दिमाग तेज करने के लिए बहुत सारे लोग, मेमोरी शार्प करने के लिए बहुत सारे बच्चों को भी खिलाया जाता है ब्राह्मी। बेकोपा मोनेरिया बाम बोलते हैं। इसके बहुत सारे कुछ इफेक्ट ऐसे हैं मेमोरी एनहांसर के अलावा जो हम बहुत सारे लोगों को मालूम नहीं है। पहला तो इसका एक एंटी एपिलेप्टिक इफेक्ट रहता है। बॉडी में एक सिस्टम होता है गामा अमाइनो बुटारिक एसिड, गाबार्जिक सिस्टम इसको बोलते हैं, जो कि जिसको ब्राह्मी जिस सिस्टम को बढ़ाता है, कहना चाहिए इसको, उसका जो इफेक्ट है गाबा का उसको ब्राह्मी बढ़ाता है, जिससे एक एंटी एपिलेप्टिक इफेक्ट आता है। इसका एक एंटी डिप्रेसेंट इफेक्ट भी आता है दिमाग के ऊपर थ्रू एडेप्टोजेनिक इफेक्ट। अब ये एडेप्टोजेनिक क्या होता है कि जब आप किसी प्लांट के एक्सट्रैक्ट को आप पीते हो सिर्फ इसके लिए ताकि आपका स्ट्रेस दूर हो और आप नॉर्मली काम कर सको, उसको बोलते हैं एडेप्टोजेनिक इफेक्ट। तो ये एंटी डिप्रेसेंट इफेक्ट भी आता है इस ड्रग का। तो अगर आप किसी एंटी डिप्रेसेंट पे हैं तो ब्राह्मी लेने से आपको फायदा होता है। एक्सट्रैक्ट गिवन विद फेनिटोइन रिवर्सेस फेनिटोइन इंड्यूस्ड कॉग्निटिव इम्पेयरमेंट। देखिए फेनिटोइन खाने से एक बीमारी हो जाती है, बीमारी क्या बोलना चाहिए, इसको बोलते हैं हमको भूलने की आदत पड़ जाती है, हम याद नहीं रख पाते ज्यादा, ना कॉन्सेंट्रेशन बैठता है। तो ब्राह्मी अगर खाते हैं तो वो जो इफेक्ट है वो कम हो जाता है, हमको याद रहने की टेंडेंसी और कॉन्सेंट्रेशन बढ़ता है। फिर इट इज ए गुड एंटीऑक्सीडेंट and also inhibit depletion of acetylcholine, so it also inhibits depletion of acetylcholine. Then comes nirbrahmi or manduk parni or centella asiatica, for management of both type 1 and type 2 diabetes. Diabetes, we all know, diabetes mellitus, it is the unnecessary sugar levels which we have. So nirbrahmi is used for both. So if you are taking nirbrahmi, then you have to see which anti-diabetic drug you are taking विथ निर्ब्राह्मी। आप कौन सी डायबिटीज की दवा खाते हैं, आपको अपना शुगर लेवल मॉनिटर करना ही पड़ेगा, क्योंकि इसका जो इफेक्ट है वो शुगर लो करने का इफेक्ट रहता है। तो आपको अगर आप एंटी डायबिटिक ड्रग खाते हैं तो आप अपने कंसल्टेंट से बात करिए कि मैं ये खा रहा हूँ तो इस वजह से मेरा शुगर लेवल इतना है, मुझे कौन सी दवा और कितने डोज में लेनी है। दूसरा एक ये हाइपोलिपिडेमिक इफेक्ट भी आता है इसका। तो आप कोलेस्ट्रॉल लोअरिंग ड्रग खा रहे हैं, कोई स्टैटिन खा रहे हैं आप, तो इसकी वजह से आपका निर्ब्राह्मी अगर आप साथ में खा रहे हैं तो हो सकता है आपके जो लेवल्स है वो जल्दी से कंट्रोल में आ जाए। तो ये आपको हमेशा एक अपने फिजिशियन से कंसल्ट करके ही लेना चाहिए। और इसका एक एडिटिव इफेक्ट रहता है सिरेटिव्स जो पेशेंट को काम करते हैं, एजिटेटेड पेशेंट को। निर्ब्राह्मी जो है वो उसमें उसमें भी इसका एक रोल रहता है। तो आप ऑलरेडी अगर एक सिरेटिव खा रहे हैं तो हो सकता है उसका डोज कम हो जाए निर्ब्राह्मी की वजह से। दिस वी ऑल नो, ये हम सबको मालूम है, हल्दी हम रोज खाने में खाते हैं। पोस्ट कोविड लोगों ने गोल्डन मिल्क पीना चालू किया था जिसमें दूध में सिर्फ हल्दी ही हल्दी थी। तो जिसको नहीं मालूम है उसको आज पता लग जाएगा कि इसके बहुत सारे ऐसे इफेक्ट हैं। आपको एक एंटीबायोटिक इफेक्ट देने के अलावा, इम्यूनिटी बढ़ाने के अलावा कुछ ऐसे इफेक्ट हैं जो हमको ऑब्जर्व करने चाहिए। पहला तो इसका एक एंटी प्लेटलेट इफेक्ट रहता है। देखिए प्लेटलेट जो होता है वो क्लॉटिंग के लिए यूज होता है। एंटी प्लेटलेट मतलब ये आपके खून को पतला करेगा। तो इट हैज एंटी एग्रीगेटरी इफेक्ट सो इन कॉशन विद थ्रोम्बोसाइटोपिनिया। थ्रोम्बोसाइटोपिनिया एक ऐसी बीमारी होती है जब आपके प्लेटलेट काउंट बहुत कम हो जाते हैं, जैसे डेंगू होता है तो उसमें प्लेटलेट काउंट बहुत कम हो जाते हैं। एंड पेशेंट विद प्लेटलेट डिसऑर्डर्स, जिनको प्लेटलेट डिसऑर्डर्स रहते हैं उनको भी ये जो हल्दी है कंट्रोल में खानी चाहिए। इंटरेक्शन विद एंटीप्लेटलेट ड्रग्स लाइक इकोस्प्रिन, इकोस्प्रिन और एस्प्रिन 75 और 150 मिलीग्राम। इकोस्प्रिन इज अ ब्रांड। सो आपको पहले भी बताया था मैंने कि 75 और 150 मिलीग्राम जब इकोस्प्रिन लेते हैं तो उसकी वजह से आपका खून वैसे भी पतला है क्योंकि वो एंटीप्लेटलेट इफेक्ट एस्प्रिन का आता ही है। तो साथ में अगर आप हल्दी खाने के अलावा अगर आप हल्दी दिन में 2 बार या दिन में 3 बार खाते हैं तो आपको इस चीज का ध्यान रखना चाहिए। खून आपका ज्यादा पतला हो सकता है, उस वजह से ब्लीडिंग का इश्यू रहता है इंटरनल इंजरीज में। सो caution with patients taking aspirin and warfarin. Warfarin एक एंटीकोएगुलेंट ड्रग है। दिस वी ऑल नो, अभी इसका सीजन गया है। वी ऑल नो इसका जो जामुन जो है इसका ग्लासेस मिलती है इसके बीज की, जिसमें लोग पानी भर के रोज पीते हैं फॉर हैविंग लो ब्लड शुगर लेवल। पोटेंशिएट्स द एक्टिविटी ऑफ ओरल हाइपोग्लाइसेमिक। ओरल हाइपोग्लाइसेमिक्स मतलब जैसे मेटफॉर्मिन है या ग्लिमिपराइड है, ये आप ओरली खाते हैं शुगर कंट्रोल करने के लिए। अगर आप साथ में ये ले रहे हैं तो बेटर ये है कि आप अपना शुगर मॉनिटर करें और अपने डायबिटोलॉजिस्ट या एंडोक्राइनोलॉजिस्ट से पूछ के उसकी डोज एडजस्ट करें। नीम इज अवेलेबल एवरीवेयर, सब जगह अवेलेबल है, पर इसकी पत्तियां खाने से लोगों की आदत होती है 2 पत्ती रोज सुबह खाने की। 2 या 3 पत्ती खाते हैं, कोई लोग जूस बना के पी जाते हैं। डायबिटिक medications, the combined use of which can cause blood sugar levels to drop to dangerously low levels। इसकी वजह से जो शुगर लेवल है वो बहुत ज्यादा कम हो सकता है। इसके लिए आप जो डायबिटिक पेशेंट्स हैं उनको इन सब चीजों का बहुत ध्यान रखना चाहिए। नहीं है तो आप अपने प्रिस्क्राइबर से पूछिए या किसी आयुर्वेदिक प्रिस्क्राइबर से जाके पूछिए कि मेरा एलोपैथिक मेडिसिन ये चलता है, मेरे को ये मेडिकेशन मेरे को लेना है, नीम तो कितना लूं और उसका शुगर लेवल पे कितना इफेक्ट पड़ेगा। Tulsi, we are drinking it every day with a mixture of tulsi and ginger। ये जो नॉर्मल रूटीन है हमारे लिए, या तो पत्ती खाएंगे या चाय में पिएंगे। नॉर्मली जब हम इसको लेते हैं तब मेन इसका जो इंडिकेशन होता है वो होता है कि किसी को सर्दी खांसी हो गई है। तो लिया इसलिए जाता है क्योंकि इसका एक इफेक्ट है, उसको बोलते हैं ब्रोंको डायलेटर इफेक्ट। इसको लेने से, इसको सूंघने से आपके जो फेफड़े हैं वो खुल जाते हैं, आपको सांस लेने में परेशानी नहीं होती। तो इसका इफेक्ट एक एडिटिव इफेक्ट आता है। तो अगर आप ऑलरेडी सैल्ब्यूटामॉल ले रहे हैं तो ब्रोंको डायलेशन आपको अच्छे से होगा। मेडिकेशन दैट स्लो ब्लड क्लॉटिंग इंटरेक्ट्स विद तुलसी। तो जो लोग जो लोग ऑलरेडी एस्पिरिन खा रहे हैं उनके लिए ज्यादा तुलसी खाना फायदे में नहीं है क्योंकि उससे ब्लड क्लॉटिंग जो है वो और स्लो हो जाती है। इसकी वजह से ब्रूजिंग और ब्लीडिंग टेंडेंसीज फिर से बढ़ जाती हैं। तो ये हमने बहुत सारे ड्रग्स में देखा है कि जब इस तरह की ड्रग हम लेते हैं जो प्लेटलेट्स के साथ इंटरफेयर करती हैं, उसमें आप एक नॉर्मल आदमी को, एक पेशेंट को ब्रूजिंग या ब्लीडिंग टेंडेंसीज रहती हैं। मधुनाशनी, दैट इज मेद सांगी, potentiates the hypoglycemic action of oral hypoglycemic drugs and insulin. Potentiates the hypoglycemic action of oral hypo. तो अगेन अगर आप इंसुलिन ले रहे हैं या कोई ड्रग ऐसी ले रहे हैं जिससे ब्लड शुगर लेवल कम होती है, तो आपका जो इफेक्ट है वो बढ़ जाएगा, क्योंकि ऑलरेडी इसका जो इफेक्ट है मेद सांगी का वो ब्लड शुगर लेवल कम करने का इफेक्ट है। जस्ट मिनट। Then comes Arjun, Tarimlila Arjuna or Sadat जो बोला जाता है इसको. It has anti-platelet aggregation action, so it is contraindicated in bleeding disorders. There are many drugs which are reducing the platelet aggregation or which are thinning the blood. तो ये एक और दवा है जिससे ब्लीडिंग डिसऑर्डर्स हो सकते हैं अगर आप ऑलरेडी एक एंटीकोएगुलेंट पे हैं तो. हाई डोजेस, देखिए एक बीमारी होती है जिसमें हमको नाइट्रेट्स देने पड़ते हैं, जिसको हम बोलते हैं एंजाइना. एंजाइना में लोग नाइट्रेट्स लेते हैं. अगर नाइट्रेट्स के साथ आपने अर्जुन लिया है तो इस वजह से बहुत सारे पेशेंट्स को थ्रॉबिंग हेडेक होता है, बहुत तेज सरदर्द होता है इन सब इंडिविजुअल. तो ये एक ड्रग इंटरेक्शन है नाइट्रेट्स के साथ. गूगल, सबको मालूम है ये ड्रग, ये और एलोवेरा तो बहुत फेमस है. गूगलिपिड व्हेन गिवन विद प्रोपेनोल, जो बीटा ब्लॉकर होते हैं और जो एस इनहिबिटर्स होते हैं डिल्टियाजिन, दे डिक्रीज देयर बायो अवेलेबिलिटी. तो देखिए बायो अवेलेबिलिटी आपको याद हो तो ठीक है, नहीं तो बायो अवेलेबिलिटी का मतलब ये है कि ड्रग खाने के बाद हमको कुछ घंटे बाद वो ड्रग के ब्लड के अंदर कितनी आई है. तो जो नॉर्मल केसेस में जो अवेलेबिलिटी है, अगर कोई आप दूसरी ड्रग नहीं ले रहे हैं तो वो नॉर्मली आपको ब्लड के अंदर मिल जाएगी जितना चाहिए एक घंटे के बाद. लेकिन साथ में अगर आपने गूगल लिया है तो दोनों की बायो अवेलेबिलिटी कम हो जाएगी. यानी जो बीटा ब्लॉकर का इफेक्ट है या जो एस इनहिबिटर का जो इफेक्ट है वो कम हो जाएगा या थोड़ी देर बाद आएगा. तो जो इफेक्ट आप प्रेडिक्ट कर रहे थे कि इतनी देर में आना चाहिए वो नहीं आता है गूगल लेने के बाद. So it reduces the bioavailability. Then comes Jatamansi, Valeria Jatamansi. Induces sleep, खाने से नींद आती है. It interacts with your benzodiazepines and other sedatives like barbiturates. So potentiates the effect. Again, one more effect, it reduces both systolic and diastolic blood pressure in essential hypertension and interacts with एंटी-हाइपरटेंसिव ड्रग. तो अगर आपका बीपी ये खाने के बाद बहुत ज्यादा कम हो गया है तो आप समझ लीजिए कि जटामांसी और जो आप बीपी की दवा खा रहे थे दोनों का एक इंटरेक्शन हो गया है और इसकी वजह से आपका बीपी बहुत कम हो गया है. तो इसकी वजह, तो ये अगर आप जटामांसी अगर आप खा रहे हैं तो आपको दोनों फिजिशियंस को कंसल्ट करना चाहिए, आयुर्वेदिक एंड एलोपैथिक बोथ. तभी आपको पता चलेगा कि आपको कितने डोज में क्या लेना है. जायफल, मिस्टिका फ्रेग्रेंस, ये देखिए इसका एक अजीब से एक टॉक्सिक इफेक्ट आता है कि ये एक इट इज ए रीनल टॉक्सिन. अगर हायर ज्यादा डोज में आपने ज्यादा खा ली तो ये किडनी पे इसका बहुत खराब इफेक्ट आता है। तो जो 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 कुछ दवाएं जो आप ऑलरेडी ले रहे हैं, अगर आप किडनी पेशेंट्स हैं तो ये उसको उसके साथ इंटरेक्ट करेगी और किडनी पे बहुत खराब डैमेज आता है इसका। तो ये बहुत कंट्रोल में खाना चाहिए इसको। Micuna potentiates the action of anti-Parkinsonian drug as it contains L-dopa। देखिए पार्किंसोनियम एक ऐसी बीमारी होती है, पार्किंसोनिज्म, जिसमें डोपामिन का लेवल कम हो जाता है। तो अगर आप ऑलरेडी कोई एलोपैथिक दवा खा रहे हैं जिससे डोपामिन का लेवल बढ़ रहा है और साथ में आपने ये खाया है कौनचा, तो इससे जो डोपामिन का लेवल है वो और बढ़ जाएगा। तो इट इज एन एडिटिव इफेक्ट, प्लस हो जाता है एलोपैथिक और हर्बल मेडिकेशन का इफेक्ट। मंजिस्टा और रूबिया कार्डिफोलिया, इसका एक एक्सपेरिमेंटेशन था। इसका जो ईथर एक्सट्रैक्ट है वो एक एंटी कन्वल्सेंट जैसे काम करता है, और इसका जो दूसरी ड्रग्स है लाइक फिनोबार्बिटोन, उसका जो इफेक्ट है उसको डबल कर देते हैं। तो स्लीपिंग टाइम है पेशेंट का वो बढ़ जाता है। काटुकी पिकोराइजा, again having a laxative effect. So if you are already taking a medication which causes laxation, then you have to control the dose of the allopathic medication. There is one more effect, it causes hypoglycemia and it is a very good bronchodilator. So these three effects are totally different। और ये अगर आप तीनों में से कोई भी कैटेगरी की एलोपैथिक दवा खाते हैं तो आपको कटुकी कंट्रोल डोज में लेनी ही पड़ेगी, क्योंकि तो जो इफेक्ट है वो जस्ट डबल होगा। लेक्सेटिव इज फाइन, पर हाइपोग्लाइसेमिक अगर आप खा रहे हैं तो उसकी वजह से हो सकता है बॉडी का जो ब्लड शुगर लेवल है वो कम हो जाए। डीपली इट एनहांसेस, इसका एक ही इफेक्ट है कि बहुत सारी जो दवाइयां हैं उसका जो ब्लड कॉन्सेंट्रेशन है वो पीपली खाने के बाद बढ़ जाता है। बहुत सारी दवाएं हैं। टर्मिनिला चेबुला, अगेन लेक्सेटिव इफेक्ट, हर्ड बोलते हैं उसको। इसका एक लेक्सेटिव इफेक्ट आता है बॉडी के ऊपर। तो अगर आप कॉन्स्टिपेटिंग आप कॉन्स्टिपेशन है तो आप ये ले सकते हैं, और आपका जो इंटरेक्शन होगा इसका वो लेक्सेटिव ड्रग्स के साथ होगा। अगर आप सेना खाते हैं या अगर आप ग्लिसरीन ले रहे हैं तो वो जो इफेक्ट है वो बढ़ जाएगा। लहसुन तो एक नॉर्मल हमारा फूड कॉन्डिमेंट है। वी आर ईटिंग इट विद, नॉर्मली वी आर ईटिंग इट विद फूड। इसके बहुत सारे इंटरेक्शन रहते हैं। पहला है कि इट इंटरेक्ट्स विद एस्पिरिन, वार्फेरिन एंड पोटेंशिएट्स एंटी थ्रोम्बोटिक इफेक्ट, यानी जो खून पतला करने का जो टेंडेंसी होता है वो बढ़ जाएगा इन दोनों ही ड्रग्स का। गार्लिक 250 मिलीग्राम पर केजी विद कैप्टोप्रिल, एक एस इनहिबिटर होता है जो हम बीपी के पेशेंट्स में देते हैं। इसका दोनों का कंबाइंड इफेक्ट आता है, उसको सिनर्जिस्टिक इफेक्ट बोलते हैं, और इससे जो ब्लड प्रेशर है वो बहुत ज्यादा कम हो जाता है। Concurrent use of garlic and anticoagulants result in increased risk of bleeding। देखिए डोज अगर कंट्रोल में नहीं है दोनों दवाओं की, एक एलोपैथिक एक हर्बल, तो वो ब्लीडिंग टेंडेंसीज उसमें बढ़ेगी। सर्पगंधा, ये ज्यादातर लोगों को मालूम रहता है, लेकिन it interacts with CNS depressants, alcohols and non-steroidal anti-inflammatory drugs as it induces sleep। देखिए इसका जो इफेक्ट है वो टोटल सीएनएस पे, इसे नींद आती है, दर्द कम होता है। तो इसकी वजह से जो तीनों कैटेगरीज हैं, सीएनएस डिप्रेसेंट्स, अल्कोहल्स एंड नॉन स्टेरॉइडल एंटी इंफ्लेमेटरी ड्रग्स, ये सब का इफेक्ट जो है वो पोटेंशिएट हो जाएगा, just because it is having analgesic and sleeping tendencies। पुनर्नवा बहुत सारे लोगों को दिया जाता है रिजुविनेशन के लिए। should be used carefully with diuretics as it may show additive effect। इसका जो इफेक्ट है वो यूरिनेशन का है। तो इसमें अगर आप कोई ऑलरेडी डायूरेटिक खा रहे हैं, नॉर्मली लोग क्लोरथैलिडोन या हाइड्रोक्लोरोथायजाइड खाते हैं तो इसका जो इफेक्ट है वो उनके साथ बढ़ जाएगा। बीपी कम हो सकता है, इडिमा कम हो सकता है। बीपी के केस में हमको ध्यान रखना चाहिए। मेथी वी आर ऑल ईटिंग, बहुत सारे लोग जिनको शुगर रहती है, हाई ब्लड शुगर, वो मेथी खाते हैं। तो इट इंटरेक्ट्स विद हाइपोग्लाइसेमिक ड्रग्स, कॉजेस हाइपोप्रोलैक्टिमी। देखिए जो कुछ कुछ दवा ऐसी होती है जैसे ब्रोमोक्रिप्टिन है, वो हाइपोप्रोलैक्टिमिया करती है। अगर आप मेथी देते हैं तो उसका जस्ट रिवर्स इफेक्ट आता है, दैट इज हाइपर प्रोलैक्टिमिया। तो दिस इज अ ड्रग इंटरेक्शन विद ब्रोमोक्रिप्टिन। Again, it causes thinning of blood. So if you are giving with warfarin or aspirin, इससे खून पतला होने का चांसेस और ज्यादा हो जाते हैं। Kalonji, Nigella sativa, causes constipation, cannot be given with laxatives. तो एक तरफ तो आप ये खा रहे हैं, दूसरी तरफ आपको कॉन्स्टिपेशन है, दूसरी तरफ आप एक लेक्सेटिव खा रहे हैं। दोनों का जो ड्रग इंटरेक्शन है वो अपोजिट हो गया। इससे कॉन्स्टिपेशन होगा और आप लेक्सेटिव ले रहे हैं, आपको ऑलरेडी कॉन्स्टिपेशन है, तो ये ड्रग नहीं चलेगी आपको। Black seed might lower blood pressure. Taking black seed along with medications that lower blood pressure might cause blood pressure to go too low. एंटी हाइपरटेंसिव ड्रग्स जो होती हैं उनके साथ अगर आप लेंगे, इसका एक इफेक्ट ये भी है कि ये आपका ब्लड प्रेशर कम करता है। तो जब आप ये उसके साथ लेंगे तो ब्लड प्रेशर और कम हो जाएगा। तो ये आपको फिर से मॉनिटर करना पड़ेगा और डोज के लिए आपको डॉक्टर के पास जाना पड़ेगा। करेला, तो करेला का जूस बहुत कॉमन है डायबिटिक पेशेंट्स में। तो हाइपोग्लाइसेमिक एक्शन रहता है इसका। देखिए बहुत सारे केसेस ऐसे आते हैं जिसमें लोग मेथी भी चालू कर देते हैं, करेला भी चालू कर देते हैं और उनको एक एलोपैथिक मेडिसिन ऑलरेडी चल रही होती है। इस वजह से ब्लड शुगर लेवल कभी कभी बहुत ज्यादा कम हो जाती है। दिस इज अ टाइप ऑफ ड्रग इंटरेक्शन। तो ये आपको, अगर आप ले रहे हैं तो इनिशियली जब आप दवा चालू करते हैं तो आपको मॉनिटर करना चाहिए कि हम कितनी ले रहे हैं और हमारा ब्लड शुगर लेवल लेने की 2 घंटे बाद कितना है। अगेन इट हैज a spermatocidal activity, so should be avoided in oligospermia. ये कुछ स्लाइड्स हैं जो इंफॉर्मेशन है आपके लिए, जो नंबर ऑफ हर्ब डिस्क्राइब, नंबर ऑफ इंट्रैक्शंस कितने हैं, अलग अलग किताबों से लिया हुआ डेटा है। जैसे कार्डियोटोनिक मेडिसिन है, उसके हर्बल कार्डियोटोनिक्स के 11 इंटरेक्शंस पता है, लेक्सेटिव्स के 17 इंटरेक्शन हमको पता है। ऐसे बहुत सारे अलग अलग किताबों में इंटरेक्शन दिए हुए हैं। ये स्लाइड्स मैंने शेयर करी हुई हैं, तो अगर आप चाहें तो इसको पढ़ सकते हैं। लास्ट कंक्लूजन ये है कि आपको जब आप कोई भी दवा, हर्बल ड्रग आप लेते हैं और कोई भी एलोपैथिक मेडिसिन लेते हैं, तो आपको एक थेरापेटिक विंडो जो होती है, उसका जो इफेक्ट है और उसका साइड इफेक्ट है, वो ध्यान में रख के ही लिया जाना चाहिए। उसके लिए आपको किसी फिजिशियन जो कि आयुर्वेद ओरिजिन का भी हो सकता है या एक एलोपैथिक ओरिजिन का भी हो सकता है, उससे कंसल्ट करके ही लेना चाहिए। खासकर जब एंटी कोएगुलेंट्स और एंटी तो नहीं, सीएनएस रिलेटेड ड्रग्स अगर है तो बहुत सारी दवाएं जो एंजाइम को इंड्यूस करती हैं, एंजाइम को इनहिबिट करती हैं, उसमें हमको बहुत ध्यान रखना चाहिए। अगर जानकारी नहीं है तो नहीं लें, क्योंकि एक ही एंजाइम पे एक एलोपैथिक मेडिसिन भी काम कर सकती है और एक हर्बल ड्रग भी काम कर सकती है। अगर आप पढ़ सकते हैं तो थोड़ा पढ़िए, फिर डॉक्टर से कंसल्ट करिए और उसके बाद मेडिकेशन लीजिए। कभी भी मल्टीपल ड्रग कॉम्बिनेशंस नहीं लेने चाहिए, क्योंकि देखिए जानकारी सबको रहती है लेकिन आधी जानकारी बहुत रिस्की हो जाती है। पेपर में आया है या किसी दोस्त ने बोल दिया है तो हम 2-3 दवा हर्बल चालू कर देते हैं, ये जाने बगैर कि उसके दूसरे इफेक्ट भी हो सकते हैं। तो जब आप ऑलरेडी एलोपैथिक मेडिकेशन पे हैं तो हर्बल ड्रग अगर आप जब भी चालू करें तो इसका आप जरूर ध्यान रखें। और खासकर जो लोग 65 के अबव हैं या 70-80 के हैं, उनमें तो एक्सपेरिमेंट नहीं करना चाहिए बगैर किसी को कंसल्ट किए। और दूसरा जो जिनको बहुत लंबी बीमारी है, क्योंकि ये ड्रग इंटरेक्शन जो है तो बहुत लंबी बीमारी में अच्छा इफेक्ट भी दे सकते हैं और खराब इफेक्ट भी दे सकते हैं। कुछ रेफरेंसेस हैं जहाँ से ये सब मटेरियल लिया है हमने। थैंक यू।
Thank you very much, Dr. Mahek Bapna, sir. Sir, we are having few questions from the participant.
Yeah.
Sir, am I audible? Yeah. Okay, sir. Sir, participant want to know, can the Google smoke source effect with lower down bioavailability?
Google Smoke.
Yes, sir.
It may, because see, smoke, see, it depends. Now with Google, some of the when you smoke something, most of the ingredients are destroyed. Only the volatile oils are available. So it may it's not necessary.
Okay, sir. Sir, another question is, in the COVID duration, Ayurvedic kadhas are used, but it is having so many problems. What are the reason behind them?
See, one main reason of is excessive use.
Yeah.
One main reason. People use kadha like anything. They drink it like tea. Once it is fine, and secondly, see, you have kadha contains many types of herbal medications. Oh, it's it's a decoction. So if you are drinking it, you have to see that if you are already on some medication, then you have to consult. That is the main issue. Kadha itself doesn't cause any problems. It is the excessive usage and the interactions of the other drugs. And the season, summer season is not recommended for kadha. It is always the winter season, because most of the medications are जो दवाई हैं वो and they are better working better in the winter season.
Yes, sir. Sir, last question is that is the aloe vera causes abortion only by taking orally, and is it possibility that aloe vera can cause kidney malfunction with longer use?
Yes, when you take orally, it will cause abortion. But excessive usage, only excessive usage will cause abortion.
Yes, sir. Okay. Yes, sir. Thank you so much, sir, for your reflective knowledge sharing with our topic today.
Okay, thank you.
Everyone has enjoyed it, sir, and I hope the participant has gained knowledge regarding the herb and allopathic interaction as well. Okay. I would like to inform participants that we will share the content soon. Okay. For the next session, I want to carry forward with Junior Madam. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am. Moving towards our next plenary session. Education is for improving the lives of others and for leaving your community and world better than you found it. Now, moving on to our second plenary session, we have with us Dr. Veena Patel, Associate Professor and Head of the Department of Pharmacognosy, Indukaka Ipkowala College of Pharmacy, New Vidyanagar. She would be delivering a lecture on functional food and nutraceuticals. I would request Ms. Rehana Delveria, Assistant Professor, Pharmacology Department, Indukaka Ipkola College of Pharmacy, to introduce Dr. Veena Patel. Over to you, Rehana Madam.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. A very good morning, everyone. I am Darwadia Rehana Banu, working as Assistant Professor at Indukaka Ipkola College of Pharmacy, New Vidyanagar. My pleasure to introduce to all day two second speaker of Dr. Veena S. Patel. She is going to talk about the functional food nutraceuticals. She has completed her M.Pharm from our AR College of Pharmacy, Vallabh Vidyanagar, Anand, and PhD from RK University, Rajkot, specialization in pharmacognosy. She has a more than 13 years teaching experience. Dr. Veena ma'am currently working as an associate professor, head of Department of Pharmacognosy Induka Kaikwala College of Pharmacy, New Vidyanagar. She has worked as a honorary secretary of Indian Pharmaceutical Association, which an local branch for the year 2016, 2018, and 2020 is awarded with outstanding local branch of Indian Pharmaceutical Association, Mumbai. She has faced rupees 4,70,000 from state and national agency research grant. She has experience of organization several seminar, conference, refresher course as a coordinator. She has completed more than 10 institutional consultancies project. She has a total 12 research paper in peers reviews, national and international journal. She has a present research paper in national and international, present 9 research paper and research paper in national and international conference. Welcome you, ma'am. Over to you, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you, Rehana madam, for kind introduction. And I'm also very much thankful to convener of the program, Dr. Harsha V. Patel, as well as coordinators of the today's online refresher course, Dr. Usman and Dr. Dimal Shah, as well as all the organizing committee members. Sir, madam, Jinal madam, screen is visible?
Yes, ma'am, it is visible. Yes, ma'am. Yes, Veena, ma'am, it is visible.
Yes. Today will the topic I was selected for the refresher course is functional food and nutraceuticals. So let's start. With the famous quote by Hippocrates, the father of medicine, let food be Thai medicine and medicine be Thai food. Means let food be your medicine and medicine be your food. So since ancient period of time, as we are Indian and we know about Ayurveda and Ayurvedic concepts also. So we are very much aware that Ayurveda believes in what? That overall well-being is not only deal with the physical health, but apart from physical health, it also deals with the mental as well as spiritual well-being. So overall well-being. So roots are already there, and now it has been the concept of nutraceutical has been arised from this in late 19th century. So major nutrients that we require, it is very well known to all of us, and that includes carbohydrates, fats, minerals, proteins, vitamins, and water. Okay, but apart from this basic nutrients, there are certain health promoting essential nutritional factors which may have protective and preventive functions for our body. Okay, so the health promoting effect of food beyond this nutritional value is gaining wide popularity in terms of nutraceuticals, in terms of functional food, and many more terminologies has been used to describe this kind of foods. Now let's discuss several reasons for growth of functional food and its market. So the first factor which we consider is definitely aging population. Due to increase in life expectancy, number of elder people continue to rise to total population. And as per the data available on internet, we know that Japan become the older country. According to one research in the Japan, they are having 28% people of overall population. They are having more than about 65 years of age. So this is, we can consider one of the factor. The second factor, definitely health trends.
As we know that there is increase in lifestyle disorders throughout the world, like obesity, heart disease, diabetes, and people have become more nutrition savvy than ever before. And the third reason may be public education. Advent of internet. Uh, it has opened the doors for a wealth of information. Uh, Public curiosity regarding healthcare information can be met by just a single click, which can give them vast information. So these are the several reasons which may attract the people towards the nutraceutical as well as functional food. Now let's see one by one all the terminologies. Is not like that the only two terminology which I have taken in my title, they are used. Many more words can be used throughout the world for this kind of products. So nutraceuticals refer to a broad class of food-derived ingredients that offer health benefits to consumer in addition to general nutritional benefit derived from food, thus rightly falling in intersection between nutrition and pharmaceuticals. So we can say that the role of nutraceuticals is in both the side, that is for disease prevention as well as health promotion. So this word nutraceutical, it was first coined by the scientist Dr. Stephen Defelis in 1989 as the combination of two words, nutrition and pharmaceutical. So it makes nutraceutical word. And it could refer to the product that ranges from isolated nutrients. Okay, so as I just discussed that there are different terminologies has been used, like isolated nutrients, dietary supplements, herbal medicines, functional foods, medical food, specific diet food, as well as beverages. Now let's see the regulation of nutraceutical with respect to India. In India, the scope of regulation for nutraceutical include food for special dietary uses, functional food, nutraceutical, as well as health supplements. And it has been regularized by FSSAI, that is Food Safety and Standards Authority of India, which was established in 2006. And later on, rule has been passed in the year 2010. And according to that rule, no one can sell the product as such without getting registration under FSSAI. What is the market of nutraceutical products in India? With a growing emphasis on prevention over cure, nutraceutical have grown to become an integral part of the healthcare industry. The increase in awareness and use of nutraceutical has led to steep rise in market participants, making way for a thriving competitive landscape in the country. And that landscape includes a wide range of companies ranging from pharmaceuticals, fast moving consumer goods companies, and few pure play pharmaceutical companies. The nutraceutical ingredient industry and its various application areas like herbal medicine, dietary supplement, functional food, functional beverages, and medical food. Let's see some statistical data which is available, recently available. According to the data, compound annual growth rate, that is CAGR for the Indian industry with respect to dietary supplement and herbal was around 3.8 US billion dollar, and which would be expanded up to 4.4 US billion dollar in the year 2023. The same way for the market of herbal extract was 725 US dollar US million dollar in the year 2018, and which would be expected to reach up to 1,357 US million dollar. Okay, so we can see on the right hand side that in the year dietary supplement and herbal medicine industry in the year 2018 whatever manufacturing has been there, so it has been utilized for domestic purpose was 87%, while export was only 13%. And the same for the herbal extract industry was 47% of export, as compared to 53% has been only utilized for domestic purpose. So we can see that there is a continuous rise in Indian industry with respect to dietary supplement and herbal extracts. Now, the another term which has been used for nutraceutical is functional food. And yes, we can say there is no worldwide definition for functional food as well as nutraceuticals. Different agencies are defining in different ways. Okay, so functional food are what? These are the food in many fruits, vegetables, grains, herbs, and spices. They provide a health benefit, lower the risk of certain disease, or affect a particular body process. There are different terminologies used for functional food as well, right? Nutraceutical is also one of the functional food. Designer food, vita food, pharma food, medical food, prescriptive food, therapeutic food, superfood, foodieceutical, medi food. So these are different, and number of terminologies are there just to sell their product, right? And or we can say just to advertise in a positive way for their product. According to International Food Information Council, USA, functional food. Okay, so this is one, we can say, one of the definition. I've taken two definition by different two agencies. Uh, According to IICP, functional foods are defined as food or dietary components that may provide a health benefit beyond basic nutrition. Okay, so as we discussed in very first slide, as basic components, basic nutrients are already there, but the food or dietary components which are providing some health benefit apart from basic nutrient, that is considered as functional food. Same way, Health Canada defines the functional food similar in appearance to conventional food, consumed as part of the usual diet with demonstrated physiological benefit, and or to reduce the risk of chronic disease beyond basic nutritional functions. Okay, so once you given a functional food or ordinary food, you cannot differentiate. Okay, so if I make a roti from simple wheat flour, and if I make a roti from the flour which is fortified with several nutrients, okay, so no one can recognize the difference, that what is the difference between two rotis, right? But one is rich in terms of several nutrients, which is giving some beneficial health benefits. So these are the several name of industries which are working in functional food, beverages, as well as medical food. Like they all are famous, right? Dabur, Britannia, Kellogg's. So we will find a number of items available in the market, and they are easily available. And yes, most of all the nutraceutical as well as functional food products are OTC drugs. So we find this products not only in medical store but even in a supermarkets. The another term is dietary supplement. So dietary supplement that constitute a fast growing segment for nutraceutical in India, with growing consumer awareness about health, well-being, and fitness, driving organic growth of customer base for supplement products. Ingredient in most common and popular dietary supplement could range from vitamins, minerals, metabolites, herbs, proteins to amino acids. Okay, so you can see the from the ingredients like vitamin, number of multivitamin tablets, specific vitamin tablets are available in the market. These are nothing but dietary supplements. Okay, same way we find the protein powder, right? We'll find some herbs like moringa leaf powder. Okay, so this kind of number of products are available in the market. The use of dietary supplement has increased dramatically over the last few years with the advancement of scientific research as well as consumer awareness and growing trend of prescription through the medical community, including physician, dermatologist, and dietitians. So we face all this like number of times we are prescribed with protein powder, number of times we are prescribed with some vitamins, as vitamin D is very common to be deficient in all the population, right? So number of times physicians are they are describing a vitamin D. Okay, so this is nothing but what? Dietary supplement. Let's see, these are the further examples of dietary supplements, or we can say categories. Protein, peptide, amino acid, and fibers. They are still gaining popularity in India and are relatively very recent trend. This popularity is due to increasing awareness about fitness and health, especially in young adults. So as we just look at the entrance of any gym. Okay, so you will find as you enter in the gym, you will find number of protein powders. Okay, so we can see that young people are very much aware about this kind of product and they are consuming also. Vitamins and minerals, due to the main reason to consume this kind of dietary supplement is what? Unhealthy lifestyle. Okay, so we are not taking care about our daily requirement through the normal diet. Okay, and that's why we need to depend on this kind of dietary supplement. Okay, but it doesn't make any sense like you are taking this kind of unhealthy diet and then later on you will be consuming vitamins and minerals. Herbal extract and algae extract. So this kind of herbal supplements, they are also very famous, like spirulina powder. You may heard about the word spirulina powder. One of the famous nutraceutical or dietary supplement product, which is comes under this category. They claim improving overall well-being. Okay, and the best one of the as we talked about Ayurveda, so Chyawanprash is one of the best example of herbal supplement in India. A number of brands are available which are making Chyawanprash. Okay, so this is nothing but Ayurvedic product. These are the several companies which are dealing with the nutritional supplements. Okay, so not only herbal or we can say Ayurvedic industries are involved in the, but when we discuss regarding vitamins, minerals, or specific amount of compound to be delivered, so pharmaceutical companies are also involved. These are several FMCG companies with the strength, or we can say focus on herbals. Now, then another term used is medical food. So medical food is what? It is a which is sandwiched between functional food and dietary supplement. So in functional food, what we had seen that it is having a particular amount of some added nutrients, while dietary supplements are available in form of pills or tablets, right? So medical food comes between these two terms, functional food and dietary supplements. This medical food are usually targeted for specific disease condition and thus require more product validation. Okay, so as we deal with specific disease condition, definitely you must be very much what we can say, very much accurate, okay, in terms of the added ingredients. So with most specialized product are usually routed through physician. Some products such as Ensure, which is one of the product comes under category of medical food, that comes under OTC and easily available in pharmacy as well as in supermarket. So This diagram makes clear that functional food, dietary supplement, and medical foods. So medical food, some disease specific, some pills which are used for management of several diseases, they are come under the category of medical food, though they are dietary supplement. And same way, some disease specific complete or partial nutrition, that kind of functional food, they are comes under medical food, even though they are functional food, right? Like the best example is Ensure, which is prescribed for diabetic patients. Now let's see the classification of, so these are the several terminologies which are used to explain the term nutraceuticals, okay, as well as functional food. Now the classification, there are different ways, as we had seen, it includes number of wide variety of ingredients. Okay, so again, the classification also becomes very longer. So on the basis of, so food source, on the basis of nutrient as well as non-nutrient sources, on the basis of organ system, modification in food, specific food, mechanism of action, chemical nature. So these are the several classification methods for functional food and nutraceutical. Let's see one by one. On the basis of food source, so it is classified into three categories, whether it is plant derived, animal derived, or is a microbial food. And further, these microbial foods are subdivided into four types, that are probiotics, prebiotics, synbiotics, and postbiotics. So plant derived and animal derived, as we know, there are plant derived products are further of two types: primary metabolites, which will be utilized by the plant and for the further growth and synthesis of other compounds, and they are protein, beta glucans, omega-3 fatty acids. These are the examples of primary metabolites, while secondary metabolites are not utilized by the plant for its further growth, but it is stored in the plant as such, and they are responsible for several certain pharmacological activities, and that includes phytoestrogens and antioxidants, vitamins, tocopherols, steroids, and gamma linoleic acid. While animal derived nutrients, nutraceutical products are omega-3 and omega-6 fatty acid, conjugated linolenic acid, small peptides, weic acid, and glucosamine. Now microbial food, these are very famous nowadays, as some of you, or all of you, may heard about the probiotics and prebiotic products. So probiotic products are what? They are the mono or mixed culture of living microorganisms, which may be inserted in a specific amount, and they are having a specific health effect on gut microflora. And the best example, though there are number of microbial strains are used, but widely used microbial strains are lactobacilli and bifidobacteria. And the examples of probiotic products are yogurt, fermented vegetables, meat, etc. Prebiotics are what? These are the compounds or the ingredients. They are having beneficial effect on microflora in a large intestine. So as such, they are not having any nutritional value, right? Prebiotics, but sometimes, yes, if it is given in form of carbohydrate, then definitely is having some nutritional value, but as otherwise they are not having as such any beneficial effect. But what they are doing, they will help to the probiotics, okay, to improve the gut health. And that examples of prebiotic products are fibers, fructooligosaccharides, lactulose, sugars, alcohols, etc. Another microbial product is synbiotic. Okay, not only synbiotic, one more division we can add over here is symbiotic. Symbiotic that contains the amount of probiotic and prebiotic mixed in random way. Okay, so there is no fixed proportion that how much amount of probiotic is mixed with a prebiotic, that is considered as symbiotic. While symbiotics are getting very popular because they contain specific amount of probiotics and prebiotic mixed together to benefit one another. Okay, so as we had seen like in the terminologies of probiotics and prebiotics. Ultimately, prebiotics are playing a crucial role to activate the probiotics, or they are helpful to the probiotics. So symbiotics are a mixed product of probiotic and prebiotic, but definitely in a significant proportion. And the best example is product which contains oligofructose, which is the prebiotic, and it is mixed with the bifidobacteria, which is probiotic. Another product is postbiotic under microbial food. These are non-viable bacterial products or metabolic byproducts from the probiotic microorganisms that have biologic activity in host. And several postbiotic products are bacteriocin, organic acid, ethanol, diacetyl acetaldehydes, and hydrogen peroxide. The next classification is on the basis of nutrient and non-nutrient components. So nutrient under the category of lipids, they are N3 fatty acids, which is also known as omega-3 fatty acid or polyunsaturated fatty acids, conjugated fatty acids, vitamins like folates, vitamin E, vitamin C, carotenoids like alpha-beta carotene, selenium under the category of minerals. These are the apart from their specific effect, they are also having some nutritional effect. While non-nutrient, they includes the fibers like a soluble fiber, insoluble fiber, phenolic compounds, which include phenolic acid, flavonoids, catechins, tannins, non-digestible oligosaccharides like fructans, galacto-oligosaccharides, isomaltose oligosaccharides, xylo-oligosaccharides, then phytosterols, glucosinolates, several carotenoids which are having non-nutrient effect, and the example are lutein, cryptoxanthin, lycopene, organosulfur compounds. Another classification system for functional food and nutraceutical is on the basis of organ system. So specifically target organs, like if person is suffering from gastrointestinal disease. Okay, so for that specific as well as we can say proven nutraceutical products are available, and they include several prebiotics, soluble insoluble fibers, probiotic, polyphenols, phytates. For the cardiovascular system, omega-3 fatty acids, polyphenols, micronutrients, several soluble fibers give beneficial effect. For the kidney disorders as well as some skeletal system disorders, fructans would be beneficial. For the immune system, again, several prebiotic, probiotic, polyphenols are found to be useful. Now, this is one more system, and you will find a number of products with this kind of names according to modification in food. Okay, so the first example is fortified food. Now, what is fortified food? These are the foods which are available with added vitamins, minerals, or micronutrients which are not naturally occur in the food. Okay, so like I have given over here one link, so I'll try to open it. Whether it is visible or not, let me know.
I think there is some issue with
Yes,
our
sir.
internet connection.
Ma'am, your slide is visible.
The page, this web page is visible of FSSAI.
It is on 23rd number slide, ma'am.
No, I have open this hyperlink. So it is for FSSAI web page. Is it
Yeah,
visible?
ma'am, that page, no, that page is not visible. We can see the link, but the link page is not open.
Okay, so let's discuss regarding some fortified food. So whatever link is given, you can refer that link, and you'll be able to open the official web page of FSSAI, and where you find what number of fortified staple foods which are officially approved, like and they includes double fortified salt, milk, edible oil, rice, wheat flour. If you click on any of the product, like on I'm right now clicking on milk, so I will find the available milk which are having this category fortified milk. So let me click on Britannia milk. So I'm able to see that this vitamin, this milk is fortified with vitamin A and vitamin D. Okay, so vitamin A and vitamin D, which has been additionally added into the milk, which is not previously present in the milk. Same way, if you visit the wheat flour, like is showing right now 4 different brands like Ashirwad fortified chakki atta, Annapurna super atta, chakki fresh atta of Jilko something, then Golden Harvest, number of products you will find. So when I'm clicking on Annapurna super atta, so it is showing me that this wheat flour is fortified with iron, folic acid, and vitamin B12. Okay, so this way it would be helpful. Fortified foods, number of fortified official, or we can say approved foods, you can check on the website. The second category is enriched food. So enriched foods are what? Where the nutrients are already there with particular grains, but during processing, like we know that for making atta or flour from the grains which are very hard in nature, so it may generate heat, and during this process the several nutrients has been lost. Okay, otherwise if we consider that about raw wheat grains, they contains what they contains some amount of folic acid, riboflavin, as well as iron, but it may be lost during processing. So enriched foods are the category where the this kind of nutrients has been added after the processing. Okay, so the you can see the pieces of breads which is enriched in terms of folic acid, riboflavin, iron. And third category is altered products or altered foods. Here some harmful components which is removed, replaced with some compound which is having beneficial effect, like some high fat product like a butter, milk, butter, cheese, whatever. So some high fat product, the fat is replaced by healthy fibers, so that comes under category of altered products. The next modified food is enhanced commodities. So here one of the component, any one randomly component or compound has been selected, and this compound has been enhanced in particular product by changing some growing techniques or using some specific growing techniques or using some specific feeding composition. Okay, so you can see that this kind of products are also available in the market, like eggs which are having high amount of omega-3 fatty acids. So it is possible by giving some specific feed to the chicken. So these are the altered foods, fortified, enriched food, altered food, and enhanced commodities. Another classification on the basis of factors in specific food. What kind of compound, active compounds they contain, like allyl sulfur compound. They find some specific benefits on some disease and treatment of some disease, right? So this allyl sulfur compounds are found to be present in onion, garlic. Isoflavones are present in high amount. Isoflavones, the examples are genistein, diacetyl. They are present in soybean and other legumes. Quercetin, which is present in high amount in red grapes, in onions, in citrus fruits, in broccoli. Lycopenes are present in tomatoes as well as in tomato products. So it also includes tomato ketchup. Okay, so tomato ketchup is also having lycopene in some amount. Isothiocyanates, which is present in cruciferous vegetables like cauliflower, cabbage, broccoli. Resveratrol, which is present in grape skin as well as in red wine. Beta carotenes are present in citrus fruits, carrots, pumpkin. Curcumin is present in turmeric. Lactobacilli and bifidobacteria, they are present in yogurt as well as in other dairy products. Another classification is on the basis of mechanism of action.
Vida madam, Vida madam,
Yes.
sorry to interrupt, but the slide is not moving.
Yes. Wait. Oh, madam, Jinal madam.
Uh-huh.
Now it is.
Yeah,
moving.
now it is moving. Okay, fine.
So, on the basis of specific food which contains specific nutritional substance, the mechanism of action that you will find number of nutraceutical compounds or phytopharmaceuticals which finds their application in several disorders like anti-cancer. If you search anti-cancer nutraceutical products, you will be getting a number of articles, right? Like so capsaicin, genistein, diacetyl. We are not discussing all the compounds. You can see positive influence or blood lipid profile. So in that, beta glucan, gamma tocotrienol, mufa, monounsaturated fatty acids, tannins, beta cetosterols, antioxidants, ascorbic acid, beta carotene, polyphenolic compounds, anti-inflammatory, that linolenic acid, gamma linolenic acid, on osteogenesis or bone protective, soy protein, genistein, diacetyl. So these are the compound list of compounds which may be used on the basis of their mechanism of action. And the last classification is based on chemical nature, that they falls on some similar chemical structure. Okay, so that is the chemical nature: isoprenoid derivatives, phenolic substance, fatty acids and structural lipids, carbohydrates and their derivatives, amino acid based substances, microbes, minerals. So these are the several classification. Now let's discuss several very famous or we can say nutraceutical products, because the topic is very long. Cannot elaborate in that much depth, but several products which are very famous. I will take in several examples. So first we'll see probiotics in dairy foods. Okay, so probiotic is available in dairy as well as non-dairy foods. So let's see one by one. As we had seen, we had discussed like what are the probiotics. They are nothing but they are live microorganisms, and when they administered in adequate amount, they confer health benefits on the host, mainly through the process of replacing or including beneficial bacteria in the gastrointestinal tract. Now they are further of two kinds: fermented dairy products as well as non-fermented dairy products. Fermented probiotics include fermented milk, lassi, acidophilus milk, bifidus milk, acido whey, various whey-based beverages. While non-fermented products is also available in the market, as whatever demand is there by the society, they are ready to provide it, right? So probiotic ice creams are also available if you are having any health issues with fermented product. Now, as number of people are having what they are allergic to dairy foods. Now newer trend is also there in market, like vegan foods, vegan diet. Okay, apart from vegetarian, non-vegetarian, and the third category has been added is a vegan. Okay, so they are not consuming what they are not having a they are not consuming dairy products. Okay, so in the previous category, fermented as well as non-fermented dairy products, definitely dairy items are used. So number of non-dairy foods are available for those people. So soya based product which is available in form of soya frozen dessert, soya milk, and the last column is indicating what kind of microorganisms they contain. Then cereal based. Okay, so they are you just look at the column of product ingredients of the product column. So oat bars, they are easily accessible and easily eatable, right? Oat bars, if it is available in that form, then is highly acceptable by the society. Milk based maize or rice pudding. Then fruit and fruit juice, that includes black currant, apple juice, pineapple juice, vegetable based tomato juice, beet juice, cabbage juice, vegetable pickle products. And in miscellaneous you will find even chocolate also for the non-dairy probiotic, as a non-dairy probiotic product. Now the prebiotics. Okay, so it's not like that if you are taking probiotic that is enough. You must need to take prebiotics along with probiotics, either in form of your routine diet, or you need to take it, consume it additionally. Okay, so dietary fibers, one of the example of prebiotic is dietary fibers. As nowadays the diabetes, obesity, and other health issues of human being increase significantly due to low dietary fiber intake. Dietary fiber cannot be digested and absorbed in human small intestine. Instead, it can be fermented in large intestine by colon microorganism to produce short chain fatty acid, which in turn can be absorbed and contribute to human health, such as anti-tumor as well as anti-inflammation properties. Now this, let's see about several examples. It is also classified into two types: water insoluble and water soluble. Water insoluble, that means is less fermented fiber, and water soluble, that means is a well fermented fibers. Examples of water insoluble fibers are cellulose, which we may get from vegetables; hemicellulose, which the sources is cereals, grains; lignin, which is obtained from woody plants. In the category of water soluble fibers, they include pectins like fruits, vegetables, legumes; gum, which is obtained from leguminous seed plants like guar gum. Okay, so is a leguminous seed plant which gives a very famous compound, guar gum. Seaweed extract, mucilage, which is obtained from plant extract, as well as the example of mucilaginous product are acacia tragacan. Now daily requirement of fiber. Okay, so as per the one report, it says that 20 to 35 gram per day per healthy adult. For one healthy adult, it requires 20 to 35 grams per day of daily fiber. If you choose a non-starch food, then you'll be getting 20 to 35 gram of fibers per 100 gram of dry weight. 100 gram of dry weight. while starchy foods gives you a 10 gram of per 100 gram of dry weight, while from the fruits and vegetables you'll be getting it 1.5 to 2.5 gram per 100 gram of dry weight. Okay, so these are the some requirements. And now the sources of fibers. Okay, so as we know that what is the requirement of healthy individual, daily requirement of healthy individual for the fibers, and ultimately is what? Prebiotics. So grains like barley, we used to have rice in our Gujarati diet. Rice, આપણે rice હોઈ શકે, ઘઉં ચોખા, જવ તો કોઈ ખાવા જશે નહીં. Oats is not that much famous in Gujarati diet. Right? So rice છે, wheat છે, you can see that how much amount of fibers are obtained from this kind of grains, okay, per 100 gram, and this is again dry weight. So if you want to meet the daily requirement with just only grains, then it's not possible. So you need to take you need to incorporate some other items in your daily diet, like legumes and pulses. Okay, so you can see that soya, kidney beans are nothing but rajma. Here the value is given for the canned rajma. That means the rajma beans are also available in tin. So that contains 6.3 gram fiber in a 100 gram. Lentils means dal, જે આપણા routine માં જે આપણા અલગ અલગ દાળ use કરીએ છીએ. So they contain this much amount, 11.4 gram. Then nuts and seeds. Okay, so almond contains very high amount. Even flaxseed contains very high amount of fibers, but definitely we cannot consume flaxseed 100 grams because they are very lighter in weight. So 100 gram means very one or two bowl. We is not advisable to have only flaxseed. Depend on flaxseed for a source of fiber. Vegetables like bitter gourd. Bitter gourd is karela. It contains very high amount of fibers. Okay, so you just select the vegetables for a good source of fibers. Fenugreek leaves, methini bhaji, it contains 4.9. Bhindi, which contains 4.3. Spinach, palak contains 2.6. Okay, potato, which is widely used in our diet, but it contains very less amount of fiber. Okay, potato and without skin, so it contains 1.3 only. Beetroot is also contain very high amount of fiber. Okay, so just select the vegetables according to the fiber content or to meet your daily requirement. Then fruits are also having some good amount of fibers, like one apple unpeeled, if you weigh one apple is might be 100 gram or less. Okay, so if you are having one apple, then also you are getting 2 grams of fiber per day. Kiwi is also giving showing some high amount of fibers. So this is the list. I tried to take Indian fruits, vegetables in this table. Now let's see several phytopharmaceuticals which are available in form of nutraceuticals. Okay, so the famous example is of curcumin, which is obtained from the turmeric. હળદર, લીલી હળદરમાંથી આપણને શું મળશે? Curcumin મળશે. So apart from curcumin, it also contains other compounds. Curcumin is a class belong to curcuminoids. Okay, so apart from curcumin, it also contains dimethoxycurcumin, bismethoxycurcumin, tetrahydrocurcumin. It also contains termerons, alpha, beta termeron, and aromatic termeron. Other compounds which are present in turmeric are alpha centellin, aromatic curcumin, curlon. Now health benefits which are reported till now are very long. The list is very long, but I have mentioned certain health benefits of curcumin over here. They are antioxidant, they are chemoprotective, anti-inflammatory, is having wound healing properties, they are hepatoprotective, they are antimicrobial, even they are chemotherapeutic. Now there is a issue of viability of curcumin. Okay, as such, they are having very poor viability. They are having poor absorption, biodistribution, metabolism, as well as viability. Okay, so it may be enhanced and number of research has been carried out, and this kind of products are also available in the market, like formulations with nanoparticles, liposomes, micelles, and phospholipid complexes. So the formulations will resolve the problem of viability. One more thing about curcumin with the food processing, as we are studying nutraceutical and functional food, processing of food means તમે હળદરને કેવી રીતે ખાઓ છો, right? કે હળદરને જો heat કરશો તો શું થશે? Definitely we need to when we are using turmeric in curry or in any vegetables, we are going for pressure cook, right? So it will reduces around 20 to 28% of curcumin level when we are going for pressure cooking the turmeric. So this is the effect of processing on curcumin. The next compound, phytosterols. They are also having one more word is there, phytosterols and phytostenols, sterols and stenols. Okay, so 40 plant sterols are identified, and most abundant phytosterols found in the plant are beta-sitosterol, stigmasterol, and camsterol. Now how they work or how they are giving beneficial effect. So they are having some structural similarity with human cholesterol. So what happen if you use phytosterols in your diet, include it in your diet? Here you can see the several examples. Let's see later on. So they will phytosterols, as they enter into your system, so they will fight with cholesterol because of similarity in its structure. They will compete with cholesterol in intestinal absorption during process of digestion, and ultimately it facilitates cholesterol excretion and result in reduction of serum LDL and blood cholesterol. So here these are the benefits or mechanism how they act, and here you can see the several examples along with how much amount you need to consume and amount of phytosterols. So soybean mature seeds, they can if you are having half cup of soybeans, you'll be getting 149 milligram of phytosterols. Peas, green mature seed, peas means વટાણા, લીલા વટાણા કે કાચા વટાણા જે હોય, half cup they are giving 133 milligram of phytosterols. Sesame oil, તલનું તેલ, 1 tablespoon તલનું તેલ, it gives 118 milligram of phytosterol. Kidney beans are nothing but rajma. They gives again good amount of phytosterols. Pista, if you want to have some dry fruits, then you can eat pista. Okay, 1 ounce around 49 kernels giving you 61 milligram. Lentils, again dal, half cup of dal is giving a 54 milligram. So you can see that how you can balance your diet. Okay, so you need to include all this kind of nutraceutical products, not exactly products, but you can include that consume this kind of foods which are rich in terms of nutraceutical products rather ordinary food. Health benefits, it boosts immune system, is having anti-inflammatory effect. It reduces the risk of certain cancers also. Another compound, carotenoids. Okay, so 750 carotenoids have been identified in the plants. And out of 750 carotenoids, 40 carotenoids have been consumed in significant amount in human diet. And the most popular are beta carotene, lycopene, lutein, beta cryptoxanthin, alpha carotene. And out of this 6 listed carotenoids, whatever I have colored red font, they are pro vitamin A carotenoids. Okay, that means once this has been consumed and enter into our system, so it may be they are having capacity that they converted into retinol. Okay, so they are pro vitamin A carotenoids. Now sources, alpha beta carotenes will be getting from orange and yellow vegetables. like carrots, red pumpkin, papaya, beetroot, spinach, red pumpkin. Pumpkin આપણને કોળું આપણને જોયું હશે શાકભાજી વાળાને ત્યાં, બટ હું આઈ એમ શેરિંગ માય પર્સનલ એક્સપિરિયન્સ કે હું જ્યારે બી લેવા ગઈ હોય કોઈ બી વેન્ડર પાસે, નો વન ઇઝ આસ્કિંગ ફોર પમ્પકિન. સવારે જુઓ તો બી એટલું હોય, સાંજે જુઓ તો બી એની પાસે એટલું જ હોય. So people are it is available in India, but we are not aware that what kind of health benefits the particular vegetable is having, right? So beta cryptoxanthin, which is obtained from red pepper, orange, yellow corn, watermelon, and lycopene from the pink grapefruits, watermelon, tomato ketchup, zeaxanthin from the yellow corn, orange pepper, orange juice, mango. Lutein is from avocados, though avocado is not easily available in India and in Gujarat, but it contains high amount of lutein, which is one of the highly consumed carotenoid. Health benefit is found beneficial effects in cancer, cardiovascular disease, macular degeneration, antioxidant. Okay, so macular degeneration, we can see eye related disorders. And as the beta carotene, vitamin A, this kind of words are there in our mind, so directly we can correlate it with the eye related disorders. Now, effect of food processing, so it is somewhat little bit different than that of the curcumin. Like in curcumin, when we processed it, when we apply heat, so amount of curcumin may be reduced up to certain level, while in case of carotenoid is a reverse the case. Cooking and mechanical homogenization, which increase the viability of carotenoids. Okay, cooking, that doesn't mean you are going for overcook your food product. Okay, so you just steam boil the carrots, or you just homogenize the carrots, and its viability has been increased, whatever carotenoids are present in the carrots. Another group is anthocyanin. So as you can see, I have kept the picture of several berries. Though whenever we are having we heard the word berries, so in our mind comes blueberries first. So that we are not getting in India, blueberries and all that, right? But the raspberries, then strawberries, that we are easily available. And as you can see in the image, shetur, it is also is widely available in Gujarat and in India. Okay, so instead, whatever berries are growing in your country, you can dependent on those berries for the source of anthocyanins. Okay, and the name anthocyanin, it is very much related with this three colors: blue, red, and purple. So whenever you will find these three colors on plants, you may confirm that it contains anthocyanins. Is not only related with the fruits and flowers, but yes, also leaves of the plants which are having this kind of color, we may consider that it may contain anthocyanins. So red flowers, blue flowers, purple flowers, and apart from its health benefit, it is also used in the preparation of color, synthetic color. And one official number is also given, I just forget, is E131. I need to verify it. So that number is given for this food color, which is synthesized from anthocyanin. Health benefits are antioxidant, breast cancer, prostate cancer, liver cancer. It restricts incidence of any neurological damage caused to the nervous system. It is also having beneficial effects in cardiovascular disease. So these are the certain examples of various categories of nutraceutical products available in the market. Now let's see what would be the consumer driven trends which reshape the industry outlook for nutraceutical formulations. Okay, so as we know that what wide variety of products are available, like મેં જેવું તમને કહ્યું કે FSSAI વેબસાઇટ પર જશો અને એમાં wheat flour તમે search કરશો, you'll be getting n number of fortified wheat flour. Okay, so which one you would to select? Okay, so there is confusion. So the next step is what we are going to read the label. Right, એટલે સૌથી પહેલા બહુ કન્ફ્યુઝન થશે, એટલે as now people are that much aware that they are reading the labels and then purchasing the product. So and that is definitely due to increasing health awareness. So we need to increase the health awareness, whatever stages right now. Still interest in preventive medicine, that is already there. Interest in preventive medicine. Okay, so the very well known famous proverb is there, prevention is better than cure. So that is also there, one of the trend. Interest in naturally derived ingredients and formulation innovations, like the example of oat bar, if it is available in form of bars, product or nutraceutical product is available in form of bar, in form of lassi, in form of chocolate, then easily acceptable by the society. Now the last concluding slide, challenges and way forward. Challenges battling an unregulated product in nutraceuticals. So nutraceutical is very loosely coined umbrella that could refer varied range of product in different formulations, such as food products, powders, pills, drinks, etc. And as a result, what will happen? There is definitely wide range of products are there. Then packaging strategy is also different, and definitely they are having different kinds of label also. Okay, so this creates many issues, like as just I said that consumer are not going to pick up પ્રોડક્ટ રેન્ડમલી. પહેલા જેવું નથી કે ટાટા સોલ્ટ એકલું જ અવેલેબલ છે માર્કેટમાં જેમાં આયોડીન છે, રાઈટ? હવે બધી કંપનીઝના નમક સોલ્ટ અવેલેબલ હોય સુપર માર્કેટમાં, તો હવે આપણે શું કરીશું? Definitely we are going to read the labels that apart from iodine, what is that company is giving additionally, which other element has been added, right? So this is awareness, and any consumer is going to pick up the product by reading its label. Okay, so the way forward is what let's discuss about these 2 points also, adulteration and undercutting ingredient mentioned on the label. So this is also one of the major issue with the definitely with the not with pharmaceutical, but definitely with the herbal products, ayurvedic products, as well as nutraceutical products. Okay, so economic adulteration. So just for just to enhance the profit, what they are doing, they are just replacing some active compound, they are cutting some amount of active material which has been labeled, and they are replacing with some other compounds. So just for the economy, just for the profit, they are doing this. Pharmaceutical adulteration means what they are doing nowadays, and the number of times where it comes in news that particular ayurvedic or herbal product is found with added pharmaceutical active ingredient, which is not allowed. Okay, so definitely when we are adding some active pharmaceutical ingredient to any herbal or in any ayurvedic or in any nutraceutical product, is definitely going to give its therapeutic effect, but is considered as what? Pharmaceutical adulteration. So more stringent regulatory watch is needed to address this adulteration. And definitely yes, FSSAI has taken initiatives also, like now FSSAI performing uniform audits of manufacturing sites, then off the shelf testing of product is also carried out, and monitoring of site by the state authorities and third party audit agencies were also performed. And in late 2017, FSSAI has signed MOU with NADA, that is National Anti-Doping Agency, to focus on issue of doping substance and other adulterants in food supplements and nutritional products used mainly by the sports professionals. Okay, so we heard number of times that this kind of issues in news channels as well as in newspapers. Then another challenge is what? Online pharmacy. So as a nowadays is a trend of e-commerce, everything is available online, right? So not excluding pharmacy, medicines, they are also available online. But yes, pharmacy has several restrictions. That in case of prescribed medicine, they ask to upload a prescription form, right? But in case of nutraceutical, as we know that they are, most of the nutraceutical products are over the counter drug, so there is no such restriction. And in such cases, what will happen, a number of fraudulent companies will open their website and they start their business. Okay, so this may be possible in case of e-commerce. And so in that case, what we can do, it requires consumer awareness regarding FSSAI regulation, its a logo, it's a licensing system, then whether marker is there for vegetarian or non-vegetarian products or not. Okay, then one more thing, that all stakeholders, that includes all from manufacturer to distributor, it should make conscious efforts to report fraudulent product on e-commerce. Okay, so we are also stakeholder as a common public, that when we found such fraudulent product on e-commerce, on online shopping, so it need to be reported. Then regulatory challenges, as nutraceutical is facing many regulatory challenges, because as we had seen that different types of products comes under one umbrella. It also includes herbal medicine, it also includes medical food, it also includes phytopharmaceuticals. Okay, so at that time, what will happen, different other regulatory agencies apart from FSSAI will play a crucial role. Like if you are dealing with phytopharmaceutical, then Cedisco will enter. If you are dealing with Ayurvedic medicine, then Ayush will come into the picture. So manufacturer, importer, distributor of nutraceutical, they need to follow the pathways of all these regulatory bodies. Okay, so this is the one of the challenge, and the way forward for this would be like in the year 2006, International Regulatory Cooperation for Herbal Medicine, IRCH, it was established, which is global regulatory authorities for the regulation of herbal medicine. And definitely India is one of the member of this organization, and they are what they are doing, they are synchronizing everything at a international level. Okay, so such kind of regulatory guideline, if possible with respect to nutraceutical, then it will solve out the problem. And another challenge is what? Increasing market genericization and the threat from Chinese commodities. So we know that as we talked about nutraceutical and functional food, so curcumin and gingerol, curcumin from turmeric, curcumin extract which is prepared from turmeric, gingerol extract may be prepared is definitely prepared from ginger. These are the two widely used extracts to maintain healthy lifestyle. And as there is an increase in market demand, there is definitely extremely high level of domestic competition. Okay, and as we know, during this COVID period, we had heard in news number of times, like what we are doing, we are purchasing APIs from mostly from the China. And in case of this nutraceutical and herbal product, though we are having huge biodiversity, still we are depending on extract from extracts which we importing from other Asian countries, right? So the way forward for this maybe like as we know that current government is emphasizing mainly on cultivation and conservation of medicinal plants, which could reduce the our dependency of our herbal and Ayurvedic industry on imported material. Okay, then the last is the lower consumer awareness and focus on micronutrients. So definitely we cannot put any doubt that we are not aware. We Indian are not aware about our health issues, but still, when we talked about micronutrients and macronutrients, okay, so which we may not be getting from our routine diet. So at the time, it need to be focused, and if it has been cured at early stage, then we'll be having a very healthy population. Okay, and the burden of health ministry will be reduced. So like vitamin D, it definitely is not to, we cannot get vitamin D from any diet. Okay, so in case of deficient people, it need to be supplemented. Okay, and according to one report, 70 to 100% of people are vitamin D deficient. Okay, so it's very, very dangerous. And if it had been solved at early stage, then we'll be having healthy peoples which can serve the nation for a longer period of time. Okay, so these are the several challenges and way forward. And thank you all for patient listening. And here I conclude my talk.
Thank you, madam, for such an informative knowledge about the function of foods and nutraceuticals on our health, and there are also the constituents which are responsible for different kind of disease and health. Ma'am, some kind of questions are there. I would like to ask you. The
Yes.
first one is, are there any disadvantage of probiotics on health?
Yes, definitely. As they contains what living microorganisms, so it need to be consumed after advice of physician only. If you are already suffering from certain diseases, so it may due to presence of this microflora, it need to be consumed by advice of physician.
Okay. The another question is, what difference between multivitamin for men and women, which are sold in market in different two ways?
So exactly, I could not answer this question because we need to verify the content. What is the content of multivitamin for male and for the women? But might be whatever nutrients are required. We had seen number of times advertisement of which product? Horlicks for women, Horlicks for children. Okay, so it may contains high amount of calcium, okay, which need to be consumed by women after the age of 30. Okay, so they are clearly mentioned that after particular age period, as deformation of bones is there, and you need to increase the calcium intake. Okay, so it might be there.
Thank you, ma'am. The last question is, keratin used in muscle degradation regarding nerve system or muscle system?
Yes, Gina.
Keratin
Carotenoids?
used in muscle degradation regarding nervous system or muscle strength.
I need to verify this, that as I have taken it from the article, I will not go through the detailed study that what kind of exact mechanism of action it is having.
Okay. Thank you so much, ma'am. Moving towards our next plenary session. Neta madam, over to you.
Thank you, Jana madam. Knowing is not enough. We must apply. Whistling is not enough. We must do. So it's time for our last plenary session by Dr. Radhika Bindu, Assistant Professor, Department of Pharmacy Practice, PharmD, Parul University, Vagodia, Vadodara. She would be delivering a talk on pharmacovigilance, a newer approach for pharmacists. I would request Ms. Swati Kutkoti, Assistant Professor, Pharmaceutics Department, IICP, to introduce Dr. Radhika Bindu ma'am. Over to you, Swati ma'am.
Thank you, Rita ma'am. Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am, you are audible.
Very good morning to one and all. I, Swati Kutkoti, am here to introduce the next speaker of the two-day refresher course, Dr. Radhika Bindu ma'am. Ma'am has completed her PharmD in the year 2018 from HSK College of Pharmacy, Bagalkot, Rajiv Gandhi University of Health Science, with internship at SN Medical College and HSK Hospital, Bagalkot. She completed her post-graduation diploma in hospital administration and management in 2019-20 from MS University of Baroda, and she is engaged in her PhD in pharmaceutical science at Parul University since 2018. Currently, she is working as an assistant professor at Parul University. She has a 3.9 years of teaching experience and has guided more than 18 research projects of PharmD students. She has to her credit more than 6 research papers published in reputed journals and has co-coordinated many events and workshops. She has been a member of Drug Information Center Committee, Institutional NAC Committee, Coordinator of Hospital Training Program, and International Student Faculty Advisor from Faculty of Pharmacy for International Students. Today, ma'am is going to deliver a talk on pharmacovigilance, a newer approach for pharmacists. It is indeed a great pleasure to have such a learned personality with us today. Once again, on behalf of Indukaka Ipkowala College of Pharmacy, I welcome you, ma'am.
Thank you, Swati ma'am. Radhika ma'am, I'm sharing the screen so that we can begin with the session.
Yes, please.
Is it visible?
Yes, it's visible.
Okay.
Okay. Am I audible, madam?
Yes,
Yes,
ma'am.
ma'am, yes.
You are audible.
Okay. Okay. Thank you for the introduction. Very good morning to one and all present here. I would like to first thank Indukaka College of Pharmacy for giving me this opportunity, as well as Gujarat State Pharmacy Council for giving me the opportunity. Thank you. So before I start my session on pharmacovigilance, a newer approach for pharmacists, I would like to enhance what pharmacovigilance is all about. The terminology pharmacovigilance itself has two meanings, that is pharmaco, which we say it as the drug, and vigilance means the awareness or to have a continuous watch on something. Yeah. So pharmacovigilance together is something that we continuously watch on the drugs. Watch on the drugs simply means that whether how the drugs are acting, whether are they creating any adverse drug reactions, are they creating any adverse drug events, because we know that there are many molecules coming up in the market, and we must be, as an regulatory authorities, the regulatory authorities must be very sure about the drugs, about the new molecules which are coming into the market, about the patient safety, right? Because all the molecules which are coming up in the market are definitely for the patient's benefit, right? And we all know that the drugs which are into the market are never only with the benefit. Yeah, they're also with the risk. So every molecule is with the risk as well as with the benefit. So we always measure the risk and benefit ratio. Yeah. So to start with, pharmacovigilance is all about the drugs, the vigilance about drugs. So the definition, WHO, World Health Organization, defines pharmacovigilance as the signs and activities which are relating to the detection, assessment, understanding, and prevention. So here we have 4 terminologies. First one is detection. That is, when we have drugs, a patient, suppose for example, a patient is taking certain drug, and because of that particular drug, if he or she develops any adverse drug reactions are simply the reactions which we get because of the drugs when the drugs are taken on the normal dosage or normal dose. So adverse drug reactions are obviously not intended, right? Nobody wants the adverse drug reactions to appear in the patients. Yes, so they are noxious and they are unintended. So whenever adverse drug reactions occur, the first thing as an healthcare professional, what we should do is we should detect it. We should find out that the symptom or the reaction which has occurred in the patient is because of drug or because of the underlying illness which the patient has already admitted to the hospital or came on to the OPD basis. So that's the first thing, detecting. Detecting as in we are trying to detect whether is it an adverse drug reaction or is it a symptom. If it's an adverse drug reaction, we further try to assess the adverse drug reaction. Assessing is simply, but we try to make sure that out of 4 or 5 drugs, because we all know that most of the prescriptions nowadays are polypharmacy. Polypharmacy is definitely again more than 2 number of drugs in a prescription is polypharmacy. So most of the prescriptions are polypharmacy nowadays. Yeah. So we try to assess the ADR. Assessing is simply that we check that because of which drug the ADR has occurred to the patient. Right. So that is the second terminology, which is assessment. Third is understanding. We try to understand about the drug, about the ADR, that why this has occurred or because of which drug it has occurred, right? So that is understanding. And once we understood all these things, we detected, we assessed the drug, we understood the mechanism of the ADR which has occurred, and then we try to prevent it. Why we prevent it? Because adverse drug reactions are harmful, and definitely we do not want to harm the patients with giving some drug. Yes, so we are trying to prevent the adverse drug reactions. Now let me again focus on adverse drug reactions. Now that they can be rare, they can be very common. Common is as common as the antineoplastic drugs, which are inducing the nausea, vomiting, alopecia. So we all know that anybody who is taking antineoplastic drugs, or we say anti-cancer drugs, we know it in a very societal language, saying that unke baal gir jate hai. Yeah. So that is as simple as that. We say that's an adverse drug reaction. So that's because of the antineoplastic drugs. So we try to prevent any of the adverse events which are harmful to the patients. So this is the definition of the pharmacovigilance. Now, the second slide says that this pharmacovigilance is not just relevant with the only allopathic drugs. We all have a misconception, or we may have a misconception, saying that the pharmacovigilance is only worried or only concerned about the allopathic drugs. No, it's not that. Any drug, Unani, herbals, any traditional medicines, any drugs, all the drugs, if they are having any adverse drug reactions, we can report it to pharmacovigilance, right? Pharmacovigilance is again a group of people. There are different committees which it has framed on a national level. So what we do, if we find out, if we detect an ADR, we try to report them. So reporting can be with respect to herbal medicine. Reporting can be with respect to traditional complementary medicines. Anything with respect to blood products. Suppose कोई blood transfusion, किसी का hemoglobin गिर गया है, या फिर in any other situations where we are supposed to transfuse the blood, in that case also we may expect an adverse drug reaction. आपने सुना ही होगा कि when we transfuse blood, people start with fever, people start with chills, rigors, and all of those things. So blood products, अगर blood के relevant कोई adverse reaction है तो वो भी हम report कर सकते हैं. The fourth point is biological, or maybe the medical devices. Medical devices can be the stents, or maybe as small as a syringe of it is causing any adverse reaction. So that also can be reported, right? The next slide tells us that why the pharmacovigilance, or why the government has set up this pharmacovigilance program. So we have different problems related to the medicines, right? If there are certain substandard medicines nowadays, substandard medicines are the medicines which are not up to their standards. Even after we have a lot of regulatory authorities, a lot of screening, then also we have a lot of substandard medicines. Medication errors again are the errors which are created or which are because of the medications. Right? Medication errors can be anything. It can be a dosing error, it can be a dosage form error, it can be a transcription error, it can be a prescription error. So medication errors are simply that because of a human, right? Those errors occur. So what's dosing error, for example? Dosing error is something that in case a drug has to be given for 0.5 mg, right? And that 0 point is not seen by a particular healthcare professional. Instead of 0.5 mg, you give 5 mg to the patient. What happens in that case? That becomes a dosing error because of your error, because of the negligence or because of the omission of the point, right? You have ingested or you have given 5 mg of the dose. Obviously, 0.5 mg is the correct and 5 mg is incorrect. Definitely, the patient will develop the adverse events, right? So this is one example about the medication errors. Then we have lack of efficacy reports. We do not have, in certain cases, we do not have efficacy reports. And certain use of medications for indications which are not approved and for which there is adequate and scientific basis. That is, for certain medicines, certain indications are not approved. For example, a particular drug, say for a ABC drug, is used for 2 indications, but only the first indication is approved. The second indication is not approved, and we call it as off-label drugs. But still, because it's working for the particular condition, we are still using it without any scientific basis. So all of these things are finally leading into a problem. Yeah, we have case reports of acute and chronic poisoning, assessment of drug-related morbidity, mortality, abuse and misuse of medicines, and the interactions of the medicines with the chemicals or medicine and food. Chemicals, as in we say drug-drug interactions. You cannot take metronidazole and ondansetron together, or it may lead to QT interval prolongation, or certain drugs and medicines together, not together. Say, for example, tetracyclines and milk cannot be taken together. So there are certain things which should not be given together, or there are certain errors which might happen with the healthcare professional. So all of these different reasons are definitely the basis for the development of the pharmacovigilance program of India. Yeah. The next tells us the aims of pharmacovigilance. So whenever the pharmacovigilance, when they started it, what were their aims? Why did they start it? Right? So to contribute to the regulatory assessment of benefit, harm, effectiveness, and risk of medicine. I said you that neither of the medicines are only with the benefit. Yeah, they are associated with the benefit, harm. They are associated with the risk and also the effectiveness. So to check all of these things, and also to encourage the safe and rational and more effective use. Safer use of the drugs, rational is the correct use of the drugs, and as well as the effective use. The second point says that to improve the patient care. So the main aim of the pharmacovigilance is to improve the patient care and also the safety with respect to the use of medicines. Third is to improve the public health. Now, you may ask me, why is it public health different and why is it patient care different? Patient care is about all relevant to the OPDs, IPDs, and other hospital settings. But then when we already know that this particular drug, say for example lithium, which is inducing the increased thirst, or maybe we say that a particular drug, say azithromycin, is inducing gastric upset, right? So when the whole India, right, when the whole India reports the same kind of ADRs from different corners, and all of these reports are reaching to pharmacovigilance of India, program of India. So what it does, it assesses the pharmacovigilance. The committee assesses the different drugs which are being reported by different states. So in case if there are a lot of ADRs with respect to that particular drug, what it does is it provides certain notifications, or it provides certain circulars, or maybe it has certain its own newsletters. So they start communicating. They start spreading the awareness about a particular drug. Say I just mentioned that azithromycin leads into gastric upset. So how can we avoid this? Definitely we cannot avoid the drug not to take, but then if it's actually of use in a particular condition, we have to take. But then how do we avoid that gastric upset is what it actually deals with. Yeah, so it improves public health in that way. So it puts all the newsletters and all the circulars out so that the public gets, or the healthcare professional gets aware of that, and then that's how it is leading into the safer side of the use of such medications. Also to promote understanding, education, and clinical training in the pharmacovigilance. So the main aim of the pharmacovigilance is to promote the understanding about the adverse drug reactions, to educate the any other professionals, to give clinical training in pharmacovigilance, and also to enhance its effective communication to the healthcare professionals as well as to the public, right? Because the only way which we have to communicate is to make aware about the particular condition or about a particular area. When we make aware, when we have a lot of awareness, people will understand, the healthcare professionals understand, and in that way, or whatever way is required, in that way they will act. Next slide. So in continuation of the same previous slide, monitoring medicines as used in the everyday practice. So pharmacovigilance main aim is also to monitor the medications. How do they monitor the medications? Based on our reporting. So why I have particularly taken this topic is, as a community pharmacist or as a pharmacist, it is very much important on a daily basis, whatever drugs patients are using, and if they have this adverse drug reaction, it is very much important that they report it on a daily basis. The reporting, I'll show you how to report and where to report. So when we report, pharmacovigilance monitor the reporting and monitor the medicines on a daily basis. To identify the previously unrecognized ADRs. So I already said you, the ADRs can be recognized, the ADRs are unrecognized. Now recognized ADRs, we all know, the antineoplastic agent gives nausea, vomiting, or alopecia. So all of these are recognized ADRs, right? Unrecognized, there are many other unrecognized ADRs which nobody knows at certain point that this is because of so and so drug. Right? So to identify such unrecognized ADRs is also one of the aims of pharmacovigilance. And to assess the risk and benefit of the medicine. So we all know that always the risk and benefit ratio is measured. When the risk is less and the benefit is more, then only we go ahead with that particular treatment regimen. Yes. So to assess the risk and benefit of the medications in order to determine what action, and if necessary, to improve their safe use. Because until and unless we don't know the risk and benefit ratio, we will not be having an answer how to improve the safer use of such medicines, right? And providing information to users to optimize safe and effective use of medication. So when the pharmacovigilance understand, when the pharmacovigilance assesses the different adverse drug reactions, so what it does is it starts providing different information to all the users, because we have a lot of OTC medications, and OTC medication definitely also gives adverse drug reactions. So it doesn't mean that OTC medications, whatever are listed, they're all completely safe. It doesn't mean that, right? Even OTC medications have also certain adverse effects and adverse drug reactions. So when it starts providing information to the users, so that the users can have the safe and effective use of medications. I hope this is clear. Next slide. So who are the partners in pharmacovigilance, right? So pharmacovigilance, we basically call it as PVPI, Pharmacovigilance Program of India, right? So the partners in PVPI is first is the WHO Quality Assurance and Safety Medicines team. The terminology itself suggests that it is something relevant with the quality and the safety. Yeah. So this particular team is responsible to provide the guidance and support to the countries on different drug safety related matters. So they are present just to provide the guidance, to provide the required support to all the different countries related to the safety matters of the drugs. This particular team is also part of the Department of Essential Drug and Medicine Policy within the WHO Health Technology and Pharmaceutical Clusters. So basically, this is also included as one of the partners, and which looks after the quality and as well as the safety. Quality as in which quality? We are talking about the quality which the signals are being generated. Signals is again nothing but the association between the adverse drug reaction and the drug. If I, for example, if I say that metronidazole is inducing the metallic taste in the mouth, or maybe if I say the amoxicillin is inducing diarrhea, so this is a signal which is being generated. Yeah. So diarrhea is an adverse drug reaction, and amoxicillin is the drug. So we say that we assume that the relationship between the amoxicillin and the diarrhea is there, and if we think it's there, you can see it in the patient's if, then that has to be reported to the PVPI. So whatever we report, that same quality they are checking. So the next slide. So the another partner is UPSLA Monitoring Center, which we are calling it as UMC. Now, what is this UPSLA Monitoring Center? Now, this is like a hierarchy. For example, let us take the college. Right? What's the hierarchy in the college? We have students, and then above that we have class representatives. Then above that we have subject teachers. Above that we have class teachers. Above that we have head of the departments. Above that we have principals, and above that we have dean. Yeah, so this is the hierarchy. The same way here in pharmacovigilance, we also have hierarchy for the better communication. So the hierarchy here is basically it is started from peripheral centers. Peripheral centers communicates all the information to the regional centers, and the regional centers communicates all the information to the zonal centers. All the information which is received by the zonal center is further communicated to the Pharmacovigilance Program of India, that is the whole nationwide center. And once the nationwide center receives all the information, it is further communicating it with the UPSLA Monitoring Center, which is an international level committee. Yeah, so UPSLA Monitoring Center, we can correlate it with the dean. Yeah, dean of the different colleges or a particular institution. So this is the UPSLA Monitoring Center principal function is to manage the international database. So UPSLA Monitoring Center, which is actually located in Sweden, so it has the whole international database, matlab all the countries' international database of adverse drug reaction. It has. So what it does, it receives from the different national centers, जैसे कि हमारा PVPI है, the same way every country has its own national center. So PVPI reports it to UMC the same way other national centers also reports it to the UMC. The UMC, which is UPSLA Monitoring Center, has the whole database of adverse drug reactions with it. Yeah. So UMC has established the standardized reporting by all the national centers. So everywhere we have certain standards, right? This is how we are supposed to report, or this is how we are supposed to write, or this is what we are supposed to follow. So we have protocols everywhere. So here also, what did the UMC did is it has established its own protocol. It has established its own standard, so that the same reporting standard can be maintained by all the centers. So जो उनको data मिलेगा, UMC वाले को जो data मिलेगा, that is equal, that is uniform. So it has established its own standardized reporting by all the national centers and has facilitated the communication between the countries to promote the rapid identification of the signals. So UMC, when it's present, definitely the communication is faster, and it can promote its rapid identification of the signal. Signal is again the relationship between the ADR and the drug. Next slide. So what is effectiveness of this system? So it depends, the effectiveness is the goodness. Yeah, effectiveness of the system depends on the size of the database. Size of the database is simply means that more the number of the same reports, the higher the importance of that particular signal, right? So if only one person reports the ADR of amoxicillin inducing diarrhea, and the 100 reporting of the same ADR amoxicillin induced diarrhea has a different impact. Yeah, the more the number, the more the size of database, the higher the precision of the ADR. Yeah, the quality of the reports received from the contributing centers. So what is the quality of the report? So are we filling up all the required information? Did we write all the specifications? Right? Did we mention the drug? Did we check and write or report it? So that's the quality of the report which is received from the different contributing centers. Timeliness of such reporting, when have you, suppose the ADR has occurred today and you're reporting after a month, that may affect the system, right? An active and reliable reporting culture within the participating countries. So whichever country is participating, it must have is active reporting. The center should always be active and it should be reliable. So when we have all of these different parameters active, right, the effectiveness of the system also increases. Next slide. The International Advisory Panel of the clinical experts determine the validity and the clinical importance of the signals generated. See, what happens is, suppose I report that this amoxicillin is inducing diarrhea for a particular patient, maybe any patient who had come to the hospital or hospital pharmacy or to the physician, or physician has prescribed amoxicillin, and then the patient complains of diarrhea the very day the amoxicillin is being taken, right? If that is the case, and if I am a clinical pharmacist or hospital pharmacist or any pharmacist, and I'm coming to know that this particular patient is having diarrhea because of amoxicillin, so I report it, right? So it doesn't mean that that reporting is simply taken by them blindly. It's not that. They also have to assess it further. Yeah. So what do they do is, there's this panel of international advisory panel at an international level. So panel, again, a group of people and experts, people sitting. So what do? They determine the validity and the clinical importance of the signals which are generated by the people like us. Yeah. So that's the major role. In the recent years, the UMC has expanded its role as a communication training center. So it doesn't only keep the data of the international level, but it also has started giving the training to many people, so that people get aware and people know how to report and what to report. So this is the expanded role which the UMC has started recently. So how do they give the training, or how do they communicate? Majorly is based on the mail discussions. So if you mail them that this is what I have figured out, this is what I have found, so they'll definitely reply you back. Not just the UMC, but definitely we should mail or communicate to the PVPI. And website development, they have released many newsletters, they are conducting many annual meetings. So all of these different trainings or the expanded roles the UMC has made is just to make sure that awareness is generated and we are more prone to report the signals. Yeah. Next slide. Yeah. So the National Pharmacovigilance Center. So in case if we are talking about the pharmacovigilance of India, then the first comes National Pharmacovigilance Center. So National Pharmacovigilance Center, definitely it manages the whole nationwide reports. Yeah. So post-marketing surveillance of the medicines is mainly coordinated by the National Pharmacovigilance Center. Post-marketing surveillance is something that once the drug is already into the market and still the research is going on, we've also called it as phase 4 trials, because post-marketing surveillance is always on the more number of people, right? Millions of people. So post-marketing surveillance of the medicines is mostly coordinated by the National Pharmacovigilance Center. So what this National Pharmacovigilance Center, or NPC, does in collaboration with the UMC, the first is collection and analysis of the case reports of the area. So NPC, as the nationwide center, it collects the nationwide reports and it analyzes it. Does its own scrutiny of the different areas which are being reported throughout India. Second is distinguishing the signals from the background noise. I told you what signal is. Signal, we only call it when there is a confirmed relationship between the drug and the ADR, right? Noise is something that, see, if I say that I had ADR or I had diarrhea because of so and so drug, so in that case, sometimes I may have diarrhea because of my underlying condition as well. In that case, if I'm saying that because of so and so drug I had this diarrhea, in that case that becomes noise as in the reaction which you have, but that is not because of the drug, that is because of the underlying condition which you already are suffering with. So that's noise and that's signal. So NPC, National Pharmacovigilance Center, role is to distinguish which is signal and which is the noise. Yeah. Making regulatory decisions based on the strengthened signals. Yeah. What is strengthened signals? I told you just right now that if one person reports, or if only particular only hundreds of reports you have, and on the other side you have thousands of reports, so those thousands of reports becomes your strengthening. right? If the same ADR are continuously being reported from each part of India, then that signal becomes strengthened, because we have a lot of background data. We have lot of data saying that this drug is inducing so and so drug. So based on such strengthened signals, the decisions can be made. What decisions can be made? For example, the thalidomide tragedy which we had, right? So we all know that the tragedy has induced different birth defects. So after that, that particular drug was banned. So in that case, if you have lot of strength in the signals, what the National Pharmacovigilance Center does is it evaluate it does its own analysis, and it can make its own regulatory decision. Regulatory decision मतलब वो market से वो drug को निकाल भी सकते हैं, और फिर maybe if a particular drug was OTC initially, they may convert it into a prescription drug. So regulatory decisions they can make. Alerting prescribers, it can alert the prescribers, manufacturers, and the public to new risk adverse drug reactions. So whenever the signals are strengthened, what it does, it puts forth its newsletters, it puts forth as different notices, so that the prescribers or the manufacturers are being alerted, and then about the particular adverse drug reaction, so they make the necessary changes. Next slide. So the CDSU, right, which is our regulatory environment, we call it as, the Central Drug Standard Control Organization, has initiated a countrywide pharmacovigilance program under the Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, Government of India. So what our regulatory CDSU did is it has initiated its own pharmacovigilance program, which we now call it as PVPI, Pharmacovigilance Program of India. So this is under Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, Government of India, right? So this is a government body. The program is coordinated by the National Pharmacovigilance Center at CDCO. So this program is getting coordinated by the NCC, or National NPC. So this national center is operating under the supervision of the National Pharmacovigilance Advisory Committee. I told you there's a committee which is above the national center. So this committee is an advisory committee. It advises the national center or National Pharmacovigilance Center for different procedures, for different guidelines, or maybe for different regulatory decisions, or any other things which the National Pharmacovigilance Center requires. Yeah, next slide. Now this thing, I would like to explain you how the structure or how the communication happens. Right? I told you the National Pharmacovigilance Center is already the nationwide center. Yeah. So to communicate well or to get connected with different states of India, what it had done is it had created a 3-tier system. So the first is peripheral centers, the second is regional centers, and the third is zonal centers. Right? Peripheral centers are the centers which are the first communication centers. Say, for example, sitting at your own places, if you would like to report, you can report it to the peripheral centers. Right? They will further coordinate with the regional pharmacovigilance center. Regional pharmacovigilance centers, whatever information they receive from peripheral center, they will scrutinize the things, they will cross-check the things, and once cross-checking is done, they will further send it to the zonal pharmacovigilance centers. Right? Zonal pharmacovigilance centers again will scrutinize everything, whatever is received from peripheral and regional centers, and then the zonal pharmacovigilance center sends it to the National Pharmacovigilance Center, which is PVPI. Yeah. So what happens is this is a communication system from peripheral to regional to zonal centers to National Pharmacovigilance Center. Once the National Pharmacovigilance Center receives, it further communicates with the UMC, which is Uppsala Monitoring Center at an international level. Yeah. Next slide. Okay, so talking about peripheral pharmacovigilance centers. Right? So peripheral pharmacovigilance centers are the primary pharmacovigilance centers. They are the first center which you can approach anytime. Yeah? They're relatively very smaller medical institutions, including the individual medical practitioners, maybe clinics, private hospitals, pharmacies. So all of these smaller institutions are primary pharmacovigilance centers. So this is considered as first contact of ADR data collection unit at a healthcare facility. So this is considered as first contact. Why? Because they're peripheral. So there are many centers available near you, which we're calling it as peripheral pharmacovigilance centers. So they would be identified and they are further coordinated by the regional and zonal centers in consultation with the CDSU. So peripheral centers में जो भी report होते हैं वो सब ADRs वहाँ पे scrutiny होते हैं और आगे regional centers या फिर zonal centers को वो लोग भेजते हैं. Next. Excuse me. So these are a few peripheral centers which are mentioned here. So these are the initial peripheral centers. Now, like we have a lot of peripheral centers, but they were the initial peripheral centers. For example, JSS College of Pharmacy, UT Mysore, Institute of Postgraduate Medical Education Research, Kolkata, Hindu College of Pharmacy, Goa, Manipal College of Pharmaceutical Sciences, Karnataka, Alamein College of Pharmacy, Bangalore, and Amrita Institute of Medical Sciences, Kochi. So these were the basic or the main centers of peripheral pharmacovigilance. So now we have many, but these were the initially they started with these different centers. Next slide. Next is we have regional pharmacovigilance centers. So secondary pharmacovigilance centers they're considered as, and they're relatively larger than the peripheral centers. They are attached with the medical colleges. They would act as second level centers in the administrative structure of National Pharmacovigilance Program of India. And they can also function as first contact ADR collection unit. That means somebody who is nearer to the regional pharmacovigilance centers can directly report to the regional pharmacovigilance center. It's not that in case if you are reporting, you only are supposed to report at peripheral. You can report it to regional as well. You can report it to zonal as well. You can report it to directly to the national center as well. So they would be identified and coordinated by the zonal pharmacovigilance centers and consultation with the CDSU. Next slide. So there are 5 regional centers which were primarily located in Kolkata, Mumbai, Nagpur, New Delhi, and Pondicherry. So every part of India, we had the regional pharmacovigilance centers. Next. Yeah. So the third, or we say it as tertiary pharmacovigilance centers or zonal pharmacovigilance centers. Now, why zonal is again, zones are bigger, right? Bigger than the regional and peripheral. So that is the reason why we are calling it a zonal pharmacovigilance center. So zonal pharmacovigilance centers receives all the ADRs, all the information, all the reports from peripheral and as well as the regional. So this has larger healthcare facilities. So where can be these centers? These centers can be at medical colleges or maybe tertiary teaching care hospitals, we say. So in metro cities. So this act as third level centers in administrative structure of the National Pharmacovigilance Program of India. And as I said, this can also function as the primary contact. Somebody can report to zonal directly as well. So there are 2 zonal centers in Mumbai as well as in New Delhi. Next slide. The peripheral centers, so this is the communication, this is the hierarchy. Yeah, the peripheral centers, whatever information or whatever record they received about the adverse events or about the adverse drug reaction, they send it to the regional centers. So what does the regional centers does is it tries to collate the information and it tries to scrutinize the data which is received from the peripheral center, and then it submits further to the zonal centers. So the zonal centers will again further collate the information, analyze the data, and again submit the consolidated information to the National Pharmacovigilance Center. So the zonal center will also provide the training, general support, and coordinate the functioning of the regional center as well. So once the National Pharmacovigilance Center receives, it is further coordinating with the UPSLA Monitoring Center. Next slide. Yeah, so here we are talking about the reporting of adverse drug reaction. I told you adverse drug reaction is a reaction because of a drug when the drug is taken on a normal dosing, right? So how do we report the adverse drug reaction? We'll just have an overview. Next slide. Okay, now medicine are the most common treatments used in the healthcare. We all know this, and new drugs are being introduced into the country, which includes new chemical entities. We have new dosage forms. We have different routes of drug administrations of the already existing drugs. We have new therapeutic claims of the existing drugs. right? And we all know that all the medications have different side effects. Some side effects are known, some side effects are still unknown, even though the drugs are being used in the market for several years. Yeah. So it is important to monitor both the known as well as unknown. Next slide, please. So one thing I would like to make it very clear in this session, that even though the drug or the adverse drug reaction is already known, right, we are supposed to report it. Right? We cannot say that this is already an established ADR. Why do we report it? But we are supposed to report the known as well as unknown, or maybe the rare effect of the medications. Next slide. Next slide, please. Audible?
Yes, ma'am. Maybe Heta madam is left the meeting. Maybe internet connection.
Okay. I'll continue.
I'll set the screen, ma'am. No problem.
Yeah. So it is important to monitor both the known effects of the medications as well as the unknown effects of the medications. So please let us all keep this one thing very clear in our minds, that even though the adverse drug reactions are known or the adverse drug reactions are unknown or rare, all of these different types of adverse drug reactions should be reported, and to determine any new information available in relation to their safety profile. So whenever we have new drugs, new molecules in the market, we are always supposed to expose to the newer information, right? So all those such new information, whichever is available with respect to the safety profile, we are supposed to determine. So that is one of the main responsibility of a pharmacist, that to report the adverse drug reactions to the responsible committee. Yeah. And the next slide, if we are going ahead, what are the limitations of the pre-marketing safety study? That means, see, pharmacovigilance becomes a post-marketing study, right? So why are we doing post-marketing study? Because before the drug is put into the market, we already have lot of pre-marketing studies done. We have clinical trials, we have phase 1, phase 2, phase 3. All of these different trials already going on. Once approved, then only we put into the market, right? So why are we still studying it after the drug is into the market? So what are the limitations of pre-marketing safety studies? So first limitation is, it is limited information. We have limited information about the long-term adverse effects. Yes, phase 1, phase 2, phase 3, we do definitely for a huge population, maybe 1,000 to 3,000 population, phase 3 trials. But then still we are not studying the long-term effects as in continuously, if somebody is using an antihypertensive drug, maybe since the last 10 years, 15 years, last 20 years, what adverse drug reaction they can develop. So that those studies information we are not having, or we are lacking in pre-marketing, right? Limited information about the drug and drug food interactions. Yes, we have lesser information about the drug interactions or drug food interactions. Limited information in the special population. Pregnancy and lactation. Why pregnancy and lactation? Because definitely we don't recruit pregnancy and lactation women in the clinical trials. Yeah, we don't recruit children mostly. We skip recruiting elderly people, or maybe we don't recruit the kidney disease individuals or liver disease individuals. So what happens when we don't recruit in phase 1, phase 2, phase 3 trials? We are missing their information, right? So all of this information we are getting it in the post marketing, when we are trying to study about the drugs, about the safety profiles of certain drugs. Yeah. Next slide. Next slide, please. Yeah. So this is thalidomide tragedy which happened in 1957 to 1961. So which we all know that the idea of adverse drug reaction had started from here, right? So what happened in the thalidomide tragedy is, to avoid the nausea and vomiting in the pregnant women, they started giving thalidomide therapy to all the pregnant women. So this was an delayed type of ADR. Delayed type of ADR matlab the ADR which we observe it after certain months or certain years. Yeah. So thalidomide adverse drug reaction was a delayed type of adverse drug reaction, where the pregnant woman started taking it to avoid the nausea and to avoid the vomiting. But then when the infants were born of the same woman who had given the thalidomide, so the infants were with the birth defects, right, which we call it as teratogenesis. The infant had the birth defects in their upper limb and lower limb, as you can see here. So this happened in lot of women. So what did they concluded, that because the women were treated with thalidomide during their pregnancy, and they had this cumulative effect of having the birth defects in the infants. So that's from there the adverse drug reaction idea had started, and then they stopped or they banned the drug thalidomide, and they stated that this particular drug is contraindicated in the pregnancy. So if we are not reporting the ADRs, definitely the pharmacovigilance or the committee won't understand that, or they won't have sufficient data to say or to have a statement that this particular drug is contraindicated, or this particular drug should be banned, or this particular drug is causing so and so adverse reaction in the patient. So it's our responsibility that we report any adverse drug reactions, known or unknown, to the pharmacovigilance. Next slide, please. So Indian Pharmacopoeia Commission, which is Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, Government of India, is functioning as a national coordinating center for pharmacovigilance program of India since 15th April 2011. Right. So in 2017, since the PVPI has just started in 2011, so in 2017 they gradually got better, and 250 adverse events monitoring centers they started all over the country in 2017. So they expanded their own regulation, and then they started having lot of adverse drug reaction reports from different centers all over the country, and spontaneous and voluntary reporting of adverse drug reaction by the healthcare professionals. So once they had lot of centers, initiated lot of adverse drug reaction monitoring centers, which we also call it as AMC. After that, they had voluntary reporting of adverse drug reaction by all the healthcare professionals. Next slide, please. Yeah, so this is the PVPI web page. So we have the gallery, we have the ADR reporting, we have other information, we get newsletters on this particular website. So just whenever you become free, just log in or just check the PVPI website. It also has a helpline number. It releases its newsletters every time, and it also has its own circulars every month. It has its at least minimum of one adverse drug reaction, which they finalize the signal, and then they treat that this is the ADR which is causing because of this particular drug. So just check it once whenever you become free. Next slide, please. So what was a mission? What is the difference between mission and vision? Mission is something we start on, when vision is something which we long for in the long time, in the future times. Vision is something that which we would like to have that in our future after maybe 4 years or 5 years. That's vision. And mission is because, or to fulfill that vision, we make the mission successful. Yeah. So what was their mission of PVPI? To safeguard the health of the Indian population by ensuring that the benefits of use of medicines outweighs the risk associated with the use. So their main mission was to benefit should be more than the risk of any drug. So to safeguard the health of the Indian population was their mission. What was the vision is to improve the patient safety and welfare in the Indian population. The long-time goal was to improve the patient safety. It is about the patients. It is for the public health. Yeah. Next slide. Yeah. So how do we report ADRs? So the main topic comes here. Whatever I told till now, whatever I gave the introduction till now, is about the pharmacovigilance. How does it work, or what is the communication structure, what is its governance structure, is what we all spoke till now. Yeah. So how can you do, or who can report the adverse drug reaction to the pharmacovigilance center? First is the principal investigator. Principal investigator is somebody who is investigating, or who acts as an investigator in a clinical trial, or maybe any other personnel from the hospital sector. Any healthcare professionals, anybody, any healthcare professional includes, it can be a pharmacist, it can be a physician, it can be a nurse, or any other professional who is included, who is acting as a healthcare professional. Any patients can also report, or any other health authorities can also report. So basically everybody can report. This is not just for the professionals. Even a patient, if he or she is little educated, if you also educate to the patients who come to your community pharmacies, or to whomsoever you're interacting with, try to educate them, saying that this is the PVPI. There's an app developed by PVPI. How to use that app? You just have to download it from the site, and then you can use it. You just have to put the basic information: which drug is inducing, what is the ADR, your initials, and then who has reported. That's all, right? So you just have to educate the patients as well, that in case if they come across any ADR, they can report the ADR. So this is basically for everybody, not just the healthcare professionals, because again we have a misperception here that this is only for healthcare professionals. No, it's for everybody, even including the patients. Yeah, next slide please. Okay, so what should you report, and which reactions to report, right? So I told you that this is not just restricted to allopathy. You can report the Ayurveda adverse drug reactions, that is the adverse drug reactions because of Ayurveda medicines, Siddha, Unani, homeopathy medicines, food supplements or vitamins or minerals, nutraceuticals, herbal products, etc. Even if you're not sure which particular product is causing your ADR. Because what happens sometimes, if the prescription is having 4 or 5 drugs and the patient is having an ADR, it is difficult to assess that which among the 5 drugs is causing the ADR. So that if in case that is the case, then also if you're not sure that this particular product is causing the suspected ADR, then also you can still report. ऐसा जरूरी हमेशा जरूरी नहीं है कि आपको जब आप बहुत श्योर हो, आपको पता है कि ये फर्स्ट ड्रग ही ADR कॉज कर रहा है और फिर ही हम रिपोर्ट करें, ऐसा नहीं. Even though you're not sure that which particular product is causing the ADR, still you can report it, right? So you may report any suspected ADRs no matter whether they are mild, minor or serious. तो ये भी एक misperception है कि ज्यादा serious है या फिर rare है तभी ADR report करना है. No, that's not the thing. You may report any ADR. You may report either mild or serious ADRs, notified, unnotified, whichever ADRs you come across, everything must be reported. I think the things are getting clear. I hope the things are getting clear. Next slide, please. Okay, so this is an adverse drug reaction monitoring form, or reporting form, we say. So this reporting form is available on their website. This is a PDF form. Anybody can download this. The form name itself is the suspected adverse drug reaction reporting form. Why the name suspected? Because as a healthcare professional, we may be sure, but if somebody else is filling up, maybe non-healthcare professional, they might not be sure that which drug is causing it, right? So that is the reason which we are calling it a suspecting. We are suspecting that this particular drug is causing the adverse drug reaction, right? So I'll explain you the form point by point. Next slide, please. So this form has different questions which has to be filled. Yeah, so majorly the questions or the form, the sections which are to be filled are the patient information. Second is the suspected adverse reaction. The third is suspected medication, and the fourth is reporter details. So form accept होने के लिए ये 4 sections fill करना बहुत जरूरी है. You cannot miss anything out of these 4 sections. right? Because I told you that they are further going to assess your form. Yeah. So without these informations, without the information which you put, they cannot assess the form further. Why patient information? Yes, you may, if you do not want to write the patient's name because of the confidentiality matters, you may not write the name, but then the other things like the gender, like the weight and the age really matters, because there are certain drugs which only affects the particular gender, or only has its effect on the elderly group, or maybe if they're pregnant, or maybe they're pediatric. So this matters, the patient information is important. The same is suspected adverse reaction. If you're not mentioning the adverse drug reaction only, then there's no point of reporting it. Yeah. The third is suspected medication. Suspected medication, कौन से medication आप suspect कर रहे हो कि ये adverse drug reaction cause कर रहा है. अभी मेडिकेशन ही अगर हम नहीं लिखेंगे, हम सिर्फ एडवर्स ड्रग रिएक्शन लिख के छोड़ देंगे, या वी आर ओनली राइटिंग द suspected adverse drug reaction and we are not writing the medication, then how do they further assess your form? Yeah, because they have to further strengthen the signal. Yes or no? And then you have the reporter details. Why reporter details? Because in case if they want to communicate it further, आगे कुछ उनको question है या कोई query है, they want the reporter details. So these are the basic information which has to be filled in the reporting form. Next slide, please. Okay, so I told you the first segment is patient information. So I have taken the segments from the CDSO form only, which I've showed you 2 slides earlier, right? It has almost 17 to 18 questions which has to be filled, divided into 4 different segments. The first segment is patient information. So patient initials, you're supposed to write the age at the time of the adverse drug reaction or event. You're supposed to write the gender, and supposed to write the weight of the person, weight of the patient, right? The second, next slide, please. Yeah, so this is the second segment, suspected adverse reaction. मतलब कौन सा adverse reaction आपने देखा या फिर आप suspect कर रहे हो. First is date of reaction started. For example, if I say that a patient who has been on atenolol since last 2 years, right, and the same patient developed psoriasis since last a couple of days, maybe 10 days or 20 days or 30 days. So you have to write the date of reaction started. Matlab, when did the patient start observing psoriasis, or when did the physician diagnose it as psoriasis, right? That means that is the date of reaction started. That is the date of reaction started. Or maybe you take a very simple example. For example, risperidone, which is inducing tremors, or maybe metronidazole, which is inducing metallic taste in the mouth, or maybe lithium, which is inducing increased thirst. जैसे कि levothyroxine बहुत use होता है, right? Levothyroxine for any patients, it may lead to alopecia. Alopecia is nothing but the hair fall, right? So कब से वो लोग ने हेयर फॉल नोटिस किया है, दैट डेट कैन बी मेंशन्ड. द सिक्स्थ क्वेश्चन इज डेट ऑफ रिकवरी. इफ द पेशेंट हैज रिकवर्ड out of a pattern reaction, क्योंकि I told you reactions are not always harmful, reaction are not always serious. ऐसा हो सकता है कि एमॉक्सिसिलिन 1 डोसिंग या 2 डोसिंग लेने के बाद उनका डायरिया कम हो गया है, right? तो अगर कम हो गया है, then that is the date of recovery. So you mentioned the date of recovery, right? Seventh point is describe the reactions of the problem. You have to describe it in detail. What happened? When did it start? Suppose if it's diarrhea, how many episodes of diarrhea after amoxicillin was taken? Was the diarrhea continuing after the second dose of amoxicillin was taken or no? So all of these things, you can describe the problem or describe the reaction a little bit in detail. Yeah, please. Next slide, please. Yeah, so here is the third segment, right? Second segment was about the ADR. Third segment was about the suspected medication. So suspected medication में suspected हमने क्यों लिखा? Why are they pointing out a suspected? Because every time you are not sure about the medication. Every time, suppose amoxicillin भी है आपके प्रिस्क्रिप्शन में मेट्रोनिडाजोल भी है आपके प्रिस्क्रिप्शन में, और मे बी कोई दूसरा एनएसएड भी है सपोज आपके प्रिस्क्रिप्शन में, एंड द पेशेंट इज हैविंग डायरिया. नाउ यू डू नॉट नो कि कौन से ड्रग ने डायरिया इंड्यूस किया है, राइट. इन दैट केस आप अगर दो ड्रग्स के बीच में इफ यू आर कंफ्यूज्ड, यू कैन राइट बोथ द ड्रग्स डेफिनेटली, बिकॉज यू आर सस्पेक्टिंग कि एमोक्सिसिलिन से हुआ है. Obviously this is not the prescription which is given. I'm just giving you an example that if two or three things are mentioned together, and if you're not sure, you can always write the drugs. So here, if you're very sure that this particular XYZ is inducing an ADR, that you are writing its name, the brand name agar hai, generic, if definitely you have to write. Manufacturer agar pata hai to likho, ya to fir nahi, if it's known, not mandatory. Batch number, lot number, in case if you know. What is the expiry date of the drug? What was the drug used when the suspected medication was given, right? What was the route used? Was it an IV? Was it an oral? What was the frequency used? Once in a day, twice in a day? What were the therapy dates? When did it start? When did you stop the drug? Right? Why did you use the drug? What was the indication? Causality assessment. Causality assessment are the different scales, which I have not put it here, but there are different scales available. जैसे कि Naranjo scale है, UMC scale है. There are different scales available, and वो scales में थोड़े questions है. You answer those questions related to the ADRs. Questions answer करने के बाद एक scoring है. वो scoring के हिसाब से you can category the ADR. ADR possible ADR है या probable ADR है, तो आप ADR को categorize कर सकते हो. तो अगर if you have time, तो causality assessment आप कर सकते हो. In case if you know, if you have done, suppose anybody who doesn't know the causality assessment, because you need to learn based on the questions आपको, क्योंकि every question has its marking, -2 +2 0, -1 1 0. So based on your answers the marking comes and overall score comes. So overall score के हिसाब से you categorize the ADR. So अगर पता है तो causality assessment लिख सकते हैं, या फिर you can leave it. Yeah. The next slide, please. Okay. So action taken is suppose if you are observing an ADR in a particular patient, as a healthcare professional, what action did you take, right? जैसे कि बहुत serious ADR है, ondansetron, for example, ondansetron is inducing urticaria in certain patients. Urticaria is again the red patches you get overall body, or maybe indomethacin is inducing some psoriatic arthritis, right? Or maybe continuous usage of paracetamol even can lead into hepatotoxicity, or any NSA is leading into kidney damage. Maybe ibuprofen is leading into asthma. There are many drugs which lead into many different ADRs, right? तो अगर जब ADR आता है, what action as an healthcare professional have you taken? तो यहाँ पे suppose ABC drug is inducing ADR, so have you withdrawn the drug or no? You may see just written, madam, please go to number C, the previous one, suspected medication, previous slide. Yes, this one, action taken. So mark the appropriate option for the action taken with respect to suspected drug. मतलब drug withdrawn आपने किया है कि नहीं, आपने drug को withdraw कर दिया या नहीं किया. Dose, increased dose, reduced dose, not changed, not applicable, unknown. कुछ भी नहीं किया. If it's not applicable, you put not applicable. कभी कभी आपको नहीं पता चलता है what physician has done. In case you are a pharmacist in a hospital, you do not know what the physician has done, right? You do not know whether he has withdrawn the drug, whether he has kept on hold. You do not have the information. In that case, you put unknown as a tick mark. Yeah. Next slide, please. Okay. Concomitant medication. Concomitant medication मतलब ये suspected medications के साथ, because we know that nowadays patients opt for allopathy as well. उसके साथ आयुर्वेदिक भी ले ले. Suppose diabetes की ही बात करो, they start taking allopathy, they start taking ayurveda. So concomitant medications का usage बहुत ज़्यादा है, right? So concomitant usage, if you know, you can write. Apart from the suspected drug, what are the other medications the patient is taking? Now, with respect to the pharmacovigilance, let me tell you why they have added this particular question. Jessica, I told you, you are not sure that amoxicillin is inducing diarrhea. In that case, they will try to figure out that any other concomitant medication which is used by the patient is also inducing diarrhea. तो वो cross verify करने के लिए इन्होंने ये वाला क्वेश्चन डाला है. नेक्स्ट स्लाइड प्लीज. तो कंकमिनेंट में भी आप डाल सकते हो. इफ यू नो यू आर स्टार्टिंग which start, what was the start date, what was the end date, and all of that you can write if you know. The last one is the reporter detail. Reporter detail mein I told you, if they want to contact you back, if they want to find out certain other details, they must have certain reference, right? Correspondence reference. So name and professional address of you, whoever is reporting, PIN number and email address, telephone number, what is your occupation, signature, and when are you reporting, when are you reporting this, what is the date of your reporting. Next slide please. Yeah, so it's not always mandatory that you fill up a form. कभी कभी आप बहुत बिजी रहते हो, आपके पास फॉर्म नहीं है, पीडीएफ ऑलरेडी डाउनलोडेड नहीं है, हार्ड कॉपीज नहीं है, या फिर you don't have much of time. So what do? You just call the toll free number 180018030024 to them, and then say that this is what I have seen. This was the drug that I noticed. This risperidone is inducing tremor in a patient, or maybe hand tremors or generalized tremors. Whatever did you see, you can just call them up, which is or toll free number, and then report it on telephone as well. They will just note down all of your details. They will ask you from where are you calling, and then they may ask you the patient details as that of which is mentioned in the PDF form. So same details they may ask you, and you can directly call them and convey all the information through the telephone as well. Yeah, next slide please. Okay, so now there is an Android application as well. So PVPI has made an Android application. Now if you download this ADR reporting app or ADR PVPI app from Google Play, you will have two options. One is consumer option, one is healthcare professional option. मतलब अगर consumer या फिर patient को खुद को report करना है तो उनके लिए option अलग है, और healthcare professional, either physicians or maybe a pharmacist or maybe a nurse, अगर उनको report करना है तो option is different. Consumer का पहले अगर मैं बात करूँ तो they have certain patient details, मतलब patient के initials, age, weight डाल सकते हैं, gender डाल सकते हैं, रीजन फॉर टेकिंग मेडिकेशन, मतलब क्यों उन्होंने वो मेडिकेशन लिया, मेडिसिन वाज इट एडवाइज्ड बाय डॉक्टर, वाज इट एडवाइज्ड बाय फार्मासिस्ट, फ्रेंड्स रिलेटिव्स ने एडवाइस किया, या फिर दूसरा एक ऑप्शन उन्होंने बहुत अच्छा रखा विच इज सेल्फ, क्योंकि पास्ट डिसीज एक्सपीरियंस या फिर हम वी नो दैट ये ड्रग से हमें ये फीवर कम हो गया था तो वी कैन टेक द सेम ड्रग अगेन, राइट. सो मेडिसिन एडवाइज बाय में 4 ऑप्शन रखे हैं. डेट ऑफ रिपोर्ट, मतलब कब आप रिपोर्ट कर रहे हो, who is reporting, and all of that you can mention, which is already given. Dosage form का option है, मतलब वो tablet था, capsule था, injection था, oral कोई liquids थे, whatever, right? Name of the medicines, about the side effect, मतलब when did the side effect start, कब चालू हुआ था, date आप calendar open हो जाता है directly, so you can just mark the date. When did the side effect stop, so you can again mark the calendar. Side effect is still continuing, but अगर side effect stop नहीं हुआ है then you have another option that side effect is still continuing, yes or no का option आप कर सकते हो. How bad was the side effect? How bad was the side effect मतलब कभी कभी side effect ऐसे हो जाते हैं जिससे आप daily activities भी नहीं कर पाते हो. तो did not affect daily activities, affected daily activities, adverse drug reaction की वजह से आपको hospital में admit होना पड़ा, death also might happen because of the adverse drug reaction, or any other. So you can always describe the side effect कि क्या हुआ था, and then you have to submit the form. Yeah, this is for the consumer. The same way you have for the healthcare professionals. Report type आप लिख सकते हो, healthcare professional की बात कर रही हूँ. So initial follow up, मतलब this is the very first step, or you are talking about the follow up person. Reporters के details, if you are reporting as a nurse or a pharmacist or anybody as a healthcare professional, you can write your name, you can write a professional address, PIN code, email, telephone, and occupation. What's your occupation? Are you a nurse, are you a pharmacist, any other, or are you a doctor? Yeah, signature, definitely a name, date of this report, when are you reporting. Again, you have to mention the patient details, definitely, because we know that certainly gender and all of age and all of those things will definitely have an impact on ADRs. Date of reaction started, that means kab chalu hua tha. Date of recovery, you can again have a deep description of the reaction, right? A brand name agar if you know, right? And also the suspected medication, that what action was taken, drug withdraw kiya tha, dose reduce. So majorly jo bhi PDF mein tha, the same points or the same questions we have it in the app also, right? Concomitant medication कुछ लिया था वो, seriousness of the reaction है, outcome में क्या आता है, the patient was recovered or no, क्योंकि you have reported that is okay, but then because of so and so drug ADR hai, so was the patient recovered or no, right? Fatal, kabhi death hua, recovering hai, still not recovered, all of those things. And koi dusra additional information add karna hai to uske liye bhi column hai, and then you submit it, right? So this is about the app. Whenever you get time, please download it and then please use it once so that you understand. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Yeah. Why should you report the side effects to the medications? Yeah. So this is the communication structure. Whatever I said, everything is put in here, right? You see the last column, healthcare professional and patient. So healthcare professional या patient ADR monitoring center को report करते हैं. ADR monitoring centers further national coordinating center को report करते हैं. Those national coordinating centers will have this different committees again, steering committee, review panel, training panel, all of those. That national coordination center will further communicate with the CDSO, which is an headquarter, and also the national coordinating center will send its own reports of the whole nationwide ADR reports to the UPSLA monitoring center. That UPSLA monitoring center will collect all the nationwide information and keep it with it, so which we calling it as international database for the ADR. Next slide, please. Yeah, so this is what I was talking about. The PVPI releases its own monthly drug safety alerts. Matlab every month drug safety alerts release karte hai. If you can see, it's released of this particular month as well, July. Just check it on the website. You will have the suspected drug. You will have the indication, you will have the adverse drug reaction. So yahan pe olanzapine is inducing the hyponatremia, right? So that is an adverse drug reaction. So piperacillin plus tazobactam is inducing the blood vision. So they have released this monthly alerts based on the signals which are generated from different corners of India. वैसे ही they cannot just put forth without any basic proof, right? So whatever we are providing them, whatever we are sending them as reports become their proofs, and they cross verify, and then they finally put out like this so that people are aware. Yeah. Next slide, please. Yeah. So these are the newsletters. You can just check. You can have the first one is about the over the counter drugs. Community pharmacists best care to encounter the safety of the over the counter medication is definitely an emerging need. And the second one shows about the pregnant women. So are you prescribing valproic acid to the pregnant woman? So we must make sure that you must observe that there's caution before you prescribe valproic acid to the pregnant woman. So it has its own newsletters talking about the different drugs. Next slide, please. Okay, so this is collaboration with the NABH for the pharmacovigilance activities. So what pharmacovigilance did is it had its different MOUs with the different NABH hospitals. So let me tell about Parole only. Now, we also, as a Department of Pharmacy Practice, we also have are recognized with AMC, which is ADR Monitoring Center. So our hospital is an pre-NABH. So it has an MOU with the PVPI has an MOU with our hospital, and the AMC is in our department. So we are trying to generate all the signals. We are trying to have all the reports, and we are trying to send it to the PVPI. So the same thing says here, collaboration with the NABH for the pharmacovigilance activities. So it has collaborated with different NABH hospitals across the India. Yeah. Next slide, please. Okay, so last slides, what I want to convey here is what is the role of pharmacists here in pharmacovigilance, right? So pharmacovigilance plays an important role in pharmacovigilance, and they should be encouraged to report adverse event independently. So that is why we all say that we must be educated, and we must also educate others so that we encourage the reporting of adverse drug events. For the development of a healthy pharmacovigilance system for India, we must build a robust, a very strong pharmacovigilance system. We must make pharmacovigilance reporting very mandatory, in introducing pharmacovigilance inspections, strengthening the DCGI with the trained scientific and medical assessors. So we must be trained how to report the adverse drug reaction to the PVPI, and we must create a central database for all the protocols and the clinical trials, educate and train the medical students, pharmacists and nurses. We must collaborate with the pharmacovigilance organization in enhancing the drug safety and building a good network. Network is again for a better communication, and interacting with IT sector. Why IT sector? Because all of these things are definitely with the help of them, right? The apps and the website and all of those things. Yeah. Next slide, please. Yeah, next slide, please. Yeah, so this you have is the National Pharmacovigilance Advisory Committee, which I said you that NPAC is again an advisory committee to the National Pharmacovigilance Center. So what its main role is to check the performance of the zonal centers, regional centers, and peripheral pharmacovigilance centers, as well as it also recommends the regulatory measures. Matlab, koi problem hai if a particular drug is inducing so and so ADR continuously, which is so serious. So it can have its own recommendation ki regulatory recommendation kar sakte hai wo log ki ye better ye drug market se aap nikal do ya fir ye drug OT se prescription mein convert karo ya anything as such. Yeah. Second point is it also oversees data collection, assessment, interpretation of data, as well as publication of the ADR monitoring data. So जो भी information आता है to the National Pharmacovigilance Center, so collects the data, it tries to assess in a better way, right? Interpretation of the data as well as the publication of the data. So the committee also periodically evaluates the protocol compliance levels. Protocol compliance levels मतलब how जो data है वो homogeneous है कि नहीं, because we said that when we are supposed to give or provide the data to Upsala Monitoring Center, the data has to be homogeneous, सब कुछ same है तभी वो data हम compile कर पाएंगे. Yes or no? So we should be trained in such manner that all the data which we are providing should be filled completely. We shouldn't miss any data so that it can be scientifically pooled for the further regulatory decisions. And whenever necessary, NPAC also seeks the opinion of experts in various specializations. Next slide, please. Yeah. So to conclude, drug safety monitoring is an essential element for the two main reasons. One is to enhance the effective use of all the medications and to have the highest quality medical care for all our patients and to improve the public health. So join hands with PVP in improving the patient safety. I thank you so much. I hope this session had helped at least to understand what pharmacovigilance is and how to report the ADRs and what is the importance of reporting. Right? I hereby conclude the session. Thank you everyone for patient listening.
Thank you very much, Dr. Radhika Bindu ma'am. It was very detailed, informative session in very understandable manner, and I hope it will be useful to our listeners. Ma'am, we are having few questions with us.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes. Ma'am, can the GSPC implement the stamp system on the sleeping medicine prescription so that one sleeping prescription cannot be repeated again?
Can the GSPC implement? Sorry?
Implement the stamp system on sleeping medicine prescription.
Definitely, because madam, this is the nationwide implementation which we already have. So in case if the GSPC also strengthens or enhances the importance of reporting, if that is being done, it will be very beneficial for all the stakeholders in Gujarat. So that is my opinion as personal.
Yes, ma'am. And one more question is that if the adverse drug reaction is reported by any patient to the pharmacovigilance, so it will affect the distribution of drug?
No, madam. We cannot say that it will affect or no, but then definitely they will further scrutiny if the reaction is so serious, if it is affecting its daily activities, if the reaction has led to death and the reactions are so serious, and if such reactions are reported by the different parts of the country, the same reaction, the same serious reaction are reported by different parts of the country, then definitely the regulatory decision has to be taken by the PVPI, and that's what they are sitting for. And if regulatory decisions are taken, it's up to them that what do they do, because ultimately what we want is the patient safety and the public safety. Yeah, that's what I think.
Thank you. Thank you very much, ma'am, once again for a very informative session. Moving towards the validatory function, over to you, Gina ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am. Sir, Jasubai is here.
I'm already in, ma'am.
Okay.
Yes, sir is already.
Okay. Good afternoon to all chief guests, guest of honor, registered pharmacist and organizing committee. We have reached toward the end of today's online refresher course. I hope you all have enjoyed the informative sessions. moving toward the validatory function, I would like to invite Dr. Harsavi Patel, Course Director of Refresher Course, to introduce guest of honor of today's validatory function, Mr. Jasubhai Chaudhary Sir, Registrar, Gujarat State Pharmacy Council, Ahmedabad. Over to you, Harsa Madam.
Just a minute.
Yeah.
Good afternoon to all. It's my pleasure and privilege to introduce Jasubhai Chaudhary Sir, guest of valedictory session of GSPC sponsored refresher course. Sir, since last so many years, we are organizing refresher course and you are coming as a guest either in an inaugural session or valedictory sessions. And with lot of supports of GSPC and our participants, we able to manage and conduct so many refresher courses. So the credit goes to for this course, our management, Charotar Vidya Mandal University and Charotar Vidya Mandal. Kind support of our chairman, Sri Bikume Patel sir. Able coordination of Dr. Dhimal Shah and Dr. Usman Ghani Chalotia sir. Anchor of these events, Jinal Madam and Heta Madam, and other my IICP family staffs. So once again, I welcome to Jasubhai sir, and thanks to all the participants for participating such events. Over to you, Jinal Madam.
Thank you so much, ma'am. I would like to invite Mr. Jasubhai Chaudhary sir to say a few words. Sir, please.
Thank you very much, Jinal ma'am. Hope I am properly audible.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yes.
I'm very happy to see, and I was attending the last lecture also, the flow in which the lecture was progressing. I'm really happy that we are the part of organizing this kind of webinars, which are being delivering a kind of knowledge which Dr. Radhika Bindu has recently delivered to participants. So it encourages us, in fact, I would say. And in these valedictory functions of the refresher course, which has been in fact organized by Indu Kakai Koala College of Pharmacy, it's great pleasure for me to thank Dr. Harshabin Patel. In fact, nice to see you, ma'am, after a long time. At least couldn't see you because your camera was not on, but at least listening to your voice was also pleasurable to me. A senior faculty, a senior leading personality in the pharma sector. Once again, would like to convey my sincere thanks to Dr. Dhimal Shah, Usman Ghani, as usually, very exciting, very cooperative, and I would say my friend also, Dr. Usman Ghani, Heta ma'am, Jinal ma'am, everybody who has, given their hands to support this refresher course. Because without your support, it would not have been possible. What is, I would say, what is from our side? This only support is just to, give you permission that you can conduct your refresher course, and then we, keep on doing our regular work or routine work, I would say. The rest of the efforts are put by the college, I would say. છેલ્લા એકાદ વીક કરતા વધારે દિવસોથી અને ઉસ્માન ભાઈ છેલ્લા 10 દિવસ પહેલા પણ આપણે વાત થઈ હતી અને એ બધા પ્રયત્નો to coordinate to GSPC, to the staff, to the speakers, and to the participants. It takes, entirely a planned long effort, I would say. અને આ બધું સાહેબ મેડમે કીધું એ પ્રમાણે you have been conducting the refresher course for so long time, and because of all your experience you have done very nice refresher course. You have organized a very nice refresher course which is being concluded right now. So congratulations and thanks to the college and the staff. Once again, I'd like to convey my sincere congratulations to the participants also, because I just heard only one lecture, but I am sure that the rest of the lectures would also have delivered the same amount of knowledge, which would be helpful to you in your daily life, practicing your profession as a pharmacy. Because it is quite possible that આપણે બધા ભણ્યા પછી બહુ વર્ષો આપણા quite academic ઇન્વોલ્વમેન્ટમાંથી દૂર હશું, અલગ અલગ પ્રોફેશનમાં ઇન્વોલ્વ હશું, એકેડેમિક્સમાં હશે એ લોકોને તો એમનું એક્સપોઝર રહેતું હોય છે. પરંતુ જે લોકો રિટેલ્સમાં છે, ઇન્ડસ્ટ્રીમાં છે, કે એનીવેર ઇન ધ હોસ્પિટલ, ફાર્માસિસ્ટ ઓર વેરેવર દે આર પ્રેક્ટિસિંગ, ધ એકેડેમિક પાર્ટ ઇઝ ક્વાઇટ લેફ્ટ. અને એ રિફ્રેશમેન્ટ એ થવું જોઈએ. એકચ્યુઅલી વોટ આર ધ કરંટ ટ્રેન્ડ્સ ઇન ધ ફાર્મસી, ઇન ધ માર્કેટ, એ ઘણી વખત છૂટી જતું હોય છે. ખાસ કરીને હું પણ કરું છું, કહી શકું કે બીંગ અ ફાર્માસિસ્ટ, રજિસ્ટ્રાર હોવા છતાં અમે એડમિન પ્રક્રિયામાં સંકળાયેલા છીએ, પરંતુ હું પણ ફાઇનલી તો ફાર્માસિસ્ટ છું. તો નોલેજ રિફ્રેશર કરવાનો કે રિફ્રેશ કરવાનો કે બીજું કંઈ જાણવું, નવું શીખવાનું જવલ્લે જ ચાન્સ મળતો હોય છે. એન્ડ ધેટ્સ વાય ધ ઇમ્પોર્ટન્સ ઓફ રિફ્રેશર્સ કોર્સિસ કેનોટ બી ડિનાઇડ. 7 લેક્ચર્સ થતા હોય છે અને એકદમ ચુનંદા સ્પીકર્સને આપણે સિલેક્ટ કરતા હોઈએ છીએ, અને એમના દ્વારા જે રિફ્રેશર કોર્સના લેક્ચર્સ મને લાગે છે કે પાર્ટિસિપન્ટ્સને ખૂબ યુઝફુલ થયા હશે એવું મારું માનવું પણ છે. ઘણી વખત રિફ્રેશર કોર્સની વાત આવે છે કે સાહેબ કેમ કરવા પડે છે. Not only it is mandatory because of the Pharmacy Practice Regulations 2015, we are in such a profession, vital profession, કે જો નોલેજ આપણે પાછળ છૂટી જાય છે, કરંટ ટ્રેન્ડ્સ ઇન ધ પ્રેક્ટિસ એ આપણે પાછળ છૂટી જાય છે. અને એ બધું આપણને છેલ્લા 2 વર્ષમાં કોરોનાએ શીખવ્યું છે. કેટલી બધી વસ્તુ, ઇવન ટ્રેન્ડ્સ લાઈક કોરોનાના જે મેડિસિન્સ ડે બાય ડે, આજે આની વાત થતી હોય તો એના પછી બીજી વાત થતી હોય, એના વાયરસીસ હેઝ ઇવન ચેન્જ. તો આ બધું જોતા એવું લાગે છે કે આપણે જો અપડેટેડ ના હોય તો મને લાગે છે કે આપણે આપણા પ્રોફેશનને ન્યાય ન આપી શકીએ, આપણે જ્યાં પણ કામ કરતા હોય એને ન્યાય ન આપી શકીએ, એ ચોક્કસ છે. એટલા માટે રિફ્રેશર કોર્સિસ આપણને સમયની સાથે જે પ્રવાહ ચાલી રહ્યો છે આપણા પ્રોફેશનમાં એની સાથે જોડવાનું એક ઉત્તમ કામ કરી રહ્યા છે. આ સાથે સાથે મારું એવું પણ માનવું છે કે આપણા બધા જ પ્રકારના ફાર્માસિસ્ટ મિત્રો, એકેડેમિક્સમાં હોય, એડમિનમાં હોય કે હોસ્પિટલમાં હોય, સરકારમાં ક્યાંય હોય, આ બધા જ પ્રકારના મિત્રોને એક પ્લેટફોર્મ પર જો કોઈ ભેગા થતા હોય તો એ માત્ર ને માત્ર રિફ્રેશર કોર્સમાં થાય છે. અને એટલે આપણે અહીંયા ચર્ચા પણ કરીએ છીએ કે ભાઈ આપણા ગવર્મેન્ટમાં રહેલા ફાર્માસિસ્ટ મિત્રોને ક્યાંક અન્યાય થઈ રહ્યો છે, એકેડેમિક્સમાં રહેલા કેટલાક મિત્રોને કોઈ કોલેજમાં સેલરીના પ્રોબ્લેમ્સ છે, કે રિટેલ્સમાં ક્યાંય બીજા નાના મોટા પ્રશ્નો છે. આ બધા પ્રશ્નોની ચર્ચા પણ થાય છે અને એના માટે એકજૂટ થવાની, એક પ્લેટફોર્મ પર આવી અને માત્ર હું મારું કરી લઉં, અમારા વ્યવસાયના ફાર્માસિસ્ટ મિત્રોનું થઈ જાય, એકેડેમિક્સ વાળા એમની વાત કરે, રિટેલ્સ વાળા એમનું કરી લે, એવું નહીં. જ્યારે બધાનો પ્રશ્ન હોય ત્યારે બધા એક સાથે મળી અને એક ફાર્માસિસ્ટ ફેમિલી માટે આપણે અવાજ ઉઠાવીએ અને બધાને ન્યાય અપાવી શકીએ, એ વાતો પણ આપણે કરવાનું પ્લેટફોર્મ મને લાગે છે કે મળતું હોય તો એ રિફ્રેશર કોર્સ પર મળે છે. એટલે આઈ રિયલી લાઈક ઇટ. અને મને એટલા માટે મેડમે કીધું કે ક્યાંક ના ક્યાંક તમે વેલિડિક્ટરીમાં કે શરૂઆતમાં ઇનોગ્યુરેશનમાં જશુભાઈ હાજર રહેતા હોય છે. રવિવારે પણ આજે બહાર હતો, ભાગીને ઘરે આવ્યો છું. એનું કારણ છે કે એટલીસ્ટ બધા લોકો જોડે કોમ્યુનિકેટ કરવાનું આ માધ્યમ છે, મને ગમે છે. આઈ લાઈક ધીસ જોબ. એટલા માટે હું દિલથી હાજર રહેવાનો પ્રયત્ન કરતો હોઉં છું. મિત્રો, આ માધ્યમ છે, એના માધ્યમથી થોડીક વાતો હું બધાને કન્વે કરતો હોઉં છું. અને આજે મારે એ પણ કહેવું છે કે આપણા ફાર્મસી પ્રોફેશનને જો સૌથી વધારે નુકસાન ક્યાંય ના ક્યાંય કરતા હોઈએ તો આપણે પોતે છીએ. આપણે વાતો કરીએ છીએ કે વી આર નોટ બિંગ લાઈક રેકોગ્નાઇઝ એઝ ગુડ એઝ લાઈક અધર કન્ટ્રીઝ. ત્યાં વેલ્યુ શું છે અને આપણી અહીંયા કઈ વેલ્યુ નથી, રેકોગ્નિશન નથી. કાલે કોઈ એક મિત્ર મળ્યા સિનિયર, તો એ કહેતા હતા કે વડાપ્રધાન વાત કરતા હોય કે બીજા કોઈ હેલ્થ મિનિસ્ટર વાત કરતા હોય તો ડોક્ટર્સ નર્સિસની વાત કરે, ફાર્માસિસ્ટ તો ક્યાંય આવતું જ નથી. કેમ? એનું કારણ શું છે? આપણે પોતાની જાતને હજુ એસ્ટાબ્લિશ નથી કરી શક્યા. એવું બની શકે ને? આપણું નામ હજુ ક્યાંય છે ને. મેં કીધું હવે તો રોડ ઉપર આવવું પડશે, તે લોકો નોટ કરે કે ભાઈ ઇવન ધીસ કાઇન્ડ ઓફ કોમ્યુનિટી ઓલ્સો એક્ઝિસ્ટ. And it's a very important community that serves the like healthcare profession in the society. કેટલી ઇમ્પોર્ટન્ટ વસ્તુ છે, છતાં વી આર બિંગ ઇગ્નોર્ડ. અનફોર્ચ્યુનેટલી મારે આ પ્લેટફોર્મ પર સબમિટ કરવું પડે છે કે ભાઈ વી આર બિંગ ઇગ્નોર્ડ. એનું કારણ છે આપણું નોલેજ આપણે અપડેટ નથી કરતા. ક્યાંક ના ક્યાંક આપણે આપણા લાયસન્સીસ રેન્ટ કરીએ છીએ. કેમ આપણે રેકોગ્નાઇઝ નથી થતા? કારણ કે આપણા નામે બીજા લોકો દવાઓ વેચી રહ્યા છે. 10મું કે 12મું પાસ વાળો માણસ આપણા લાયસન્સના આધારે દવાઓ વેચતો હોય અને કોઈ માણસ એની જોડેથી દવા લેશે તો હી જસ્ટ લાઈક સેલ્સ ધી મેડિસિન્સ. હી ઇઝ નોટ ડિસ્પેન્સિંગ મેડિસિન્સ. રાઈટ ટર્મમાં કહીએ તો કાઉન્સેલિંગ થવું જોઈએ, ડિસ્પેન્સિંગ કરીને પ્રોપર એને ગાઈડ. એક ફાર્માસિસ્ટનું કામ જે હોય આવવાવાળા માણસને એવું થાય, પેશન્ટને, કે મેં એક ફાર્માસિસ્ટ જોડીથી દવા લીધી છે, એવું આપણે કઈ એને રિયલાઇઝ જ નથી કરાવતા, કારણ કે આપણે હોતા જ નથી, ત્યાં ફાર્માસિસ્ટ નથી હોતું. સૌથી મોટી દુર્દશા આપણે ફાર્માસિસ્ટ મિત્રોએ કરી છે. આપણા જગ્યાએ 10મું 12મું પાસ વાળો માણસ આપણા નામે દવા વેચતો હોય તો ઓબ્વિયસલી એ તો દવા જ વેચવાનો છે. એ ક્યાંય પણ એને ગાઈડ નથી કરવાનો. ઇઝ નોટ ગોઈંગ ટુ ટોક અબાઉટ ઓલ ધીસ થિંગ્સ વિચ હેવિંગ પેશન્ટ કાઉન્સેલિંગ હોય કે ડ્રગ ઇન્ટરેક્શન્સ કે આવું કંઈ પણ હોય. હી ઇઝ નોટ ગોઈંગ ટુ ઇન્ફોર્મ ધ પેશન્ટ. તો પેશન્ટ પણ એવું જ આપણી સંદેશો લઈને જવાના હોય છે. એને તો એમ જ હોય કે સામે ફાર્માસિસ્ટ છે, પણ એનું નોલેજ આટલું જ હોય કે ખાલી એને વેચવા માટે રાખે. તો આપણી ઇમેજ પણ માર્કેટમાં કે સમાજમાં એ જ થવાની છે. અને એટલા જ માટે સૌથી મોટો મેસેજ મને લાગે છે કે આપણે આ માધ્યમથી આપું છું કે ક્યાંય પણ ભૂલથી શું મળે છે મિત્રો, કંઈ જ નથી મળતું. આપણે ભૂલથી પણ ક્યાંય, અને ઘણી વખત આપણે આપણા મિત્રો, આપણા સગાવાલાને હેલ્પ કરવા આપતા હોય છે લાયસન્સ, કે ભાઈ એ મારા લાયસન્સ પર દુકાન ચલાવી લેશે તો એનું પણ ઘર ચાલશે. એ એના માટે નથી. અને ક્યાંક હવે તો રૂલ્સ આર ગેટિંગ સ્ટ્રિક્ટર. કેટલી કમ્પ્લેન્સ રોજ આવે છે, અને રોજ અમે બધાના લાયસન્સ સસ્પેન્ડ પણ કરીએ છીએ. કાલે 11 લોકોના લાયસન્સ 1 યર માટે સસ્પેન્ડ કર્યા છે. તે હેવ બીન પેનલાઇઝડ. તો ક્યાંક ના ક્યાંક આવા ધ્યાનમાં આવશો તો તમારું કેરિયરને પણ નુકસાન થવાનું છે. અમે તો એકદમ સ્ટ્રિક્ટ છે. વિનંતી કરું છું, સાથે સાથે ક્યાંય પણ ધ્યાનમાં આવે છે તો એમના લાયસન્સીસ રજીસ્ટ્રેશન સસ્પેન્ડ થાય છે. એક ચેતવણી સમજો તો ચેતવણી પણ છે કે ક્યાંય પણ આપણે આવી પ્રક્રિયામાં ઇન્વોલ્વ થયા હોય તો ત્યાંથી આપણું લાયસન્સ દૂર કરીએ, સત્વરે દૂર કરીએ. તમારું એક લાયસન્સ તમને 2000 અપાવે છે. જો તમે ત્યાંથી લાયસન્સ દૂર કરો છો તો કોઈ બેન, નજીકમાં રહેવા વાળા હાઉસવાઈફ જેને જોબ નથી મળતી, કોઈ અપંગ ભાઈ છે, એને પણ 15-20 હજાર રૂપિયા મળી જવાના છે. એને ફૂલ ટાઈમ જોબ મળવાની છે. એનું ઘર ચાલવાનું છે. તમને 2000 નો કઈ ફરક નહીં પડે. સારી જગ્યાએ નોકરી કરતા લોકો, 50,000 લાખ રૂપિયા કમાતા લોકો 2000 માટે આપણા લાયસન્સનો દુરુપયોગ થતો હોય છે. તો એક ફાર્માસિસ્ટનો હક પણ આપણે મારી રહ્યા છે, એનું ધ્યાન રાખીએ. અને લીગલ પ્રોસ્પેક્ટિવથી કહું તો પણ યુ આર ગોઈંગ ટુ ગેટ પેનલાઇઝડ ઇફ યુ આર નોટિસ્ડ. તો આ બધું ધ્યાન રાખી અને આપણે ચાલીએ. મારો આજનો બીજો ઉદ્દેશ એ પણ છે કે મોટાભાગના જે મિત્રો આજે જોડાયા છે બધાને લાયસન્સ રજીસ્ટ્રેશન રિન્યુ કરવાનું થતું હશે. એ સિવાય તો આપણે આટલી બધી વાતો કરીએ તો પણ આપણે લેક્ચર ભરવા બેસવાના તો છે જ નહીં. મેન્ડેટરી છે કે રિન્યુઅલ માટે આપણે જ્યારે જઈશું જાન્યુઆરી, ફેબ્રુઆરી, માર્ચમાં ગુજરાત સ્ટેટ ફાર્મસી કાઉન્સિલમાં એપ્લિકેશન કરીશું તો રિફ્રેશર કોર્સનું સર્ટિફિકેટ નહીં હોય તો આપણું એપ્રુવ થવાનું નથી. એટલે બધા એના માટે જ બેઠા છે. તમે થોડા જાગૃત છો કે જાન ફેબ માર્ચમાં બેસવાની જગ્યાએ અત્યારે 4 મહિના પહેલા બેસી લીધું છે. એટલે લાગે છે કે આપણે, તો મારો આજનો હેતુ એ છે કે તમે લોકો જ્યારે આપણું રિન્યુઅલ પીરિયડ એઝ યુ નો ઇટ ઇઝ ફ્રોમ 1st જાન્યુઆરી ટુ 31st માર્ચ એ દરમિયાન કરતા હોઈએ છીએ. અને વી હેવ સિમ્પ્લિફાઈડ પ્રોસેસ. ગુજરાત સ્ટેટ ફાર્મસી કાઉન્સિલે હમણાં નવી એપ્લિકેશન હોય કે રિન્યુઅલની કે બીજી એવરી એપ્લિકેશન વિચ હેઝ ટુ બી મેડ ટુ ધ સબમિટેડ ટુ ધ સ્ટેટ ફાર્મસી કાઉન્સિલ હેઝ બીન વેરી સિમ્પ્લિફાઈડ. ભૂતકાળની અંદર જે રિન્યુઅલ પ્રોસેસ માટે તમારે અમદાવાદ આવવું પડતું, ડોક્યુમેન્ટ્સ જમા કરવા સવારે આવ્યા તો સાંજ સુધી લાઈનમાં ઉભા રહેવું વગેરે પ્રક્રિયાઓ અત્યારે બિલકુલ પૂરી થઈ ગઈ છે. અત્યારે સિમ્પલી ઓનલાઈન એપ્લિકેશન થાય છે. ઇવન નવી અરજી તમે કરી હશે, તમને યાદ હશે, ગુજરાતના ખૂણે ખૂણેથી, વલસાડ, વાપી હોય, કચ્છ, ભુજ હોય કે બનાસકાંઠા, બધા લોકો બહેનો બિચારી સવારે 4 વાગે નીકળે, 11 વાગે સ્ટેટ ફાર્મસી કાઉન્સિલની ઓફિસ આવે અને સાંજ સુધી એમની એપ્લિકેશન પૂરી થાય તો એમને હાશકારો અનુભવાય કે ચલો અમારી એપ્લિકેશન થઈ. આજે એટલી સિમ્પ્લિફાઈડ પ્રોસેસ કરી છે નવી અરજી માટે. ઘરેથી એપોઇન્ટમેન્ટ લઈ લો, ડોક્યુમેન્ટ અપલોડ કરી દો, ફીસ ઘરેથી પે કરી. જસ્ટ કમ ટુ વેરીફાઈ યોર ડોક્યુમેન્ટ, ગેટ યોર ડોક્યુમેન્ટ્સ વેરીફાઈડ. અમારે ત્યાં આવો 5, 10, 15, 20 મિનિટમાં તમારા ડોક્યુમેન્ટ વેરીફાઈ કરો. ઇફ એવરીથિંગ ઇઝ ઓકે, જસ્ટ તમે ફિનિશ છે, તમે ઘરે જઈ શકો વિધિન 1 or 2 days. મિત્રો, ભૂતકાળની અંદર 1 મહિનાની અંદર તમારું રજીસ્ટ્રેશન થતું હતું, 1.5 મહિનામાં તમને સર્ટિફિકેટ મળતું. આજે તમે અરજી કરો છો, સાંજ સુધીમાં તમારું રજીસ્ટ્રેશન અપ્રૂવ થાય છે, કાં તો વધુમાં વધુ બીજા દિવસે તમને અપ્રૂવ થાય છે. વિધિન 10 days યોર સર્ટિફિકેટ ઇઝ ડિલિવર્ડ ટુ યોર હોમ. આ પ્રકારની પ્રોવિઝનલ હોય તો સેમ ડે એપ્લિકેશન એપ્રૂવ થઈ, રજીસ્ટ્રેશન નંબર મળ્યું, સેમ સેકન્ડ યુ ગેટ ધી મેલ, એમાં તમારું પ્રોવિઝનલ સર્ટિફિકેટ મળી જાય છે. ધીસ કાઇન્ડ ઓફ પ્રોસિજર હેઝ બીન પુટ ઇન્ટુ ઇમ્પ્લિમેન્ટેશન એટ સ્ટેટ ફાર્મસી કાઉન્સિલ. અને આ જ પ્રકારની રિન્યુઅલમાં પણ છે. હું તમને એટલા માટે કહું છું કે આ જણાવી દઉં તો આવનારા દિવસોમાં જ્યારે પણ તમારે એપ્લિકેશન કરવાની છે, કઈ રીતે કરવી છે, કેટલાક જૂના ફાર્માસિસ્ટ મિત્રો હશે એમના માટે સરળ થઈ શકે અને સમજણ પડે, એમને ક્યાંય મુશ્કેલી ના પડે, એમને કોઈને ફોન ના કરવા પડે, કોઈ એસોસિએશન્સનો મદદ ના લેવી પડે. અને સ્ટેટ ફાર્મસી કાઉન્સિલના ફોન છે જાન ફેબ માર્ચમાં તો અતિશય વેઇટિંગમાં આવતા હોય છે બધાને. એ વખતે તમારે હેરાન ના થવું પડે એટલે તમને પ્રોસિજર અત્યારે તમે વહેલા જાગ્યા છો પણ હું પણ વહેલો જાગ્યો છું. હું તમને વહેલા સમજાવી દઉં છું કઈ રીતે રિન્યુઅલની પ્રોસિજર કરવાની છે. રિન્યુઅલમાં મિત્રો ભૂતકાળની અંદર તમે જે એપ્લિકેશન કરતા હતા, ફીસ પે કરતા હતા અહીંયા આવીને, એ પેમેન્ટ રિસિપ્ટમાં જ લખાઈને આવતું હતું કે તમારું રિન્યુઅલ ડોક્ટર ઉસ્માન ગની જી નંબર આ છે, એમનું રિન્યુઅલ એ એમની ફી 5 વર્ષ માટે મળી છે કે ભાઈ 23 થી 28 સુધીની કે 27 સુધીની મળી છે અને એમની વેલિડિટી 27 સુધીની છે. આવું ફી રિસિપ્ટમાં આવતું હતું. અત્યારે આપણે એપ્લિકેશનમાં થોડો ફેરફાર કર્યો છે. તમારે ફી પે કરો છો ઓનલાઈન, એની તમને રિસિપ્ટ મળશે કે તમારી ફી તમને મળી છે, પરંતુ વેલિડિટીનું એમાં કંઈ પણ નહીં આવે. પોસ્ટથી પહેલા ઘરે આવતી હતી એવું પોસ્ટથી પણ નહીં આવે. સિમ્પલી તમારું તમને પહેલા જ દિવસે તમે પે કરો છો તો પેમેન્ટ મળ્યું છે એની રિસિપ્ટ મળશે, અને વેલિડિટીની રિસિપ્ટ છે એ અમે તમારી એપ્લિકેશન ઓનલાઈન મળ્યા પછી અમે ચેક કરીએ છીએ, એપ્રૂવ સ્ક્રુટિનાઇઝ કરીએ છીએ અને એપ્રૂવ થાય છે તો પછી તમારું રિન્યુઅલ થયું છે 5 વર્ષ માટેનું એનું એક અલગથી સર્ટિફિકેટ આપીએ છીએ. મિત્રો આ સમજવાની જરૂર છે, ભૂતકાળમાં એ જ રિસિપ્ટમાં આવતું હતું, ફી રિસિપ્ટ મળે. હવેથી ફી રિસિપ્ટ અલગથી મળશે, રિન્યુઅલ થયાનું એક સર્ટિફિકેટ મળશે જેમાં લખીને આવશે કે ડોક્ટર ઉસ્માન ગનીજી એમનો જી નંબર આ, એમનું રિન્યુઅલ હેઝ બીન રિન્યુઅલ ફ્રોમ ઇટ્સ વેલિડ અપ ટુ 31st of December 2028 કે 2027. આવું તમારા અલગથી એક સર્ટિફિકેટ મળવાનું છે. એ ક્યાંથી મળશે? એ પણ પોસ્ટથી નથી આવવાનું, એ પણ ઓનલાઈન તમારે જાતે ડાઉનલોડ કરી લેવાનું છે. ભૂતકાળમાં આ ફી રિસિપ્ટ કે વેલિડિટીની રિસિપ્ટ ખોવાઈ જતી હતી તો ફરીથી અમદાવાદ આવવાનું, ડુપ્લિકેટ માટે તમારે અરજી કરવાની, એફિડેવિટ કરાવવાના અને આખો દિવસ એના માટે જાય. આ તો ફરી ખોવાય છે, ફરી ડાઉનલોડ કરી લો. એવરી એપ્લિકેશન દેટ યુ હેવ મેડ વિથ સ્ટેટ ફાર્મસી કાઉન્સિલ, એની બધી જ ફી રિસિપ્ટ, બધા જ સર્ટિફિકેટ તમારા જે લોગિન કર્યા પછી તમારું ડેશબોર્ડ છે એમાં જમા રહેવાનું છે. તો તમારે એકદમ જે ભૂતકાળમાં આપણે ડુપ્લિકેટ વાળો વિષય છે એ નીકળી ગયો છે. તો કઈ રીતે પ્રોસેસ કરવાની છે મિત્રો હું સમજાવી દઉં છું. હેન્ડ રેઇઝ થઈ ગયા છે પણ સિમ્પલી એકદમ સરળતાપૂર્વક હું તમને સમજાવી દઈશ. આઈ વિલ ટેક યુ ટુ ધ વેબસાઇટ, ગુજરાત સ્ટેટ ફાર્મસી કાઉન્સિલની વેબસાઇટમાં જ આપણે એપ્લિકેશન કરવાની છે. પહેલું જ રિક્વાયરમેન્ટ એ છે કે એપ્લિકેશન કરતી વખતે વેબસાઇટમાં જવાનું છે અને તમારું એકાઉન્ટ બનાવવાનું છે. જો એકાઉન્ટ બનેલું હશે તો એ એકાઉન્ટની અંદર બધી માહિતી તમારી રહેશે. ઇવન સ્માર્ટ કાર્ડ પણ તમારું ત્યાં રહેશે, જેમાંથી તમે તમારા ફોટા સાથેનો આઈડેન્ટિટી કાર્ડ જાતે જ ડાઉનલોડ કરી અને પ્રિન્ટ લઈ શકો છો. બધી જ માહિતી એવરી ટાઈમ. તો તમે જે એકાઉન્ટ બનાવો છો, આઈડી અને પાસવર્ડ બે કાયમ માટે યાદ રાખવાનું. એ તમારું પર્સનલ વોલેટ બની જાય છે જેની અંદર તમારું આઈડી અને પાસવર્ડથી જ્યારે પણ લોગિન કરો છો તમારી બધી માહિતી રહેશે. તો શરૂઆત કરીએ ક્યાંથી તમારે એકાઉન્ટ બનાવવાનું છે અને કઈ રીતે બનાવવું છે. આઈ એમ ગોઈંગ ટુ શેર ધ સ્ક્રીન. ઓકે, કે તમે ગૂગલમાં જઈને પણ સર્ચ કરી શકો આપણી સ્ટેટ ફાર્મસી કાઉન્સિલની વેબસાઇટ. ગુજરાત સ્ટેટ ફાર્મસી કાઉન્સિલ લખશો એટલે તમને આપણું આ પેજ મળવાનું છે. એમાં આ લોગિનનો ઓપ્શન છે. સીધું ના ફાવે તો હું તમને સમજાવું છું. વેરી કેન ડુ. ઓકે, લોગિન પર ક્લિક કરશો અથવા તો વેબસાઇટ પર આપણે જઈએ છીએ તો પહેલા પેજથી હું તમને સમજાવું છું આપણી નવી વેબસાઇટ કેવી બની છે. આ આપણી નવી વેબસાઇટ છે. હમણાં 1 જાન્યુઆરી 2022માં આપણે એને લોન્ચ કરી છે માનનીય આરોગ્ય મંત્રી શ્રી ઋષિકેશભાઈની હાજરીમાં, અને આપણા શિક્ષણ મંત્રી જીતુભાઈ વાઘાણીએ આપણી આ વેબસાઇટ લોન્ચ કરી છે. અને આ વેબસાઇટની અંદર એકચ્યુઅલી મારું લોગિન થયેલું છે, હું લોગ આઉટ કરું છું. મારું એકાઉન્ટ બનેલું છે. ઓકે, આ પહેલું પેજ છે મિત્રો. તમને જ્યારે પણ તમે વેબસાઇટ ખોલશો ત્યારે તમે આ પેજ પર લઈ જશો. ઓકે, આ પેજ પર લોગિન કરવાનું છે મેં કીધું પ્રમાણે ઈમેલ આઈડી અને પાસવર્ડથી જેનું એકાઉન્ટ બનેલું છે. તમારા બધાના એકાઉન્ટ નહીં બન્યા હોય એટલે તમારે પહેલું કામ એકાઉન્ટ બનાવવાનું કામ કરવાનું છે. એમાં આપણે અહીંયા ક્રિએટ એકાઉન્ટ છે, એના 2 ઓપ્શન છે. જે મિત્રોએ નવું રજીસ્ટ્રેશન કરવાનું છે, હજુ જી નંબર મળ્યો નથી, એમને અહીંયાથી એકાઉન્ટ બનાવી, કારણ કે એમનો જી નંબર નથી એટલે એકાઉન્ટ ત્યાંથી બનાવવાનું છે. અને બાકીના ડોક્યુમેન્ટ્સ અપલોડ કરી અને એપોઇન્ટમેન્ટ લઈ ફીસ પે કરી અને એ દિવસે ત્યાં નવી અરજી, આ તમારી જાણ માટે કરીને ત્યાં આવવાનું છે. આપણે બધા લોકો છીએ ઓકે, આ જી નંબર ધરાવતા મિત્રો છે. આ છે એ નવા લોકો માટે અભ્યાસ કર્યા પછી નવી અરજી કરવા માટે. આપણે બધા આમાં આવીશું કારણ કે તમે આજે વેબિનારમાં બેઠા છો એનો મતલબ તમને એલો કર્યા છે, મતલબ યુ હેવ ધ જી નંબર. બધા જોડે જી નંબર છે. તો આ પર ક્લિક કરી અને આપણે એકાઉન્ટ બનાવવાનું છે. ઓકે, એમાં એક વિડીયો પણ મૂક્યો છે. હું કહું છું એના પછી કોઈને સમજણ નથી પડતી તો પણ તમારે ત્યાં એક વિડીયો મૂક્યો છે જેના માધ્યમથી આપને પ્રક્રિયા કઈ રીતે કરવાની છે બધી સમજ પડી જશે. તો હું વિડીયો રન કરી દઉં છું. વિડીયો જોઈ શકો છો. ઓકે, વિડીયો પૂરો થાય છે પછી એક આ તમારો રિન્યુ અને રીએન્ટ્રીનો ઓપ્શન છે. તમે બધા રિન્યુ કરવાના છો. આના પર ક્લિક કરીશું એટલે તમને ઇટ વિલ ટેક યુ લીડ યુ ટુ ધીસ પેજ. આ પેજ પર આ બધી માહિતી ભરી અને તમારું એકાઉન્ટ બનાવવાનું છે. ક્રિએટ એકાઉન્ટ, પોતાનું આખું નામ, ડેટ ઓફ બર્થ, જી નંબર એટલે રજીસ્ટ્રેશન નંબર, ઈમેલ એડ્રેસ જે પણ અત્યારે તમે ઓપરેશનમાં હોય એ લખજો, કારણ કે એકાદ બે ઈમેલ હોય છે તો ભૂલથી. પછી તમે લોગિન માટે આ ઈમેલ આઈડી કાયમ માટે રહેવાનું છે. અત્યારે એ ઈમેલ આઈડી એડ કરો છો અને પછી લોગિન માટે બીજું કરો છો. ઘણા એવા પ્રશ્નો આવે છે કે સાહેબ મારું ઈમેલ કરું છું તો થતું નથી, પરંતુ જે વખતે તમે એકાઉન્ટ બનાવતી વખતે જે ઈમેલ આઈડી નાખો છો that is going to be your permanent ID, login ID. તો એ યાદ રાખવાનું છે. કન્ફર્મ કરો છો ઈમેલ આઈડી, મોબાઈલ નંબર, પાસવર્ડ 8 આંકડાનો તમે બનાવી લેવાનો છે. that you can change also later on. તો તમારું એકાઉન્ટ બની જાય છે. એના પછી ક્રિએટ એકાઉન્ટ પર તમે કરો છો ક્લિક. જો બની જાય છે પછી લોગિન કરવાનું. મારું એકાઉન્ટ બનેલું છે, મેં બનાવી દીધું સમજી લો. તો હું લોગિન કરું છું તમારી સામે. This is going to be my password. હવે હું લોગિન કરું છું તો તમને શું જોવા મળશે? That is what I am going to show. Okay, this is our dashboard. આ તમારું ડેશબોર્ડ રહેવાનું છે. આમાંથી તમારે એક વખત એકાઉન્ટ બની જાય છે મિત્રો, પછી બધું સિમ્પલ છે. બધી જ એપ્લિકેશન સિમ્પલ છે. તો બધા લોકોએ ભલે જાન્યુઆરી, ફેબ્રુઆરી, માર્ચમાં એપ્લિકેશન કરવાની છે, પરંતુ વિનંતી એવી છે કે બધા લોકો પોતાનું એકાઉન્ટ અત્યારે બનાવી લે. એકાઉન્ટ આજે પણ બની જાય, કાલે પણ બની જાય. ટાઈમ લઈ અને પહેલા એકાઉન્ટ બનાવી લે, કારણ કે પછી આ પ્રક્રિયા તમે ભૂલી જશો. તો જાન, ફેબ, માર્ચમાં પછી સિમ્પલ શું રહે? એકાઉન્ટ બનેલું હોય તો સિમ્પલી મારે રિન્યુ કરવું છે. આ રિન્યુઅલ ઓફ રજીસ્ટ્રેશન પર ક્લિક કરો. મારું એટલા માટે નહીં થાય કે 25, આપણે વ્યવસ્થા પણ એવી કરી છે કે 31 ડિસેમ્બર 2025 સુધીની મારી વેલિડિટી છે. તો મારું ડ્યુ થશે 1 જાન્યુઆરી 2026માં. તો મારું રજીસ્ટ્રેશન રિન્યુઅલનું બટન 1 જાન્યુઆરી 2026માં જ ખુલશે, એવી પણ વ્યવસ્થા કરી છે. તો તમારા બધાના ડ્યુ અત્યારે 2022માં હશે, 31 ડિસેમ્બર 2022 એક્સપાયર થતા હોય તો તમારું 1 જાન્યુઆરી આ ઓપ્શન ઓપન થશે. આ ઓપ્શનમાં શું છે? તમે આના પર ક્લિક કરશો એટલે સિમ્પલ પ્રોસિજર છે મિત્રો. એમાં ખાલી 2 ડોક્યુમેન્ટ અપલોડ કરવાના છે. વન ઇઝ યોર આધાર કાર્ડ ઇન પીડીએફ ફોર્મેટ. પીડીએફ ફોર્મેટમાં તમે અપલોડ કરો ને. સેકન્ડ વન ઇઝ યોર રિફ્રેશર કોર્સ સર્ટિફિકેટ, જે આપણને ઇન્દુકાકા કોલેજ તરફથી 1 કે 2 દિવસમાં હર્ષાબેન મોકલી આપવાના છે. તો 2-3 દિવસમાં મળે છે. આ 2 ડોક્યુમેન્ટ તમારી જોડે આવી ગયા. સિમ્પલી અપલોડ કરો છો. અપલોડ કર્યા પછી ઇટ વિલ લીડ યુ ટુ ધ પેમેન્ટ ઓપ્શન. પેમેન્ટ કરવાનું છે, ઓનલાઈન પેમેન્ટ પણ કરી દેવાનું છે. જેવું તમે પેમેન્ટ કરો છો તમારી પ્રક્રિયા પૂર્ણ થાય છે. તમને મેલમાં પેમેન્ટ રિસીવ અમને થયું છે એનો મેલ આવી જશે. એમાં તમને રિસિપ્ટ મળી જશે. પ્લસ એ રિસિપ્ટ, પેમેન્ટની રિસિપ્ટ જે પણ એપ્લિકેશન તમે ભૂતકાળ કે ભવિષ્યમાં હવેથી કરવાના છો, ભવિષ્યમાં ભૂતકાળની નહીં મળે, એ બધી આ ડાઉનલોડ્સમાં રહેવાની છે. આ ડાઉનલોડ્સની અંદર તમારું ફી રિસિપ્ટ બધી, આજે રિન્યુઅલની કરી, પછી નેમ ચેન્જની કરી, 5 વર્ષ પછી ફરીથી તમે ફી ભરો છો, તો એ બધી ફી રિસિપ્ટ આમાં રેકોર્ડ ઓલવેઝ મળી રહેવાનું છે. પ્રોવાઇડેડ તમારી જોડે તમારું આઈડી અને પાસવર્ડ બંને હોવું જોઈએ. ઓકે, હવે ફી ભર્યા પછીની પ્રક્રિયા શું? મારું રિન્યુઅલ થયું છે કે નહીં એની ખાતરી શું? તો કઈ રીતે થશે? પ્રોસેસ સમજી લઈએ એટલે તમને પ્રશ્ન ના આવે. જાન્યુઆરીમાં કરેલા લોકો હજુ પણ ફોન કરે છે કે સાહેબ અમને હજુ ટપાલ નથી મળી, પરંતુ હવે આ વર્ષથી કોઈને ટપાલ મોકલતા નથી. આવતા વર્ષે પણ તમારે તમારી રિન્યુઅલની રિસિપ્ટ અથવા તો રિન્યુઅલનું સર્ટિફિકેટ અહીંયાથી ડાઉનલોડ કરી લેવા છે મિત્રો. ડાઉનલોડ ઓપ્શનમાં જશો તો આ જુઓ રિન્યુઅલ અને રી એન્ટ્રીના સર્ટિફિકેટ લખેલા છે. અહીંયા તમારું જેવી પણ તમે એપ્લિકેશન કરો છો 1 કે 2 દિવસમાં અમને મળે, જ્યારે મળે છે અમે 1 or 2 ડેઝમાં અમે એને સ્ક્રુટિનાઇઝ કરીને એપ્રુવ કરીશું. તમારા બંને ડોક્યુમેન્ટ ઓકે હશે, બીજો કોઈ પ્રશ્ન નથી, તો વિધિન 1 day or 2 day એ એપ્રુવ થશે. જેવું એપ્રુવ થશે અહીંયા તમને એક સર્ટિફિકેટ મળશે કે ધીસ પર્સન, ધીસ ફાર્માસિસ્ટ જી નંબર, એમનું રિન્યુઅલ 2028 સુધી થયું છે. એ પ્રકારનું સર્ટિફિકેટ અહીંયા મળવાનું છે. સીધું તમારે અહીંયા ડાઉનલોડનો ઓપ્શન આવશે. ડાઉનલોડ કરો અને પ્રિન્ટ કરી દો. બજારમાં છો, ફરી જરૂર પડે, ડ્રગ ઓફિસ ગયા છો, ડાઉનલોડ કરો, પ્રિન્ટ કરી. ખોવાઈ જાય છે, ફરી ડાઉનલોડ કરો, ફરી પ્રિન્ટ કરી. સો ધીસ ઇઝ ગોઈંગ ટુ બી વેરી સિમ્પલ. કોઈ પણ પ્રકારના ડોક્યુમેન્ટ, એના પછી આ ઓનલાઈન એપ્લાય કર્યા પછી કોઈ પણ કાગળ પોસ્ટથી સ્ટેટ કાઉન્સિલ મોકલવાના નથી. અને બધું કેશલેસ છે, કંઈ પણ કેશ મોકલવાની નથી. નો ડ્રાફ્ટ આર એક્સેપ્ટેડ મિત્રો. ભૂતકાળમાં ડ્રાફ્ટ પણ લેતા હતા, ડ્રાફ્ટ લેવાની પ્રથા પણ બંધ છે. જૂના ફાર્માસિસ્ટ મિત્રો ડ્રાફ્ટ કઢાવીને મોકલતા હતા. બધું જ ઓનલાઈન છે. ઓનલાઈન પેમેન્ટ કરો અને 1 કે 2 દિવસની અંદર એની રિસિપ્ટ લઈ લો. આ પ્રકારની વ્યવસ્થા અત્યારે આપણે સ્ટેટ ફાર્મસી કાઉન્સિલે કરી છે. મને લાગે છે બહુ સિમ્પલ પણ છે. જો તમે આનાથી આદત પડી જશે તો પછી તમારો કોઈ ઇસ્યુ થવાનો નથી. મિત્રો આ એક અહીંયા ચેન્જ ઇન નેમ હોય, જે લોકો મેરેજ થયા છે રજિસ્ટર્ડ ફાર્માસિસ્ટના, એ લોકો ચેન્જ ઇન નેમ માટે એપ્લાય કરી શકે છે. ધીસ વન ઇઝ વેરી સિમ્પલ. ચેન્જ ઇન એડ્રેસ, જ્યારે પણ તમારું એડ્રેસ બદલાય છે તો તમારું ખાલી પ્રૂફ અપલોડ કરી દો, તમારું એડ્રેસ અમે ચેન્જ કરી દઈશું. તો બધા જ પ્રકારની સુવિધા હવે ઓનલાઈન છે. આ કેટલાક મિત્રોને આ પ્રશ્ન હોય છે કે પેનલ્ટી અંડર સેક્શન શું? જે પણ તમે ક્લિક કરો છો તો એ ખુલે છે કે અંડર સેક્શન 3642. તો એ તમારામાં ખુલે કે ભાઈ 5000 પે કરવાના છે. દરેક નામ ખુલે છે એટલે ચિંતા કરવાની જરૂર નથી, કોઈએ પે નથી કરવાના. જે લોકો કન્વિક્ટેડ છે ડ્યુઅલ જોબમાં, લાયસન્સ રેન્ટ કરે છે અને કન્વિક્ટ થાય છે, એમની ફરિયાદ મળે છે અને અમે એમની નોટિસના આધારે બોલાવતા હોઈએ છીએ, હિયરિંગમાં કન્વિક્ટ થાય છે, તો પછી એમનું લાયસન્સ પણ સસ્પેન્ડ થાય છે, રજિસ્ટ્રેશન. અને આ સેક્શનમાં અમે એમને પેનલ્ટી ભરાવતા હોઈએ. સેક્શન 36 and 42 ઓફ ધ ફાર્મસી એક્ટ 1948 એ પ્રમાણે એમને એ ભરો. એટલે તમારામાં ભલે ખુલે, કોઈએ પૈસા ભરવાના અત્યારે નથી. આશા રાખીએ કે ભવિષ્યમાં પણ ક્યારેય ભરવા ના પડે આમાં. ઓકે, આ ધીસ ઇઝ યોર સ્માર્ટ કાર્ડ. અહીંયા તમારું નામ, જી નંબર, આ બધું રહેવાનું છે. અહીંયા વેલિડિટી પણ બતાવશે. જેવું રિન્યુ કરશો એટલે એક તો વેલિડિટી આમાં પણ વધી શકશે. તો ધીસ ઇઝ અગેન અ પ્રૂફ ઓફ યોર વેલિડિટી એક્સટેન્શન. અહીંયા સાઈડમાં તમારો ફોટોગ્રાફ પણ આવે છે, મારો નથી. જે જૂના લોકો છે અથવા તો અપડેટ નથી થયા, એમના ફોટોગ્રાફ નથી. કોઈના ના હોય તો એ લોકો અમને મોકલીને અપડેટ કરાવી શકે છે. આ છે, અહીંયા તમે ડાઉનલોડ કરી અને આને પ્રિન્ટ પણ લઈ શકો છો એઝ એન આઈડેન્ટિટી કાર્ડ ઓફ યોર પ્રૂફ ઓફ રજિસ્ટ્રેશન. રજિસ્ટર્ડ ફાર્માસિસ્ટ તરીકેનું આઈડેન્ટિટી કાર્ડ પણ છે. તો આ સ્માર્ટ કાર્ડ એના માટે છે. તો હોપફુલી બધી પ્રક્રિયા સિમ્પલ છે. સૌથી અગત્યનું એ છે કે તમે એકાઉન્ટ બનાવી લો. તો આશા રાખું કે આજકાલમાં તમે બધા લોકો એકાઉન્ટ બનાવી લેશો અને પછી ક્યાંય પણ પ્રશ્ન હોય છે કે યુ કેન કોન્ટેક્ટ મી થ્રુ, તમે કોલેજ થ્રુ પણ કોન્ટેક્ટ કરી શકો. સ્ટાફમાં જેનું પણ હોય એને ફોરવર્ડ કરશો. દિમલ શાહ સાહેબ હોય, હર્ષાબેન હોય, ઉસ્માનભાઈ હોય, બધા લોકો મારા સંપર્કમાં છે. તો તમે એમને મોકલશો તો મને મળવાનું છે. વિલ ડેફિનેટલી સોલ્વ યોર પ્રોબ્લેમ. ક્યાંય પણ તમને પ્રશ્ન હશે, ક્યાંય મૂંઝાવાની જરૂર નથી. જૂના ફાર્માસિસ્ટ મિત્રો હોય, યુઝ ટુ ના હોય ઇન્ટરનેટ અને આ બધી પ્રક્રિયાઓ સાથે, એમને પણ ચોક્કસપણે હેલ્પ થશે. ક્યાંય કોઈએ કન્ફ્યુઝ થવાની જરૂર નથી. અમદાવાદ સ્ટેટ ફાર્મસી કાઉન્સિલ સુધી આપને ધક્કા ના ખાવા પડે એ માટે જ આ પ્રક્રિયા કરી છે. તો ઘરે બેઠા ના જરૂર પડે તો બીજા કોઈ જોડે સમજી લઈએ. પરંતુ સાહેબ નથી સમજાતું છે કે અમદાવાદ સુધી વલસાડ, વાપીથી ઓલ ધ વે થી ન આવીએ, એવી મારી વિનંતી છે. આપનો સમય અને નાણાંનો બચાવ પણ થાય, એ જ અમારું છે. તો ફાઇનલી મને લાગે છે કે સિમ્પલ પ્રોસેસ છે, પરંતુ કોઈને સમજણ ના પડ્યું they can ask any if they have any questions. Otherwise, so once again I conclude my speech with thanking all the participants, all the staff members of Hindu Kakai Kovala College, and especially Harshaben for encouraging us in this kind of activities which are being done by State Pharmacy Council. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much.
Thank you for very motivating, kind words and providing awareness towards our profession, as well as explaining proper use of GSPC site and how to make account and how to deal with all the applications. It will be very beneficial for our registered pharmacist, sir. Thank you so much.
Okay, ma'am. મને લાગે છે કે વેબસાઇટ પણ મેં સમજાઈ છે. કોઈનો પ્રશ્ન છે ક્યાંથી ગૂગલમાં તમે સ્ટેટ ફાર્મસી, ગુજરાત સ્ટેટ ફાર્મસી કાઉન્સિલ લખશો, આપણી વેબસાઇટ છે સ્ટેટ ફાર્મસી કાઉન્સિલ, ગુજરાત સ્ટેટ ફાર્મસી કાઉન્સિલ.org, અને સિમ્પલ છે. ઓકે, હોપ everyone or everyone's questions is answered. Thank you very much, ma'am, and I take your leave.
Thank you so
Right,
much.
sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you, sir.
One participant has written that they have applied for smart card. Probably જશુભાઈ સાહેબે કીધું એમ સ્માર્ટ કાર્ડ તમને મોકલવામાં નહીં આવે. તમે તમારા એકાઉન્ટમાં લોગિન કરશો એટલે ત્યાંથી તમે ડાઉનલોડ કરી શકશો. They will not send you hard copy. બરાબર, તમને હાર્ડ કોપી નહીં આપે. તમારે તમારા લોગિનમાં એકાઉન્ટમાં લોગિન કરીને એમાંથી ડાઉનલોડ કરવાનું છે સોફ્ટ કોપીના ફોર્મમાં.
Thank you, Dimal sir. Moving forward, I would like to invite co-coordinator of today's refresher course, Dr. Usman Ghani Chalotia, Associate Professor, Pharmaceutical Analysis and Chemistry Department, IICP, to present a vote of thanks. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Heta madam. My voice is audible?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, very good afternoon to all the distinguished guests, speakers, my staff members and dear participants. On behalf of organizing committee of IICP, Constituent College of CVM University, it's deemed it a great honor and privilege to offer a vote of thanks on this completion of 2 days online refresher course occasion. I would like to express my appreciation for your dedicated participation in this event, which has come to end. The event is cannot be possible without the support of all the persons. I would like to take a minute and thank all of them. The online refresher course was an overwhelming success, attracting more than 200 delegates, and the speakers provided great intellectual and social interactions with the participants. We are heartily thankful to the management of the CVM, Charuta Vidya Mandal and Charuta Vidya Mandal University, as well as Gujarat State Pharmacy Council for giving a wholehearted support for this event. We are thankful to the Chairman Engineer Bigubai Patel, Chairman of CVM and President of CVM University, our Chief Guest of the inaugural function, Dr. Shrikant V. Joshi Sir, Executive Committee Member of the Gujarat State Pharmacy Council, Ahmedabad, and Associate Professor of Malipa College of Pharmacy, Bardovi, Surat. I'm also thankful to Jasubhai Chaudhary Sir and Registrar of Gujarat State Pharmacy Council for delivering very informative knowledge about the role of pharmacists and recent activities of the GSPC. We are thankful to all the resource persons for accepting our invitation and sharing their valuable experience and knowledge in this event. I would like to extend my gratitude to our principal madam, Dr. Harsha V. Patel ma'am, for taking efforts for make this refresher course possible. I'm very thankful to all teaching, non-teaching staff of IICP for their direct or indirect support for making this event successful. I'm especially thankful Ms. Jinal Tandel, Ms. Heta M. Kacha madam, Ms. Jalak Pandya and Ms. Nanda Patel from 5th semester B Farm, and Mr. Dhaval Patel for putting their efforts for handling MOC and IT related activities. All audience, thank you for paying your valuable attention and will suggesting your opinion in the given feedback and making this event successful with your contribution. Thank you for your blessing with your presence. And now I would like to officially end this event. Thank you very much, everyone. And one more thing I would like to convey: don't leave WhatsApp group. WhatsApp group कोई leave ना करता जहाँ સુધી તમને સર્ટિફિકેટ ડિસ્ટ્રીબ્યુટ ના થઈએ, કેમ કે સર્ટિફિકેટ ડિસ્ટ્રીબ્યુશનની લિંક પણ WhatsApp ગ્રુપમાં જ મુકાશે. એટલે WhatsApp ગ્રુપ કોઈ લીવ નથી કરવાનું. Within this week, within 2 to 3 days, we are putting a link for the certificate. So don't leave the group. Yeah, thank you very much.
Usman sir, just a minute. In a chat box, there are few questions related to name change. If you can address these questions.
Yeah, see, જેમ જસુભાઈ સાહેબે સમજાવ્યું એ પ્રમાણે ગુજરાત સ્ટેટ ફાર્મસી કાઉન્સિલના પોર્ટલ ઉપર નેમ ચેન્જ માટેનું ઓપ્શન છે જ, અને ત્યાં તમારું મેરેજ સર્ટિફિકેટ અને સપોઝ ગેજેટનો ડોક્યુમેન્ટ હોય તો એ અપલોડ કરવાનું રહેશે, અને એ પછી ન્યૂ સર્ટિફિકેટ ઇશ્યુ, એની ફીસ પણ પે કરવાની હોય છે. નવું સર્ટિફિકેટ ઇશ્યુ થાય છે તમને, એટલે એ પોર્ટલ ઉપરથી તમે કરી શકશો ડેફિનેટલી. અને ઓલમોસ્ટ આ વખતે રિન્યુઅલ માટે ઓલમોસ્ટ મેં 13 થી 14 રજિસ્ટર્ડ ફાર્માસિસ્ટ જે એજેડ છે અને એ અમારી કોલેજે આવીને મેં એમને રજિસ્ટ્રેશન કરી આપ્યા હતા રિન્યુઅલ માટેના. તો એવી રીતના બી અમે ઘણા બધા લોકોને હેલ્પ કરતા હોઈએ છીએ, રજિસ્ટર્ડ ફાર્માસિસ્ટ જેમને ખબર નથી પડતી કે કઈ રીતના ઓપરેટ થાય છે આખું ઓનલાઈન પોર્ટલ. તો ડેફિનેટલી તમે જ્યારે પણ કંઈક પણ મૂંઝવો તો યુ કેન કોલ મી એની ટાઈમ, ઇવન સો ડિમલ સર ઓલ્સો there and other staff members, so you can call any time. તમે ક્યાંય બી પ્રોબ્લેમમાં યા ક્યાંય બી અટકો ત્યારે તમે કોલ કરી શકશો, not an issue.
રાજેશ્રી મેડમનો ક્વેશ્ચન એવો છે કે લાઈક નામ ચેન્જ કરાવી દઈએ પછી સર્ટિફિકેટમાં ઇશ્યુ આવશે રિફ્રેશર કોર્સ અટેન્ડ કર્યા પછી. નોર્મલી એમાં એક વસ્તુ કરી શકાય, તમે તમારું નવું અને જૂનું નામ બંનેનું નામ તમારે લાઈક તમે જ્યારે રજીસ્ટર કરાવો ત્યારે બે વસ્તુ લખવાની, તો જેથી એલિયાસ કરીને તમે લખી શકો.
એટલે જૂનું નામ તમારું ઉપર, નવું નામ ઉપર હોય છે, એલિયાસ કરીને જૂનું નામ તમારું નીચે એડ થતું હોય છે. એટલે બંને નામ એ રીતે રજિસ્ટ્રેશન સર્ટિફિકેટમાં હોય છે. તમે ઘણા બધા આ વખતના બી રિફ્રેશર કોર્સમાં ઘણા બધા પાર્ટિસિપન્ટ્સ એવા છે જેમના એલિયાસ કરીને નેમ છે. બંને નામ હોય, જૂનું પણ હોય અને નવું નામ આફ્ટર મેરેજ પછીનું જે બી નામ હોય.
Yes, madam, please.
Okay, sir. Now it's time for objective exam, as sir already told you. In the chat box soon we post the feedback link and quiz link. So you have to fill both the form. After 30 minutes, you are unable to submit your response. Certificate will be given to those person who have attended 2 days refresher course and successfully submitted both quiz as well as feedback form. Wish you all the best for the exams, and we send the certificate within some few days. So do not leave the group. I'm posting the feedback.
તમારા બધાએ ફીડબેક અને ક્વિઝ કમ્પલસરી અટેન્ડ કરવાના છે. આ તમારા ઝૂમના ચેટ બોક્સમાં મેડમે ઓલરેડી બંને વસ્તુ પોસ્ટ કરી છે અને ઇવન વોટ્સએપમાં પણ એ પોસ્ટ કરી રહ્યા છે. બરોબર, આ બંને વસ્તુ કમ્પલસરી અટેન્ડ કરવાની છે. અને આ ઝૂમની મીટિંગ આપણે 20 મિનિટ સુધી ચાલુ રાખીએ છીએ, એના પછી એ બંધ થઈ જશે. બરોબર છે, એટલે જે લોકોને બંને વસ્તુ છે, બે લિંક હશે, એક ફીડબેક માટે છે અને બીજી લિંક છે તમારી ક્વિઝની છે. એટલે બંને વસ્તુ અટેન્ડ કરજો ભૂલ્યા વગર. અને મેડમ જો શક્ય બને તો આપણે એમના વોટ્સએપમાં પણ એ મૂકી દઈએ, એટલે વાંધો ના આવે.
Sure, sir. Sure, sir.
Yes, sir.
So I think officially we are ending, Usman sir, બરોબર? We are officially ending this today's refresher course. અને 20 મિનિટ પછી ઓટોમેટિક આ ઝૂમ નું પોર્ટલ બંધ થઈ જશે. સો ત્યાં સુધીમાં પતાવી દો. And all the best and best wishes to all the participants.
Osman sir, can you please drop the link of feedback and quiz in group?
હા મેડમ, એ જ કરું છું, હું મૂકી દઉં છું.
Okay, sir.